Ladies and gentlemen, namaste, good morning. May I request you all, delegates of Imagine 2023, to please begin to settle down. Take your seats. Please place on silent your mobile phones. While you're all settling down, we have the security head of the venue property Weston join us on stage and share with you a briefing about the safety and security arrangements in place. We still see a few of our delegates standing. I request you all to please take your seats, settle down, and please place on silent your mobile phones during the course of the stage proceedings. We're slated to begin any moment now. Please do settle down, take your seats. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, lend us your ears to a world where imagination knows no fears. Innovation takes the helm, sets the pace, transforms the ordinary into an extraordinary showcase. Together, we embark on a journey all anew, envisioning an industry with an innovative view. We challenge, we question, breaking the norm, offering world-class solutions, raising the floor, fueled by a spirit found in our heart's core, a passion to open opportunity's door. Setting the stage for a future so bright. Click your seatbelts. Prepare for flight. Be captivated, be inspired, learn the narrative into a world of creativity. Become illustrated. Join us. Celebrate our entertainment might. Where the extraordinary's norm, shining bright. Let your spirit take flight. Imagine 2023. Spirit. Extraordinary.
Let your spirit take flight. Delegates of Imagine 2023, Namaha Aste. On the 15th of August, 2023, the theme for the Independence Day celebration was Nation First, Always First. As a part of the broader Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebration, India completed 76 years of independence. But the Indian civilization is much older than we can even imagine. The cradle of human civilization, India is the planet's largest, oldest, and if you exclude the 19th and the 20th centuries, the world's wealthiest civilization. The foundations of modern society, science, medicine, mathematics, metaphysics, religion, astronomy, all of these originated in India. India's literary, artistic, and philosophical contributions to the world are far greater than those of any other civilization in history. I quote from from the Vishnu Puran Bharatavarsha. Uttaram yata samudrasya himadresha chaiva dakshinam varsha tad bharatam nam bharati yatra santatiha. The country that lies north of the ocean and south of the snowy mountains is called Bharata, and there dwelt the descendants of Bharata. We, the descendants, armed with the vibrant leadership of our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, are reclaiming the glory of Bharatavarsha. Today, the most populous country in the world, India, ladies and gentlemen, is unstoppable. आइए एक बार फिर से हमारी मातृभूमि जन्मभूमि के तिरंगे को फहराएं और इस जादू को लहराएं। इवेंट्स और एक्सपीरियंसेस के द्वारा भारत नामक रत्न की एक नई तस्वीर बनाएं। If the human race is to flourish on this planet, India's rise has to happen. Let's simply welcome it. Here comes eventful India. Jaya He, Jaya He, Jaya, 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 Jaya He. Ladies and gentlemen, the Omaggio Performing Company is India's premier contemporary dance and circus theatrical collective, featuring multi-talented, multi-skilled Indian artists, creative directors, Tino Sanchez and Pia Rai Chaudhary, who create performances with entertaining narratives, combining fusion music, gravity-defying acts, and international-level dance quality. Unfurling the magic that is India. They are the Omaggio Dance Company. Please applaud the glorious, the distinguished, the talented, the outstanding, the trailblazing artistic family and community, masters in the craft of cross and interdisciplinary practices in contemporary dance, aerial arts, physical theatre, and many other expressive art forms. Eema salutes their art and is joyful to receive this wonderful act of expression for India. लहरा दो सरकशी में परचम लहरा दो गर्दिश में तुम अपनी सरजमी का परचम लहरा दो भारत भाग्य विधाता मेरी भारत भूमि को प्रणाम भारतवासियों को सलाम नमस्कार अस्सलाम वालेकुम जय श्री कृष्णा नमस्कार महारा नमस्कार नमस्कारम वणक्कम और चूंकि हम महाराष्ट्र की धरती पर एकत्रित हुए हैं शुभ सकाल and to those of you who have flown the skies and crossed the seas a big warm hello मेरा नाम है गीतिका गंजूधर मैं ईमा की मेंबर हूँ and I welcome you all to the most important conglomeration of the Indian experiential industry hosted by the industry's apex body Eema. Ladies and gentlemen, Devi और सज्जनों, welcome to Imagine 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, I read recently how Shakti has traveled the universe and now has made its way back to its source. And that is why a new era has begun and India's time has come. As India gets ready to take on the mantle of Vishwaguru and transform humanity armed with the adage of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future, led by our Prime Minister, the Honorable Shri Narendra Modi ji, we the people of events in India, we get ready to celebrate, to communicate, to propagate, and to advance all things India and all things Indian, not just to the people of the Indian subcontinent, but to the people of the world. This eventful force has already catapulted us to being a 5 lakh crore industry. And ladies and gentlemen, the future is infinite and it is limitless. So come, let's be together, let's build together, let's grow together, and let's change this world together, armed with the spirit extraordinaire of India, armed with the spirit extraordinaire of Eema. यहाँ उपस्थित हर एक महारथी का, यहाँ उपस्थित एक एक महासेवक का, हर हर महादेव का मैं एक बार फिर से हृदय से स्वागत करती हूँ इमेजिन 2023 में। और जैसा कि हमारी संस्कृति में होता है, समारोह का शुभ आरंभ दिए के उज्ज्वलित प्रकाश के साथ ही होता है। I'd now like to invite on the dais Shri James K. Sangma, Chairman MIDC, former Forest and Health Minister, State of Meghalaya. Namaskar, sir. Aaiye, please. Aaiye, sir. Please welcome him with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I'd also like to welcome in our midst Ms. Radha Katyal Narang, Director, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. Namaste. Good morning, madam. Aaiye, please. And ladies and gentlemen, we will welcome her too with a round of applause. May I please invite on stage the President of Eema, Samit Garg. Good morning and a warm welcome on stage. May I please invite on stage the past presidents of Eema, Brian Tellis, Sabas Joseph, Sanjoy Roy, and Roshan Abbas. May I also please invite on stage the current National Executive Committee of Eema, PVN Vidyasagar, Executive Vice President, Vinod Janardhan, General Secretary, Siddharth Ganeriwala, Secretary, Ankur Kalra, Treasurer, D.V. Vinod Gopal, Vice President South. Vipul Pandey, Vice President North. Raghav Roy Kapoor, Vice President West. And Sonu Nanda, Vice President East. And ladies and gentlemen, with a thunderous round of applause, please welcome on the dais our sponsor partners. Imagine in association with India's best kept secret, Odisha, may I please welcome Ms. Himalay Tripathi. Namaskar and good morning and a very warm welcome to you. Imagine 2023 is co-sponsored by Kuber Purple Berry. May I please welcome Rahul Makkar and Kumar Sambhav. Our venue partner, the Westin Mumbai Powai Lake. May I please welcome Shampa Dhali from the Marriott and Hemant Tineti from the Marriott. Good morning, namaste, and a very warm welcome. May I request the honorable dignitaries on the dais to please light the lamp. May I request you all, ladies and gentlemen, to join in spirit in the lighting of the ceremonial lamp of the opening inaugural ceremony of Imagine 2023. दिए के उज्ज्वलित प्रकाश के साथ इस समारोह का शुभारंभ। और जब हम दिए को उज्ज्वलित करते हैं तो हम इस श्लोक को या तो अपने हृदय में या अपने जुबान से कहते हैं कि शुभम करोति कल्याणम आरोग्यम धन संपदः शत्रु बुद्धि विनाशय दीप ज्योतिर नमोस्तुते. I bow to you, O light, who gives us auspiciousness, good health, wealth, accomplishment, and destroys intellect's enemies. Bless us, O divine light, and help us auspiciously begin this biggest conglomeration of the Indian experiential industry, Imagine 2023. I request you all, ladies and gentlemen, to come together for a group photograph. और आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद for lighting the ceremonial lamp. Thank you all. आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Thank you all.
And thank you, Gitika, for doing this.
और जैसे मैंने अभी कहा, दिए के उज्ज्वलित प्रकाश के साथ आज के इस समारोह का इमेजिन 2023 की कन्वेंशन डे 1 का शुभ आरंभ. Ladies and gentlemen, to render the welcome address of Imagine 2023, I'm now going to invite on stage a mind, a heart, a soul, a man who I very often feel, and I truly feel, has been earmarked as one of those sons of India who will take India to India and will take India to the world. He is a dauntless dreamer. He is a tireless believer. And when he'll be done and dusted, I think he'll be an ultimate accomplisher. He's someone we're very proud to have as the president of Eema. In his tenure so far, he's already delivered a few watershed landmark moments that he and the current NEC will be remembered for by our lot. As of now, we as an industry, we are drinking the amrit of the manthan and are reveling in the togetherness brought about by the president of Eema. कहते हैं ना, कंधों से मिलते हैं जब कंधे और जब कदमों से कदम मिलते हैं, हम चलते हैं जब ऐसे दिल दुनिया के खिलते हैं. Samit Garg, please ignite, accelerate, transform and take us forward. Ladies and gentlemen, for the welcome address of Imagine 2023, I welcome the President of Eema, Samit Garg. Good morning, namaste, all yours.
Good morning, everybody. Some lights on the lovely faces that we have here. Thank you. Thank you so very much for taking out time, for being with us today and making Imagine 2023 possible. Thank you, James sir. Thank you, Radha ma'am. Thank you, Udi sir. Thank you, Purpleberry. Thank you, Marriott Weston. And thank you, all my friends. I don't want to be sounding repetitive, but yesterday was our AGM. We had about 100 friends in a small room. So some things I would want to repeat today with your due permission, this table here. Do I have it? Thank you so much. So, Gitika has really helped me set the context right, and what we want to establish today very clearly and get the message out loud to all my friends in the hall is our importance and relevance in the business of experiences and events. And some things will unfold, across the 2 days. But just to give you a background of where are we coming from and where are we headed, this is a small 5-7 minutes. The 7th largest country of the world, 54% people below 25 years of age, now the largest consumer population, fastest growing Asian economy, and now the 5th largest global economy. Ladies and gentlemen, that's your country, so give yourselves a huge round of applause. That's India today. And specifically talking about the business that we're in, there's a small homework that we've done to summarize the matrix of our business. MICE, recorded by some leading international agencies, is supposed to be close to 38,000 crores worth of business within the country today, and it's actually growing at about 21% year on year. Weddings, when pandemic killed everybody, this is the one area of events that actually saved many of us sitting in this room. And gladly so, now financial institutions like ICICI, and a few others have started jotting down numbers. We are about 3.5 lakh crores worth. The business of weddings in India, and growing at about 17% over the last 5 to 6 years. Sports. A lot of us in this hall know that this sector is really coming about since the last 5-7 years. The number of leagues, the number of sporting events and competitions that the government is hosting is incredible. And it has been measured to be about 60,000 crores worth of market, which does not include television rights of IPL. So that's something which is extremely, extremely noteworthy. So this business is actually today bigger than the mice business in India. An example of the different kinds of leagues that are ongoing, and a few others are in the making. This is a mind-blow case. The government of India today is actually the single largest spender on events in the country. And it is estimated that the approximate size of events business given out by the government is in excess of 50,000 crores. I used a figure of 32,000 2 months or 3 months ago, and Sanjoy corrected me. So, sir, I have mended my mistake. And this business is growing at about 30% year on year. And most of the government business is coming to all of us sitting in this room across these channels. This is something which is very interesting. Allied Market Research is one of the leading foundations in the world that does arithmetic and numbers on growth. And they've estimated the size of the global events business to be 1,552 billion by 2028. कुछ लोग आपसे शायद आप मेरे से बात सुन चुके हो, बट आज शायद मैं तीसरी चौथी बार फिर दोहराना चाहूँगा, because I know that there are another 300 people in this hall who've not heard this before. Take out your calculator, take out your phone, and try and convert $1,500 billion into Indian rupees. You will not be able to do the maths. Even your iPad will fail. You'll actually have to end up opening an Excel sheet on a computer, stretch it to I don't know how many character size columns, and then you will probably get the number. But we did this exercise. And for the convenience of everybody, you know how much does this number translate into? This number translates into 1 crore 25 lakh crores. So the size of the events business globally by 2028 is estimated to be 1 crore 25 lakh crores. Now imagine, going back to the first slide, imagine, 7th largest country of the world, the largest consumer population of the world, the 5th largest economy of the world. Even if we were to forget 10%, 5% of this business, can you imagine the size that we are looking at 5 years down the line? We're looking at a multiplier of 2.5 to 2.8x from now on. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is about 47% year-on-year growth. So that's the opportunity that all of us are sitting at. And it's high time we realize it, because अगर हम नहीं करेंगे तो कोई और करके चला जाएगा. Eema is what? Eema is us. Eema is us lovely people sitting in this room, friends, family members, and a bunch of enthusiastic brats who've decided to do something extremely, extremely unique for this country. Because ये इतिहास आज हमको लिखना है, और इससे एक चीज़ मैं और जोड़ना चाहता हूँ, that everything that we are doing individually or collectively today, in any form of an event, is actually writing a story. And this is the story of a brand called India. So आपको एहसास नहीं होता, but every corporate event that you do, every government event that you do, every wedding that you do is writing a narrative, either here or in some other part of the world. And you know, a lot of people, when we travel internationally, they do come to us and tell us that, boss, weddings, your Indian weddings are beautiful. And they're not beautiful because of only the decor, the entertainment, the razzmatazz of color and costumes. They're beautiful because they are the best perpetrators of Indian culture. The way they carry Indian culture to other parts of the world, nothing else does. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have to collectively become a part of this beautiful India story, which has started to unfold, but there is still a long way to go. And remember, you're very, very important. Everybody sitting in this room is extremely important. And so many people who are not sitting in this room are also important. Everybody who's a part of our supply chain, everybody who's a part of running different hotels and hospitality businesses, caterings, light and sound, the carpenters, the painters, the welders, the laborers, the butlers, the waiters in the hotel, everybody is contributing to an exercise. And that is the exercise of building Brand India, ladies and gentlemen. And I will finish my good morning by running a small film. But there's a caveat. This film has not been officially licensed by anybody. We, being event managers, have applied a little bit of jugaad, but more importantly, a lot of heart and a lot of soul and a lot of courage to put together a message which we think is the future of where we are headed.
इतिहास का मैं आईना हूं, तहजीब का रंग सुनहरा हूं। गंगा जमुना मेरी आंखें, मैं नए भारत का चेहरा हूं। मैं कल भी था, मैं आज भी हूं, मैं नवयुग का अंदाज भी हूं। सारी दुनिया का घर मुझ में, इस मिट्टी का आदर मुझ में, मैं देशभक्त भी गहरा हूं। मैं नए भारत का चेहरा हूं, मैं नए भारत का चेहरा हूं। मैं बेटी की मुस्कान में हूं, मैं नारी के सम्मान में हूं। मैं बेटी की मुस्कान में हूं, मैं नारी के सम्मान में हूं। विज्ञान में और किसान में हूं, हर वीर में और जवान में हूं। मैं सीमाओं का पहरा हूं, मैं नए भारत का चेहरा हूं, मैं नए भारत का चेहरा हूं, मैं नए भारत का चेहरा हूं। अब चांद पे पांव जमाना है, सूरज से आंख मिलाना है। एक नया सवेरा लाना है, संकल्प नया दोहराना है। न ठहरा था, न ठहरा हूं, न ठहरा था, न ठहरा हूं। मैं नए भारत का चेहरा हूं, मैं नए भारत का चेहरा हूं, मैं नए भारत का चेहरा हूं, मैं नए भारत का चेहरा हूं।
We thank Shri Amitabh Bachchan ji for rendering the voiceover of our film so beautifully. Ladies and gentlemen, मैं नए भारत का चेहरा हूँ, आप भी नए भारत का चेहरा हैं, हम सब नए भारत का चेहरा हैं। भारत के लिए, हम सब के लिए, इंडिया के लिए, ईमा के लिए एक बार फिर से जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं। Thank you, Mr. Samit Garg, for opening the convention. Ladies and gentlemen, you're all aware how a while back, we as an industry, the Eema Wedding Council, took a set of recommendations to the Government of India and post a conclusive dialogue with the Ministry of Tourism. We were very happy to welcome what the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, said in the post-Budget 23 webinar about developing tourism in mission mode, and how he stressed that special packages need to be designed for destination weddings, and how he went on to point out that the wedding tourism sector is one of huge potential. This itself was a landmark moment. And now, here today, I'm so delighted to share with all of you, my fraternity, and with India, that the Ministry of Tourism is launching a very special campaign that will put the wedding tourism industry into highest gear, ladies and gentlemen. This indeed is a momentous moment, yes. I'd also like to share with you that the proceedings of this launch are being streamed live on the channels of Incredible India. And now, to begin the proceedings of this launch, may I please invite on stage Madam Radha Kachal Narang, Director, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. Ma'am, your tireless efforts to change the landscape of tourism in India are well known. I once again welcome you, and I hand this stage over to you for the next while.
Hello. Whether I'm audible? Okay. Can I have a PPT? So, good morning, everyone. Good morning to distinguished guests of Events Entertainment Management Association and everyone sitting here. So, whether my voice is audible? Okay, thank you so much. So, of course, for the Ministry of Tourism, it's a prestigious moment today to launch I Do campaign, which will highlight India as a wedding destination under global recognized Incredible India brand on this platform, Imagine. So the whole idea came to us only because Eema was the first one to came to Ministry of Tourism with the policy to be implemented, so that we thought, why not do it here? So as we know, our Honorable Prime Minister, Narendra Modi ji, in post-webinar 2023 on the subject developing tourism in the mission mode, emphasized how to promote wedding destinations in India. Wedding. So everybody sitting here have a lot of things in their mind when the word wedding comes. So it's not just a word, it's a world of emotions, memories and dreams. I mean, for all those who are wedded here, who are not, who are planning and otherwise. Friends, it is a sacred note representing traditions, culture and heart. It has a grand spectacles. It is a symphony of colors, cuisines, emotions and music. So why not choose India? Why we should choose India? Because of its topography, because of its seasons, because of we have more than 3,000 archaeological sites, UNESCO sites, we have vibrant ethnicity, infrastructure, connectivity, and believe Atiti Devo Bhavo. A survey was conducted by FICCI, which has highlighted why India is at the advantageous position vis-a-vis the global destination. If I can pinpoint last 3 pointers, why India? So from here, we can imagine why India should be promoted as wedding destination, because we have competitive rates, we have opportunity to show heritage sites, and we have variety to show the things, choosing from various themes, beach weddings, mountain weddings, and many more. You have better mind than us to highlight that. So, Ministry of Tourism is planning, have already started working on this manner. So we have started having a collaboration with states and UTs to promote the destinations, to promote their culture, promote their festivals on this. Secondly, we want you as a partner to promote the promotional efforts which the Ministry of Tourism is making. We are also planning to have FAM trips and global events where we will planning to call all the national as well as international wedding organizers, as well as we are also planning to participate in the global events. At the same time, we are thinking of having a policy, strategies to create an environment so that you are able to bring the business to India. So with the campaign I launched, we have started with the promotion of wedding destinations, keep placing India on the global map. What exactly is I Do campaign? It is an invitation to the world to come and create everlasting memories. It is about solo weddings, changing age-old customs that has meaning to each ritual, song and dance. So we have, for the time being, we have selected few of the cities as a destinations, and these are the few creatives which are being made by our social media. Himalayas weddings, backwater weddings, and beach weddings, then in the mountains wedding, and many more. This is the hashtag which we are using, India Says I Do. After this, we are also planning to have more thematic programs on customs, rituals, and cuisines. So, what we want from you. As industrial partners, we want this global narrative to be set on the global map. Certain key actions which have been identified by Ministry of Tourism, which I have been narrated few. I know it is a tip of the iceberg. You have many more in your mind, and we are here to welcome to all, to listen to you and try to be together as a team to work together. So we know India is a country with a lot of culture, traditions, archaeological sites and geographies. So what our Prime Minister emphasized in the post-webinar session, that why not the northern Indians go to the southern India and have marriages. Similarly, having marriages in different customs, traditions, and so that we can show cause to whole of the world how we conduct the wedding. Secondly, creating a content. So we want that across whenever you have a wedding, it should be in the content form, make more videos, have all the photos so that we have a good bank to show cause to the world. We want the collaboration with not within the national as well as the global planners, wedding planners and influencers. Then we need to work on the targeted market. Rather than just showing it, we want certain targets should be there. For example, Indian diaspora. We can ask them to come back to their roots, have their special event at the special place. So we should not keep this thing, although now nobody can deny it. Sustainability has become a part of each and every work. So we want everybody to look into the sustainable weddings, to have the decors and other services which practices sustainability. We also want the promotion of local artisans, the jewelry makers, the textile designers, the cuisines which promote the local art. Then we are also planning to make it in the festival integration. So calling the invitees during the holy time, have the packages to call all the outbound tourists so that they can come and visit India along with some marriage and some festivals like Holi, Diwali. We can also have a customized package. What the audience, like what basically the visitors want, either they want a pre-shoot or the honeymoon packages, some tour programs for the other invitees involving the culture. Then it requires skill development of the local vendors so that they can raise the standards to tap the global market. Moreover, we are also planning to have a microsite of Incredible India where we will display all the wedding planners, the photographers, and all the question answers will also be there. Whatever the question comes to the couples, like how to conduct a wedding. So all these microsites will be involved. This is the little plan of 3 to 4 months, but what can we do immediately? What I want here, sitting here, all of you, to do it immediately. A collective action, I do campaign. So I want everybody over here, before leaving this area, to just follow social media, whatever we post by Ministry of Tourism, to amplify it. I also want that you can also share, showcase, celebrate with us and with the hashtag India Says I Do. So you can display the visual stories, where the success stories, behind the scenes, because I know you all make a lot of effort, dedication is there, passion is there to make the event successful. So I Do campaign is not just the initiative of Ministry of Tourism. It is a collective dream. So with your expertise, reach and passion, we would make this story a successful. Thank you. Now there is a video message from our Honorable Minister, Shri Tourism Minister for Culture and Donor, G. Krishna Reddy ji. I would like to be displayed.
Namaste. Hello. Good day, one and all. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, cherished couples from around the world, today marks the beginning of a remarkable journey, a mission to position India as the epitome of wedding destinations worldwide, inspired by Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji's call to develop tourism in mission mode. We launch our wedding tourism campaign called India Says I Do. And with this, I invite couples from around the world to explore the enchanting dream wedding destinations across our incredible nation, from royal palaces to pristine beaches to ancient monuments to serene backwaters. I invite you to say I do against the backdrop of India's inspiring landscapes, rich heritage, unparalleled culture, and warm hospitality. This campaign has been developed in close consultance with industry experts, associations, and renowned wedding partners around the world. Through the power of digital marketing, social media partnerships, and activations, we aim to redefine wedding experiences. We are dedicated to nurture the growth of our wedding industry and enrich our nation's tourism. I thank each one of you who are working towards making this campaign a success. Thank you. Namaste. Jai Hind.
Please stay with me on stage, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, as a show of appreciation for the government's commitment towards the wedding tourism industry and this message by the Honorable Minister Tourism, Shri G. Kishan Reddy, let's put our hands together in a round of applause, please. Invoking auspiciousness, Vakratunda Mahakaya Surya Koti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kuruve Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada. From the land of the truest wedding of them all, Lord Shiva and Parvati, comes a campaign that is not just a campaign, it's a vow. From spectacular locales to profound rituals, from heartwarming hospitality to global cuisines, from gram-worthy glids of the Indian film industry to meaningful sustainability. Whatever be your wish for a wedding, India will say, I do, I do, I do. Ma'am.
It's your special day. Your chance to craft an unforgettable day. Come, say I do in India, where a wedding is more than a ceremony. It's a time-honored tradition woven with ancient rituals, sacred customs, and limitless love. Where you'll find a treasure trove of backdrops, royal palaces, majestic Himalayas, serene backwaters, pristine beaches, or ancient temples, where every moment is a symphony of colors, where every guest is treated like a god. India says, I do, to fulfill all your dreams of a truly unforgettable celebration. Come, say I do in India.
incredible India.
India says I do, ladies and gentlemen. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए please. ये है शुभ आरंभ, हर दिन होगा शुभ. Once again welcoming on stage Samit Garg, the president of Eema. आइए मैम.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed iconic for us, and it is the beginning of recognition that is about to come Eema's way. This is the first step in that direction. Thank you so very much, my beautiful friends here, and I would definitely want to use this opportunity to call upon stage people who have been instrumental in working on the wedding tourism policy. Our champion, Prerna. Prerna, where are you? Please, come on. Rakhi. Aye, Rakhi ji, please come. Mr. Rajiv Jain, Mr. Sabas Joseph, Mr. Sandeep Sidhwani, Divyansh, Mr. Pritesh Sharma, Mr. Pramod Lunawat. So these are all people who've actually contributed in making this happen. Whether it is the footage that you've seen in the I Do campaign or the efforts of pushing for meetings and making, of working with the government. Please come here. Hey. And our very, very dear friend, Mr. Vishal Nagadeni from Deloitte, the company who helped us put the wedding tourism policy draft in place. Vishal, please. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for all my beautiful friends. Thank you. Sandeep is not here? Okay. Pramod. Pritesh? Pritesh not here. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. And एक बार फिर से congratulations, बधाई हो. एक बार फिर से बस happiness को express करने के लिए हम लोग दिल खोल के तालियां बजाएंगे. This indeed is a landmark, momentous moment, ladies and gentlemen. All right, it's time for the first session of the day, the Eventful India. Now, I do believe that Eventful India is, of course, an opportunity, but more than an opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, I see it as a responsibility. मुझे ये हृदय में बहुत समय से लग रहा है कि अब, now, every event that we stage and we mount will contribute towards our next goal of becoming the world's third largest economy, will contribute towards our goal of being a global superpower, will contribute towards our goal of transforming humanity with spirit extraordinaire that is India. I believe that the world is changing, time is changing, our planet is changing. Something is happening in the universe that is changing everything. And the earth is moving and changing position to face the cosmic rays from the eyes of the universe. Really, a new era has begun, and we at Eventful India will make our contribution towards this new era. Ladies and gentlemen, welcoming the panelists of this first session, Shri James K. Sangma, Chairman MIDC, former Forest and Health Minister, State of Meghalaya. Good morning, welcome once again. Aye, please. Ms. Radha Kachal Narang, Director, Ministry of Tourism, the Government of India. Welcome back, ma'am. Mr. Sanjoy Roy, Managing Director at Teamwork Arts and past President, Eema. Good morning, sir, and a very warm welcome. And moderating this session, the Eventful India, ladies and gentlemen, is the President of Eema, Mr. Samit Garg.
I know we're running 43 minutes behind schedule. We'll try and make up a little bit of this time in every session, thoda thoda karke. But thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Sanjoy. And we've already been able to successfully set the context of what is Eventful India and what is in store for Eventful India. Sanjoy, I'm taking you by surprise because the first question is actually coming your way. On behalf of the fraternity, you have been sitting on various important committees across different aspects of
is because everybody in this room has not necessarily been governed by a ministry, but has gone out and done it because of their energy and their power. So a big round of applause to each and every one of you. I think what we are celebrating today is the collective dynamism that all of you have done in this really rough and ready way. We are still not seen to be an industry. We've been working for many years to look at consolidating, ma'am, the creative sector. And we believe that the creative sector contributes many billions of dollars, over 400 million jobs just in India alone. And Samit, you know, in your presentation today where you said whatever trillion, billion dollars that the world celebrates, I think one of the things, and Mr. Sangma will acknowledge this, is what makes India's economy take over. Because every day, somewhere in India, there is a celebration, there's a festival, there's weddings, there's tourism, there's destination, people are traveling. It's this collective energy that we are now harnessing today. We still have, ma'am, 14 different ministries in the government. And what we need to do is really bring them together under one coordinating ministerial whatever to be able to unlock the power that all of these people represent.
Thank you, Sanjoy. Thank you. Ma'am, turning to you, we know that you've been extremely instrumental and have been an active part of the G20 Working Committee as well. And before I come to the second part of my question, which is going to be directly related to wedding tourism and events, because there's a lot of work that the Ministry of Tourism Government of India is doing. If you can please throw some light on the kind of efforts that we made, that the government has made, obviously in collaboration with a lot of people sitting in this hall, on the 400, 500 events that have happened for the G20, which is ongoing.
As he has rightly said, thank you for, first of all, for asking me this question, because this will give me a chance to explain what exactly I have been doing or our ministry have been doing, apart from many work, this work of organizing and very successfully G20 Tourism Working Group meetings. Under G20 presidency, we have organized more than 200 meetings, as per you, 600 events in approximately 60 cities across India. So in this total, 12,000 delegates have reached India And they were given the experience of not only the locations. Today, one of the Eema member, Sagar, he has rightly said, we have just not shown the destinations to them. We have shown them the culture. We have shown them the art and craft. We have given them immersive experiences. When they went back, they were very much delighted and they wanted to come back to India. So in this perspective, the Ministry of Tourism have been working in past few many years, like they have a specially dedicated division which looks after niche tourism. Under niche tourism, now we are working into different sectors. It's a thematic programs. Like the rural villages have come up in very big way. Why people are now opting for homestays just because to have experience, to have a village experience. The Vibrant Village program of Government of India is also trying to focus on that. How to have our own people also know our own culture. Like even we are not knowing many things about India. So we should also know, and other countries also know what India is doing. In this background, we have very much lot we have to do, and I know what Samit had said, you are important. Yes, you are very much important, because only because of you we can create experiences. You are the creative economy for us, and we want you to join hands with us so that we can create an environment for India to flourish more. So this is, from here we have to create a success story. We want all to work together. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I'll come back to the second part of the question in the second round. Sir, once again, thank you for being here. We know that you, being the former forest health minister, including some other portfolios, you initiated and are also currently working on a lot of interesting things which are new age, which are looking into packaging experiences and opportunities that come about in natural landscapes, forests, etc., etc. And I know that there's a lot of work happening in this sector as far as Northeast is concerned. Some of the things have become public news, some of the things are yet to become public news. So I wanted to pick your comments on how is the government working on all of these initiatives to kind of make sure that they become experientially driven and they don't end up becoming very mundane, and where across all of these opportunities that you are creating for the nation, you see engagement of people and entrepreneurs like us.
Thank you so much, Samit, firstly for inviting me to this program to be part of this very illustrious panel, and for being part of this program. Just wanted to first introduce my state of Meghalaya, because I think probably some of you know about my state of Meghalaya, some don't. Meghalaya is, of course, very famous for having the highest rainfall in the world from this place called Cherrapunji. But we as a state, although very small, are very unique in the sense that we are one of the out of the 24 globally, one biodiversity hotspot of the world. Although we are a small state, we're a very small economy, our GSDP is just 41,000 for this financial year. We, as a government, to answer your question, what are we doing and how are we going about it? We see ourselves as a very small economy which is reliant on many extractive forms of driving the economy, be it mining or be it other things. So this is for us a way of looking at ourselves as a government which leverages our strengths, and our strength being, I think, in terms of our nature, our natural capital that we have. And we, as a government, have started to move away from the role, which is the traditional role that any governments play, of being a facilitator, being a troubleshooter, excuse me, a fixer, and into one that is going out into out-of-the-box thinking. And that is where we want to leverage whatever our strengths are in terms of our natural capital, nature capital, to look at experiential tourism, which is a part of the experience economy. And yes, we are moving forward in that line, and there are many things that we are rolling out to really bring about our core strengths. As you know, Meghalaya is a state, the geological age that we live in right now is named as the Meghalayan age, which is because of this cave in Meghalaya, which has a stalagmite formation, which geologists have come and been able to date this present age that we live in as the Meghalayan age. So there are many things that are there which are unique to us, and we look forward to leveraging and monetizing that, and many experiences in that.
So, I come to the second part of my question, which may be a little tricky, but it's actually relevant for all of us sitting in this room. We know that you also have the support of Donia, and there is a substantial amount of development budget that keeps on coming to a lot of northeastern states. And we keep on hearing about some incredible things that Meghalaya is doing in this space that you've spoken of, and a couple of thousands of crores of rupees are to be spent there, and which is where we keep on reading about the fact that experiences have to be compulsorily integrated as per the wish of the senior leadership in the state. So you think there are opportunities that can be created for people sitting in this room to come in there and participate in the process of building all of this?
Absolutely. I think I was very happy to find the mention of Tawang in Madam's presentation, which has been, I think, identified for wedding tourism destination. And I think that Eema has played a very important role in making sure that the Northeast region finds a place in this really amazing initiative that the government has taken under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister. So I think that there is your body being the biggest, you are the umbrella. I think there's many ways of collaboration as a government, because we seek to work with collaborators, be it a body like Eema. We also want an active participation of community, because today you won't find success unless you involve all stakeholders, especially the community. So yes, to answer to that, yes, we do look forward to that.
Thank you so very much. And taking this word collaboration forward to you, Sanjoy, all of us know that things have changed. As you rightly said, 5 saal pehle cheezein aur thi. Today things are very different. A couple of things that you would want to share with our fellow members and friends sitting in this hall. A lot of people shy away because, a lot of people think that engaging with the government, working with the government is something which is very, very difficult to do. But at the same point in time, there are a few people sitting in this hall where probably 80% or more of their business only comes from the government. So the opportunities that are lying ahead in front of us are numbers that we've already spoken of. A few things that you may want to share with your experience to our friends in this room in terms of opportunities that lie ahead, and how can we move forward to work on those opportunities.
Thanks, Amit. I just wanted to add to what the minister said. He's being very modest. One of the biggest exports of his state is actually the Shillong Chamber Choir, which many of you have presented. So, and that represents, in fact, the culture and the tradition and the extreme excellence in musical form. And thank you so much. And I think it's, again, why is it important? Because it's not necessarily subsidized by the state and therefore alive. It's alive because there's a demand. And I think we need to do more of that. Samit, coming to your answer, I think there's a huge opportunity. You talked about donor, and the minister talked about his state. Earlier this year, we began a new festival in Sikkim, in a place called Yuksam, which is the end of the roadhead just before the Kanchenjunga National Park, which is a World Heritage Site. And it was the first time that we did something purely for government. We very rarely do anything purely for government. We try and make it a collaboration. And it was incredible. The government brought its entire ministry there, the chief minister, and all his ministers were there. We brought in, I think, 8 or 10,000 students from across Sikkim to the festival. And I think the Northeast is one such example waiting to be unlocked, not just by necessarily Eema East, but any of you who may have an idea. Korean pop, for example, or K-pop, as you all know, is hugely important in that part of the world. But going beyond India Summit, going beyond just the state governments, and whether it's in Uttar Pradesh, where you have done a lot of work, and I know Sabas, and we have a Lucknow representative here. These are states now who've understood the value of the creative sector. And in the minute you understand the value of the creative sector, you know that if you want to be able to inspire a future generation, if you want to bind people together, if you want to advertise the best of your city, whether it's through built heritage or food or its culture or its tradition, well, this is the way to do it. Tourism, even today, sadly, is the most unleveraged of our sectors in India. And because it's unleveraged, there is a huge opportunity. At FICCI, because I wear my hat as the FICCI co-chair for culture and for tourism, this is one of the things that we continue to do. How can we make this come together? How can we leverage entertainment, MICE, the wedding industry, the event industry, and these state governments with tourism to unlock the potential? And the last thing, Samit, is, guys, you have all the experience. You have all the energy and the money and the ideas. Look beyond India as well. Many of you have set up offices in Dubai today, and you've been successful. Some of you I know are exploring Saudi Arabia. Some of you have done stuff in Singapore and Australia. There's a huge opportunity there. I mean, today I think 17 or 18 of our festivals that we do across the world, everything gets sold out, everything gets supported, and when they see what we're able to deliver, there's a huge enthusiasm and interest, not just in coming to India, but by having people from India deliver that. You have today Sid and Gautam from Web Context and Dreamcast streaming this. We're able to deliver things professionally in the best possible way, and most importantly, as Samit knows, at the best possible price. So if you translate dollar, euro, or pound to rupees, look at the potential of your earning. Yes, it's not easy. Yes, you have to invest, but have a vision to go out and conquer the world.
You've actually given me 3 key words, which I was, 2 of them I was actually wanting to use in my next question for ma'am. So K-pop, something which comes out of South Korea, a small country, but they've kind of taken the world by storm. You mentioned Dubai. A lot of our Indian friends have moved to Dubai, and look at Dubai, how it has totally transformed in the last 2.5 decades, 2 decades actually, and it's become the new experiential hub. Ma'am, we know that there is a lot of work that is happening within the Ministry of Tourism, and a lot of it we are not aware of. It would be actually wonderful if you can share the plans of the government to promote and develop the business of events and experiences in this country.
Ministry of Tourism has been working for years to create the promotion element. So now they have started focusing, like we have Utsav portal, we have the revamping of Incredible India site. The website is also being created, creating a lot of experiences along with that. Like we have a Rama circuit, Buddhist circuit, Sikh circuits, themes, whichever you name, we have that. So right now we have a cuisines program is going on in all our bhavans which are located in Delhi. So apart from that, every destination, we are trying to maintain it in the destination management form. Like the destination should develop including everything. It should be sustainable. How, like, if we are trying to create temples also, it should come with experience. It should have all the amenities. It should be at international level. So under the various schemes of India, let it be Savdesh scheme or Prasad scheme, all the priorities which we have developed during our G20 tourism working group roadmap is kept in mind, keeping all the things into the latest format, having all the in the digitalization mode. So even in we are now again during G20 itself, we have made a draft paper on film tourism and cruise tourism. We have started with a new initiative, plastic, no use of plastics, so that with these ingredients we have, on these ingredients we are developing various themes. Like right now we are working on golf tourism. So under various themes, under various experiences, we are trying to develop tourism in the mission mode. Along with that, in the mission mode, we are not working alone. We are trying have a convergence of other ministries also, because no destination is complete, no experience is complete until unless the roads are there, electricity is there, if people are skilled. So and in this perspective, in the composite whole, the Ministry of Tourism is working. Thank you. River cruises also, of course, we have worked because we have recently done a draft paper, and now we are trying to develop inland on water river cruises also and seas also. Thank you.
Ma'am, in continuation, do you think there are opportunities, because a lot of us work with the government, and there is now a process of empanelment which a lot of state governments have adopted, where we apply for empanelment, companies are taken on board, and then limited tenders are circulated amongst those. But the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India also does a lot of events, and there's a substantial amount of money which is spent. Do you think there is an opportunity for Eema to come to the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, and request for something like this? Because empanelment there, I don't think so has, as a process, really started, and will give reasonably good opportunities to people sitting in this room.
Yes, absolutely, because with the potential, if we have to increase the showcase India, we need all the industrial partners in that, because we have limited sources. Government of India, we have can only work with the industrial partners in hand. So we have right now we are working with ITTC, but in future with small tenders we keep on giving works for the events, for creating conferences, for making fam trips. But now we are also planning to have empaneled people so that dedicated tasks can be given to them, and the show can be in the best creative manner. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, coming to you, one last question for this discussion. Actually, second last question for you. Sanjoy touched upon the biggest export, or one of the biggest exports being the Shillong Chamber Choir from the state. And we've had the opportunity to come to Meghalaya and do a few events, and the kind of talent that exists musically in the state is outstanding. Even if they are smaller, inexpensive bands of 10,000, 20,000 rupees, but when they get onto the stage and perform, oh my God. And I'm not complaining, but I think there is a humongous amount of opportunity for those bands which are there in probably 50s or 100s or 200s of numbers. Our recommendation to you is, and if you're already doing something about it, please tell us, there is a huge opportunity to export that music talent to other parts of the country, because they are absolutely fantastic bands. So you think there's something that can be done on that, and if Eema can help?
Hello. Yes, I think that definitely, it's not just Meghalaya per se, but the entire region. That's, I think, music just runs in our blood, for that matter. So there is a lot of talent that is working in the Bollywood film industry that is from the Northeast. There is a lot of our artists who are getting an I think slowly coming out of our shell, so to say. So that's taking place as we speak, Samit. And I hope that we can scale that up. We can look at ways and means by which that can, be scaled up.
On behalf of the industry, I want to make an open request to both of you and to everybody else who may be listening to this conversation online. As governments, it is our request that if communication can be established, because there's a lot of things that you plan to do or that you are doing, but we as an industry are not aware of it. It's limited to documentation and files. So if there is some kind of a communication mechanism that can be established, so we as a body can also possibly partake, come forward, both in the form of rendering intellectual capital to the conversation and also, probably taking the implementation of the event on ground. Ma'am, you want to say something to that?
Yes, here I want, if I'm audible, here I would like to highlight that what I said before leaving from this room, please follow Ministry of Tourism, social media, whatever it is, like Instagrams and Twitter, and all its name has been changed to X. And because there are two, Incredible India and Ministry of Tourism, where we highlight all the initiatives weekly. It is being every time, like what we are doing in adventure tourism, what we are doing in eco-tourism, what we are doing in the cruise tourism. And we keep on, for making any policy, we invite all the industrial partners to come and give their mind, so that we give a better policy for creating a better environment for India, to do better business, to grow for the growth of India. So please follow that. And anything anybody wants to convey, our doors are always open. You can have my number till the time I am in the Ministry of Tourism. I assure whatever your mind is to create it more better, we are there to listen to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that. You want to add something to that, sir?
Yes, nothing much. Ma'am has already mentioned a lot. Just wanted to, yes, I think I completely agree with you on this summit that there is a need for industry bodies to have constant and active engagement with the government, which does take place occasionally. But I think what you are suggesting is to sort of institutionalize it. And I think that's a great idea, which I think that in terms of industry, because I'm taking care of the industry's development right now, so we do have constant engagement with CII, with FICCI.
So, sorry, that's what Sanjay was referring to,
Yes.
because Sanjay represents the industry on various committees, whether at FICCI
Correct.
and a few other places. So, but that conversation happens there.
Yeah,
I think.
But, I'm sorry, but I think that in terms of experiential tourism, in terms of the experience economy, I think, yes, Eema as a apex body of, the sector, I think we should have some kind of tie-up, or every department for the matter of government should be having active engagement or institutionalizing that. I think that's it's a great idea.
So we can come up to you and write to you for this.
Oh, you don't need to take an appointment for that, yes. Yes,
Thank
definitely.
you. My last question for you, sir, and we know that because of the natural landscapes and the endeavors that you've spoken of being initiated in your part of the region, sustainable livelihood is something which is extremely, extremely important. We've been reading about it. A lot of your articles have been published around that. What is so special that the state of Meghalaya is attempting to do around sustainability and around opportunities that you're creating for livelihood in the realms of whatever you are doing?
In terms of sustainability, we understand the kind of critical phase that the entire world, especially a state like Meghalaya being a biodiversity hotspot, and the kind of diversity we have in terms of our nature, I think for us we are very, very sensitive to that, and we are looking at ways and means of how we bring regenerative agriculture into the agricultural sphere. We awareness amongst our own people about the dangers of climate change in terms of how we can play a part in climate action. So to build up on that, we're coming up with something called the Climate Change Museum. And I think what that attempts to do is to, go back into the past of how indigenous communities have lived in harmony with nature, the kind of biocultural protocols that we have developed over the years, and how that is, in very simple terms, you can find a lot of answers to climate action in these kind of biocultural protocols. And so sustainability is extremely important. That has been outlined by our Chief Minister, Mr. Conrad Sangma. And this is definitely the direction we are taking.
Thank you so very much, everybody. Thank you for being here with us. And just to sum up, thank you for saying that you're open to doing conversations with Eema as a body. And we will definitely come to you so that there is some form of a constant communication mechanism that can be set up from an industry standpoint. Thank you for letting our people know here that there are opportunities of approximately, I have although spelled out the numbers, I know the numbers, 2,000 crores worth of business opportunities that exist in the Northeast. And there's a lot of interesting work that is happening out there. So my friends, just keep your eyes and ears open. And thank you so much, ma'am, for doing what you did for us today. Thank you for sparing time, coming over, launching the India Says I Do campaign to promote wedding tourism. And thank you for letting us know that you're also considering opening empanelment. And thank you for making us feel important. And thank you, Sanjoy, for, as always, very, very ably guiding all of us and being with us to make sure that we are confident of whatever we're doing. Thank you so much.
Samit, I just wanted to add to what the minister said. Today, sustainability and environmental intelligence is vital. Climate change doesn't recognize national, state, or international boundaries. It will come and bite us in the butt, as we've seen the devastation that's happened in the hill states of Himachal and Uttarakhand. Every one of us in this room is responsible for ensuring that our events, our weddings, our industry stuff has an element of sustainability. If we do not start, we cannot expect governments to take the onus on it. It has to start with us. It has to start with today. Everybody has a plastic bottle on their table for some reason. My request to Western is change that to glass bottles, and my request to all of you, if you're using a plastic bottle, make sure that you finish it and don't just open yet another bottle because you've disposed. This is a responsibility which is collective, and it starts individually. Thank you, Samit.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you all, and as Sanjoy said, this is how the story will pan out. The eventful India की कहानी थोड़ी सी मैं लिखूंगी, थोड़ी सी आप लिखेंगे, और पूरी हम सब मिलकर लिखेंगे. The eventful India, this new epic. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you to the moderator. May I please invite on stage Veronique Dussault, internationally acclaimed creator of events and experiences, to present the mementos. Shri Jain Sangma, thank you very much for your time, sir, and your presence here. Madam Radha Kachal Naran, thank you very much for your time and your presence here. Sanjoy Roy, thank you very, very much for your presence and your participation in this panel. Thank you, Veronique, for doing the honors, and thank you, Samit, for moderating this session. And ladies and gentlemen, I now hand you over to Angela Rubello, the host for the next few sessions of the Day 1 convention at Imagine 2023. Please put your hands together and welcome Angela Rubello, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Gitika, everybody, an industry veteran and an amazing human being. Can I hear a louder round of applause, everyone? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can I get a bigger good afternoon? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. I'm your host, Angela Rubello, and welcome to Imagine 2023. It is truly an honor to be a part of Imagine. And I want to say that today we are here to celebrate endless possibilities and the incredible power of imagination with event industry professionals like you, who are also the movers and shakers of the event industry. So my question is, are we ready for the sessions today? Yes? Okay, so I was told that Angela, today we got to warm everybody up. And usually in any event, I'm always given a brief, right? Whether it's a conference, the awards night, it's a gala dinner. What is the brief the MC gets that keep the event engaging? Yeah? Any more, sir? Can I get a brief from you right now? Yes, sir? Exciting, short and sweet. Any more? Yes? Engaging, yes. Okay. So now you're on the other side, and I have been given a task to make sure that we are trending online. Okay? So firstly, I can see a lot of serious faces. Can I get a big smile on your faces? Yes? Thank you. I would want to request everybody to please stand up just for a minute, everyone. Hi? Yes? Okay. So what we're going to do is a quick task. Every table over here, whether you're from east, west, north, south of the country, we unite at this space called Imagine 2023. I want you all to take your phones out. One person at each table, take your phone out. And you have to get me the best selfie right now, okay? Every table. And your task is to make sure the selfie is fun, interesting, and it has the best branding of Eema, okay? Make sure your selfie has Eema in it. And when you post it online, it has to have the hashtag Eema Imagine 2023, okay? Let me see those selfies behind as well. Yes? Come on, you gotta make it more interesting. I give you the permission to stand on your chairs. Now make sure you are tagging Eema online, hashtag Imagine 2023. And if you tag me, Angela Ribello, you get extra points, extra bonus, okay? Make sure you tag me because I'm the judge of this selfie, all right? Okay, this table has united here, all right? Make sure this goes online right now, okay? We got to trend today, everyone. That's not fair. We know there's a part of 3 selfies today. All right, everybody, take your seats again. Thank you so much for participating. I've seen some really interesting selfies coming out here, there. Very well. Take your seats, everyone. Thank you so much. Make sure you post it online, and we got to see that, and we'll be announcing the winner in the evening. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for our very first session today. And let me have the honor for introducing to you Gary Hofstadter. Well, while speaking to Gary, he told me that, Angela, I have been a part of so many industries, right from being a Swiss banker to being a chief investment officer to being a pilot, serving the military, and then entering the world of marketing before he started his journey as a light art innovator. So it was really an honor to meet Gary because he's going to come here and share what inspires him to make our world luminous. So ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, please welcome Gary Hofstadter, our light art innovator. He's come with a bag. Well, while speaking to him, I asked him, what about India? He said, I love India. I love the chicken tandoori, so make sure you feed him that, okay? Give it up for him, everybody.
Thank you, thank you. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm from Switzerland. My name is Gary. I work with light. Samit is a very smart man. He told me, can you do the presentation now because you work with light? You are fast, light speed, so I will do a presentation with light speed to catch up time. What is this? This is my gift for you. I brought it from Switzerland. What is imaginations? In your head. So Angela told you to stand up. I will do the same, but it's very important for this session. I tell you when. First, I would like you, I'm just showing what you have to do. When you're standing up, I tell you, breathe out. You breathe out. You stay 3-4 seconds. I will open this. And when I'm telling you breathe in, you close your eyes and you breathe in, and I will tell you what you will see in your imaginations. Okay? Trust me. Stand up, please. Please, everyone. It's your gift. All right. On 1, 2, 3, everyone breathe out. 1, 2, 3. Breathe in. Close your eyes. You see a snowy mountain in Switzerland, full of blue sky, green trees on the bottom, cold, fresh air. You can open your eyes again. So what is this? Please sit down. Thank you. Imaginations. Air without imaginations is just air. Light, you can see the light, but light without colors is just light. Everyone, animals, plants, people, nature, fish, water, everyone needs light. What is India for me? India is the land of light and the land of colors. Your country is for me the light tower for the world, how we should live together, how we should cultivate the people among each other. So I heard about this wedding. What are the most two biggest power of people? Being human. This is passion. With passion you can do everything. Second, love. With love you can do everything. Love gets everything. So choosing India as the worldwide wedding place for love gives an incredible power to India, which makes India incredible. Sounds logic. What I'm doing, I have different professions. Some here ask me, tell a little bit how you work, what you do. It's very easy. I have imaginations. How my imaginations are coming into my mind. First, I travel a lot, 87 countries, 3,000 missions the last 30 years. I met so many peoples, from president, kings, captains, Inuits, Swiss people, Indian people. And everyone lives on that planet. We have only one planet. We have only one climate. We have the glaciers, the water, the animals, the tigers. If we are able to protect the tigers honestly, with passion, we can protect everything on our planet. So light is hope. Colors are joy of life. This is India. I'm very honored to be here tonight and talk and show you what I'm doing. I will present you now, to get the introduction, what can be done. There are 2 sentences. People are saying everything is possible. Other people are saying, what they are saying? Nothing is impossible. So it's an attitude of thinking. And my philosophy is, I do what my heart is telling me, what my passion is telling me. If you have a vision, and the vision goes into your heart, then you have to do it. because you have all the powers, the know-how, the financing, the permissions, everything will come together. But the vision and the passion brings the power. And if you love what you do, you will enlighten people. You are the event people. Our world is so crazy, distressed. You give to all the people a certain limited time of joy, of happiness, of peace. Without you, there will be darkness. It's not just a saying, it's a truth. So take the advantage of your enlightened spirit to be in the imagination industry and make people happy for a moment. And it probably for a lot of people will be the best moment in life. First, I'm working like this. I have a projector or several projectors. I have a vision, a plan, education, money, permission. Then I go mandated by clients, government, whatever, or I go on my own and I try to do messages, you can believe it or not, on icebergs, pyramids, mountains, whatever, to bring messages out which hits the media for billions of reach outs around the world, and no one is paying $1 to get to the media with my messages. And the making of this is so hard that sometimes, dangerous situation for the team and myself. But I can tell you the secret of my job is, because we are so passionate and we know a lot of things, we do also the films about these expeditions. We always get in and we get out because we have a plan, like you. But the secret is, the nature sometimes is so bad for normal people, in normal circumstances. We survived storms, 250 kilometers, avalanches, helicopter crashes, underwater tsunamis, hitting an iceberg, breaking the boat by trying to project the Titanic in original size on iceberg for the 100 years. So this is what you can do and what you experience, and it makes you stronger. The projector, the money, the permission, and then we go. I paint, design the slides, and this is actually the treasure of my job. Special messages, special design or pictures on places where no one is going to be. And this catched by photos and film goes back around the world. As less people can see what I'm doing, as more happy I am on the spot, but as more crazy, heartful, sensitive the messages are. So I would like to say, let's go for the first film. It takes about 50 minutes, but it's explaining everything. Have fun.
The Earth, a complex system of water, ice, rocks, sand, and trees. On this extraordinary planet, a community began. Different cultures evolved, and some died out. The growing population asked for communication to enable everybody to understand everybody. Conveying messages is one of the most important parts of life for any individual. And in this fast-moving world, the question came up how a message can be designed in such a way that it can be transmitted to other parties so that this message is seen, has an impact, and triggers the expected reaction of the audience. There is one man who came up with the idea that the solution would be light in combination with art. Gary Hofstetter from Switzerland. His vision is to put messages onto monuments, buildings, and landscapes with pictures and graphics for a short moment. With his utmost passion for life, people, and nature, Hofstetter believes that this artful form of communication is the most effective way to deliver a highly emotional message directly to the heart of the people on our planet. With an unparalleled drive and amazing endurance, he travels around the world, trusting his education and vast experience, no matter how inhospitable the environment and forbidding the terrain, so as to transform monuments and landmarks into temporary light art sculptures.
My first thought when I heard about this mission was, yes, this is what I want to do.
Yes, we are now taking off Pier 7 and we know that the tow is on our left side.
This will be great. This will be exciting. It will be a big show. It will be very dramatic down by the icebergs in the night with a sling, open doors. Big show, big timing, and big teamwork.
Passionate. Celine, his light art team, and his film and photo team, sometimes even under heavy pressure and quite dangerous conditions, to successfully light up the messages mandated by companies and institutions. The power of the pictures and creativity of concept make the messages comprehensible to everyone across the globe.
Tonight, I would like you to learn to listen with your eyes.
Gary says there are three things that all people on our planet can understand without knowing the language of the other person: light, colors, and music. Gary's and Celine's craftsmanship of light art communication is the fastest and most emotional tool to bring a message to people in business and art.
sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour.
Washington is said to have said to the troops, for God's sakes, whatever you do, stay by your commanding officers. He knew he had one shot.
So the Wright brothers chose this location in 1900 for the wind, sand, and privacy. It was the perfect location to do their experiments.
About these two brothers, we discovered, that's the reason why we selected that place, they have roots of Switzerland.
One of the interesting connections to Switzerland is the 20 millimeter Oerlikon anti-aircraft gun.
And one of the most historical landmarks in our history was obviously the Monetary Conference of 1944. The room we're actually sitting in is the Gold Room. And this is the location where all the major delegates came, sat down, and signed off on the Bretton Woods Conference papers. We created the World Bank, which Switzerland has been a part of for celebrating, I believe, their 25th anniversary as part of the IMF. And so the significance of this property is truly international. So we have international guests that come here, not only because of the heritage of the economic conference, but also because of it is a glorious, iconic New England resort.
I think the contribution of NASA and the contribution of the astronauts is one of solving technical problems for sure, but also helping to bring people together. And more importantly, as you've probably seen in many of the monuments that you visit in your tours, we have generations of children that are coming, and we'd like to encourage them to perhaps take on challenges that they would not imagine they can do.
The University of Iowa is a leader in healthcare, both in the provision of healthcare and healthcare education. We have a College of Dentistry, a College of Nursing, and of course our College of Medicine.
It's a program that brings together writers from all around the world, writers from every continent, 1,500 writers from 150 countries over the last 50 or so years. We call it the United Nations of Writers.
Is this heaven? It's Iowa. It's quite official what you're doing here.
The water power from St. Anthony Falls, starting in the 19th century, provided the energy for lumber mills and later the flour mills that built the city. Minneapolis became the flour milling capital of the world when it broke into the European market, starting in 1879. Minneapolis flour was going all over the world. The peak year for Minneapolis milling production was during World War I, when Europe was ravaged by war and was having a hard time, feeding its citizens.
Scottsbluff National Monument was established in December of 1919, not only to protect the geologic features of the bluff, but also the paleontological features and the California-Oregon Trail and Pony Express Trail that passed right through this area. And you're actually connecting the physical features of the park to a historic frame of reference with the art itself too. And it's interesting. It's very interesting.
White is hope, and colours are joy of life. Always.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So you see, a little team, visions, imaginations, and off you go. I was a special force captain in the Swiss Mountain Army, combat search and rescue, operation behind enemy lines, how to get pilots out. With this, I learned to guide and to plan, and again to guide. You have to guide your missions, you have to guide your events. If you don't give the feeling that you have it under control and you don't guide the visions and your client, it's no passion. Don't do it, okay? So, you have seen now with light, especially in the USA, we are going through all 50 states, with light art projections you can bring the history, the culture, alive to a monument, environmental friendly, very romantic, dramatic, you can change your messages within seconds. It's just perfect. And people can take photos and the media love it. Now, Summit asked me, can you tell us just a little bit how you made the tiger on Eiger? It's the biggest artwork in the world, 5.3 kilometers large. It took me 1 year, 22 times to do it. I needed, the day before I wanted to do it, fresh snowfall. Then, the next day, wind from the north, from Russia and Europe, it's cold, so the snow will freeze. When this wind is coming about 10 times a year, then we know the snow will freeze and the pollution is out in the air. We'll give good pictures. Then I wanted to have the Milky Way on the right place, right off the nose of the tiger. Then the full moon is not good, and less moon is, black moon is not good. So the moon had to be on the same time, about 17 to 22% of its size, and going down in the west in the morning at 4 o'clock. So all these combinations together. Okay, this is know-how, experience. And then you will see on the picture, I had to call the mayor of the village Grindelwald. They have no money, so they have the old street lamps, which are orange. I had to tell him, switch on during the night the street light, because this orange light will enlight the mountains, a little bit of orange, and it will help to bring the tiger orange. So I'm using always the nature. Bad circumstances, you can always turn to positive. That's India, isn't it? So after 22 times, we made it. And why this tiger was created? Because my government, Switzerland, asked me 1 year before the Winter Olympic Games in China, Beijing, Gary, what can you contribute to these Olympic Games? I told my government, actually stupid to do Winter Games in a city like Beijing. Winter Games had to be in the mountains. But I know 22nd of February last year, 3 days before the Winter Olympic Games will start, there will be the Chinese Year of the Tiger. No one thought about this. So I said, okay, let's do this and bring the tiger, the biggest tiger in the world, around the world. And I wish with the media text, all the participants, they should fight like tigers for the medals. But actually I have done this to save the tigers. I told you, if we can save the tigers passionate, then we can say everything in our world. It went around the world 5 billion times. I was so proud to that tiger, that your tiger helped me to showcase this to the world. Can we have the second film? It goes 1 minute. Then you see how we made it. Thank you. Second film. Position ist aber perfekt um die Übergänge. Frank, loslegen. Los, Foto. Thank you. Tiger is living in India and 12 other countries. Save it and we can save the world. Okay, 6 more minutes. I have a presentation, 12 pictures. We go light speed. Presentation on, please. Every one of you, every person in the world is a lamp with oil. When you are born, someone switched on the light. You don't know how much oil you have in your lamp. Use it every day like it's the last oil you're using. No one knows how long your light is shining. So your light should shine for other people and shine out from yourself. Then you are living. During COVID, I was living 5 weeks on the bottom of Matterhorn with my wife, Barbara. She's here, thank you. And we projected every night a flag of a nation who was badly affected by COVID. This went around the globe. It was a solidarity campaign from Switzerland. It went around the world 4 billion times. Everyone was able to watch it from home to the webcams in the skiing region. And this was your evening. That's another position from another photographer. And you were the only country I projected always, every night, once, hope in English. You were the only country I took your language to do this, because I love India. Really, that's no bullshit. When we went to the Arctic last year, because I'm a fan of India, I took this bird on an iceberg. I know exactly that you know this bird, isn't it? My English is not so good. I call this picture Eyes of the Tiger. We were waiting 2 days on a boat till the sunset will get the same color like the tiger, because I knew when the weather will be warmer, it changed, the sunset will be more orange the next day. That was when the Queen passed away. The palace asked me in England, can you do something very stylish? Everyone is doing portraits on mugs and mouse pads and these things. I said, okay. She's meeting her husband who died 1 year ago. I will project her. I have time, 24 hours. I checked the weather forecast in the embassy in Bern in Switzerland. I said, hey, I have in 24 hours a situation which is never going to be again in 500 years. The full moon will be so low behind the mountains, he will project like a beamer. The fog will come out of the grass because it's hot and it was raining the day before, but we have bad weather coming in from the west, and this humidity air will bring fog. So this comes up, this comes down, it will give me a screen, humidity air for about 10 minutes with the full moon, 11 o'clock at night, to do a projections 2 kilometers large, smiling queen holding the hands of her husband who is waiting her, and the picture was called Traveling to the Stars. This you know now. And there is a mountain in India, Nanda Devi, exactly the same shape, but half the size. Art is tourism. 45,000 years ago, they founded the first art in the world in Indonesia, on an island, a pinky pork in a cave. Only art will survive on planet. Believe me, between 45,000 years from back, they founded nations, kingdoms, emperors, war, disease, everything. But art is the most efficient, peaceful instrument to express in these different cultures, per region, time zones, heat, cold, whatever, how we live together. That's the reason I was so happy to hear this morning about this wedding concept. Make India the best, greatest place for wedding, for love. Then you get the power and you make people happy. India, the land of light and colors. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Jerry Hofstadter.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, illuminating our planet one art at a time. Give it up for Gary Hofstadter one more time. Gary, I think each one of us seated here is completely blown by what you bring to our planet. It's just incredible. I would like to invite Ritu Rana, Director Sales, Western Power and Marriott Executive Apartments, to please join me on stage for presenting a token of appreciation. Gary, you know, I heard something very amazing when I met Gary before. He told me he's always been fascinated with India, yeah? And he wanted to come to India when you were about 10 years old, and you decided that's when you wanted to come to India, but you wanted to wait for some time. Why was that? All right.
Hello, hello. Yes.
Yes.
I knew India is so strong with this old culture, and everything, I heard it also this morning, lays out from India around the world. So I knew if I'm not going to be too very strong to come here, I will be lost. So the first time I entered to India to work was actually last year.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in once again, ladies and gentlemen. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Have a great event, Imaginations. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Gary for you. A brilliant mind and a brilliant heart as well. And now we move on to our next session, a world of Bonvoy, and we have our speakers coming on stage. Please give it up for Monisha Diwan, VP Sales and Distribution, Marriott International South Asia, and Hemanda Tenedi, General Manager, Western Poway Lake and Marriott Executive Apartment, to please join us on stage. It's going to be a very interesting session about Eema and the partnership that we hold with Bonvoy. Join us, please.
Shooting through every degree, around the world, and the trip begins with a kiss.
Over 30 hotel brands around the world. Discover more with Marriott Bonvoy.
Hello, hello, yes. Good afternoon, everyone. We are between you and lunch, so we'll make it short. You know, it's very difficult, it's pressure to match this session between what we just saw Jerry present and lunch. So we're going to keep it very, very short. You know, right from the morning, we have been hearing one word, celebration. So a lot of us were discussing as to how we feel today. As the general manager of this hotel, I just feel very happy. I'm happy, I'm elated. It's just an occasion for us to celebrate an industry which spends tireless hours celebrating others. All of us in this room spend all our lives, all our professional lives in making sure that we make others' celebration a grand success. And I think today we are all gathered here to celebrate that very fact. And I think that itself calls for a big round of applause. Thank you for all that you do. I just have one request to make, if we can, it's a request. Turn to the person next to you and tap on his or her shoulder and say thank you for what you do. Just a big thank you for what you do. If you want to hug each other, go ahead. I know there have been a lot of hugs around. But just a big thank you to each one of you for what you do, because I do not think as an industry, the recognition, and Samit spoke about this, the recognition that we deserve, we're still fighting for it, and we need to be sort of celebrating this and doing this much more. We are honored, and I'm truly honored to host and be a venue partner and hospitality partner for this event. Anything that we can do to support you over the next 2 days, we hope that each one of you who are staying with us will have a good stay with us. We will do our best to extend all the hospitality that we can and basically have a great night. I know we have 2 great evenings planned after the sessions. I just want all of us to let our hairs down, enjoy ourselves, and celebrate ourselves, celebrate our success. Honestly, that's all I had. I don't know why it was called a session. I was just wanting to thank all of you and take this opportunity honestly to say a big thank you. I'm going to hand over to Monisha, my colleague who handles sales and distribution for the entire region, to say a few words. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Eamon. Thank you so much. I'm going to move a little back because there's so much of light coming straight on my face. Big thank you to each and every one of you. Like Hemant mentioned, we thought this is just a thank you session, and this is what it is. South Asia, I mean, this is a region which, of course, India is a part of the South Asia Marriott region. On behalf of each and every one of our hotels in the country, which in India we have 140, we would like to thank each and every one of you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for everything that you do. Like Hemant mentioned, we are between lunch and right now, so not a very nice time. I can see that each and every one of you must be wanting to run out quickly. But big thank you. I would just like to, of course, mention, because as Hemant said, my designation does carry sales and distribution, so I cannot go off this stage without telling you that when we were doing the G20, the government also told us that Marriott as a brand has the maximum number of conference venue with more than 7,000 square feet. So I just have to mention this. This is not something that I am saying. This is work which was done. And they said that in India, we do have the largest number of conferencing, more than 7,000 square feet attached to our hotels. So big thank you. We are there to support you. You will meet a lot of our associates and partners during the day. If there's anything, we'll be more than happy to hear from you, anything that we can do to improve our services. That's why we are here. And Hemant, to something that you said, I completely agree. This is a room full of people who create dreams and memories. So huge thank you, big thank you to each and every one of you for these awesome memories that you create. And thank you so much for housing those memories in our hotels. So thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a great afternoon and the next 2 days ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Request you to please stay back. Requesting our partners to please stay back. Join us back, please. Thank you. Requesting Tony, our Eema member from Chandigarh, to please join us on stage for the felicitation. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, a big round of applause for them. Thank you. so very much. Thank you. Yes. All right, on that note, we open for lunch right now. We see you back here. We have a very, very, very interesting day and a lineup ahead. So see you back here post-lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
सफर में रहे हम सफर खुशियों के पल है चुराना सफर सफर में रहे हम सफर अभी तो दूर हमको जाना
Come explore Odisha by road.
खोले अपनी बाहें कुदरत के मीठे राज चल इनको गले लगाएं सफर सफर में रहे हम सफर खुशियों के पल है चुराना सफर सफर में रहे हम सफर अभी तो दूर हमको जाना
India's best kept secret.
अनजानी सी राहें खोले अपनी बाहें कुदरत के मीठे राज चल इनको गले लगाए सफर सफर में रहे हम सफर अभी तो दूर हमको जाना
Come explore Odisha by road.
अनजानी सी राहें खोले अपनी बाहें कुदरत के मीठे राज चल इनको गले लगाएं सफर सफर में रहे हम सफर खुशियों के पल है चुराना सफर सफर में रहे हम सफर अभी तो दूर हमको जाना
Come explore Odisha by road.
अनजानी सी राहें खोले अपनी बाहें कुदरत के मीठे राज चल इनको गले लगाएं सफर सफर में रहे हम सफर खुशियों के पल है चुराना सफर सफर में रहे हम सफर अभी तो दूर हमको जाना
India's best kept secret.
अनजानी सी राहें खोले अपनी बाहें कुदरत के मीठे राज चल इनको गले लगाए सफर सफर में रहे हम सफर अभी तो दूर हमको जाना
Come explore Odisha by road.
अनजानी सी राहें खोले
You come to imagine, you experience it for every day, every minute.
All segments of the industry have to get together, all sizes of people have to get together and get inspired. And that's the idea behind Imagine 23.
दूसरे से करते हैं प्यार हम, एक दूसरे के लिए बेकरार हम, एक दूसरे के वास्ते मरना पड़े तो है तैयार हम. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Imagine 2023, and we hope that you have a rocking time ahead. Thank you for being here.
Oh, what fun it was. Once again, make some noise. All right, so we're ready to start, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to begin with a lovely energizer. Of course, this is post-lunch. So let's get you to do something fun here. And we have Alok and his team here. Alok has been doing team building and energizers for the past 10 years. He's a TEDx speaker as well. So make some noise for Alok! Come on, everyone!
I think we're checking the mic. Hello? Yeah, great. I'm here. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Angela, for a great introduction. I was kind of thinking how to start this session post-lunch. Generally, after lunch, we all feel a little sleepy, but the video which you just showed energized me as well before I do any energizer. Now, the interesting part is here that we do a lot of work for your customers in their events, and you take us there, where we energize them, we do engagement with them, but getting to stand in a stage here where everybody from the community is here and to check whether we can engage together or not. So let me ask, since the morning, did you guys learn something? Yes? Yeah? Did you have fun? Right? A lot of fun? Okay, fantastic. Now the question is, for us to start, this is a great place where a lot of people sitting together know each other. Yes? We know each other, some of us? But another reality, guys, a lot of us also do not know the others on other table. And that's why, because we keep working with each other, we keep complementing each other. Either somebody is our customer or our vendor. It's so important to learn about each other. And that's what we will do. We will open up a gate where we can know more about each other in the room. So are you ready for that? Fantastic. I'm getting one yes from one corner, and I'm so happy for that. All right. Okay, but I need to check one thing. Do we engage people a lot of ways, but one of the things is the high energy. Let me ask, do we have energy in this room right now? Wow, you know, your audio and video is actually not matching. There is a lot of variation, but I can actually do a test and see if there is an energy. So we'll do a very interesting activity right now to check the energy in a very special way. It is called the orchestra. This is the same orchestra where one person orchestrates and others kind of play their tracks. So we start in a very special way. We treat everybody in this room as columns. So my first two tables here two tables, and everybody behind these two tables. Can you raise your hands? Everybody behind these two tables. You become my first group over here, first group. The second table and the third table and everybody behind becomes the second group. Can you raise your hands? The second group. And the last two tables and everybody behind become the third group. Fantastic, you're getting it. Now, I'm going to give you a track and we will do something together. That's the first group performance. Are you guys ready? Okay, now it is called the Lala group. Okay? And the track is, I'm going to say something, just follow me. Sing with me. It goes like this. La la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Fantastic. Round of applause for this group over here. Guys, keep practicing. I'll come back to you now after some time. Coming to the second two, you have a very important tune. And this tune requires a lot of attitude as well. It can't be sung without an attitude. It goes like this. It's like the Ooh La La group here. Two of you. Sing with me. Goes like this. Ooh La La, Ooh La La. Ooh La La, Ooh La La. La 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 la. A great round of applause for that performance. Now I've censored the rest of the part for obvious reasons. Going to the last two over here. The last two. Now, this gang, this two column, last one, we are all Salman Khan fans, right? We'll do something what Salman Khan does. Okay, we are not taking off the shirts. We're just going to do something special, right? What do we do is that, show me both your hands like this. Everybody can see me. Should I go back on stage? I go back on stage, okay. The power pose. Okay, everybody. Now you can see me. All the tables in bend. Now we do a slow motion right now and we go ahead faster. So go towards your right and goes like this. Dhinka chika, dhinka chika, dhinka chika, dhinka chika, and center. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. Now we go faster, right? Everybody together. Dhinka chika, dhinka chika, dhinka chika, dhinka chika. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. Fantastic round of applause for this group as well. Now that was just the training. We're going to perform now. I'll point my hand towards your gang and you do your tune and track and we'll see who goes best. Let this community show the world what we are capable of when it comes to engagement. Are you guys ready? All right, goes with the first column. La. Louder. Yes. Fantastic. Everybody. La 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 la, and here you go. La 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 la, and the Salman Khan fans. And the Lala boys and girls. Together, every table. La la, and here you go. Together. Wow, here you go. Louder. Give yourself a big round of applause, everybody. Wow. Fantastic. Love the energy, love the build-up which is happening in the room. And let me tell you something very interesting. This is the time, as I said, if we know more people in the room, that is a great asset because everybody is capable to do so much, deliver so much, and network so much. So what we'll do is do something called international handshake. Now, before I do the handshake, let me tell you a story. So I don't live in Mumbai. I come from Gurgaon. And I came today itself. So I came to the Mumbai airport in the morning. And I actually got a great experience. My luggage took a little longer to come. And I got time to meet new people and network with them. So what happened is that I was kind of going around in the airport in that area, trying to meet different people, new people. And that's when actually I stumbled upon and I met a very old man. Come with me on the stage. Yeah, here you go. Here you go. What's your name?
Argun.
Argun, come. He's going to not be the old man. He can pretend to be the old man, yes? All right, please come with me over here. All right, here you go. Okay, you're Argun, right? Yes. So I met this old guy on the stage, in the airport, not on the stage, okay? And I saw him very interesting, and I said, okay, let me be friends with him. So I went and say, hey, but you know what? He refused to shake my hand. Come forward. He refused to shake my hand. I said, okay, how do I know you? How do I know you? I want to shake hands with you, know more about you. He said that I'm coming from Kerala. Kerala, guys. And I'm a fisherman from Kerala. And we fishermen have a very unique way of shaking hands. Let me show you how. So we stand like a little far away, yeah? Extend our hands like this, extend further. Now we wag it like a fishtail. Everybody can see this? We wag it like a fishtail and we gently tap on the forearms, yeah, gently. And now it does not stop there. We look into each other's eyes. Yeah, we only look, we do not stare, okay? And we give a compliment. Gun, you have a nice shirt today.
Thank you.
My compliment, please.
You have a nice shirt too.
Nice t-shirt too, thank you so much. Argun, thank you. Round of applause, you can join us back over there. This was just the demo, ladies and gentlemen. What we are going to do, I'm going to blow the whistle. We'll stand up from where we are sitting. We go in the room, find 3 different people. Somebody you do not know, preferably. Do a fisherman handshake and give a compliment to each other. Everybody do on a count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Go! Wow, what a handshake, what an energy. The best part was a lot of us had a very new kind of handshake. They were going very fast on numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, very, very fast, as if they have to do some targets. And some of us were pretty sorted. They were just standing and doing a very relaxed handshake. क्या करा रहे हैं lunch के बाद आज यहाँ पे? Right? Both were happening. But did you guys got some compliments? We got compliments, fantastic. Not many compliments? More, lot, great. Now, what happened is that I said, okay, great, thanks to my fishermen, and I thought, let me kind of walk ahead and go and find more people. And that is exactly when I was walking, I actually ended up meeting a very, very strong man. Can you please come over here? Yes. What is your name, sir?
Sukhad.
Shukhas, round of applause for Sukhat. Please, Sukhat, come with me on the stage. I got a strong man and I said, okay, wow. Now, this looks like an influential guy here in Mumbai. And no, we don't need that, right? And I thought, let me meet Sukhat, right? And I said, I went for a handshake, of course. He refused to shake my hand. I said, Sukhat, how do I know you? He said, look, I'm coming from Telangana, all right? And Telangana has a lot of forest, but you can't cut the forest. I'm the only one who got a contract to cut forest. I'm a lumberjack. Everybody knows what a lumberjack is? Lumberjack cut the trees, right? I'm a lumberjack. I cut trees for a living. We lumberjacks have a very special way of shaking hands. All eyes here. Let's bring our hands like this. We lock our hands. Now we do not play the thumb wrestling. We hold our own thumb. And then we saw and saw and saw and saw. And it does not stop here. We give a compliment. You are really strong.
Yeah.
And what about me?
You are really smart.
I'm smart. Thank you so much. I'll tell this to my wife. Thank you so much. Please join us back and round of applause for the demo, guys. This one is the next one. Now we get up and try to meet different people, at least 4 of them. Do the lumberjack handshake and give a compliment. Everybody stand up and move. Come on, everybody. Lumberjack. round of applause, everyone. What a cutting of the tree. You know, some of us got so moved by the action, we were determined to cut the whole tree down. Full niche tak kata tree ko, but some were very sorted. We were not cutting the trees. We were very, very environment friendly. We were making soups together in the circle, very, very peacefully. But were you getting compliments this time? Compliments, yes? Fantastic. You know what happened? I said, great, I got 2 people. Let me go check my baggage. I was about to reach to the belt area, very, very close to that place. Exactly that's when I spotted a pretty young lady. Ma'am, can you please come? Yeah, it's just a demo. Well, I want a lady for a demo. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, can you come, please? All right. All are pretty young ladies, please. What is your name? Jogi? Okay, Jogini, please come on the stage. Jyoti. Wonderful, sorry. Okay, I met Jyoti and I saw her. The first thing that came to my mind, I said, Jyoti, I've seen you somewhere. Now, that's a very cheesy line to say to a girl, but yeah, I meant it because I really meant it. And she said, of course, yes. I said, oh my God, what I'm missing now? I don't recall further. He said, okay, I'll make it easy for you. Jyoti said, I'm from Mumbai, and I'm an actress in Mumbai, and we actresses in Mumbai have a very unique way of shaking hands. Let me show you how. Let's come in the front. So we face each other. We join our hands like this. Now we pretend that there is a coconut tree between us. Okay? Now you go towards your left looking out for me, not now, and I do the reverse 3 times like this. 1, that side, 2, 3, and then suddenly the tree disappears. We see each other and we say, Ayla! Yeah, can we do again? Once again, everybody, watch this demo, right? 1, 2, 3, and Ayla! Round of applause for Jyoti, guys. Thank you so much. You can join us back. This is what we are going to do now. The last one, that we have to go get 3 different people to the Bollywood handshake and give a compliment right now. Everybody, let's do it. Everybody, come on. 3 different people. Let's do it, guys. Wow, so much Ayla, so much love in the room. The best part was the compliments coming, and the best part was some very romantic people, those who chose not to go to the other side, but the same side every time. 1 and 2, and so much love. Give yourself a big round of applause, everybody. And the last thing I would like to say, how many of you got compliments today? Raise your hands, please. Yes? And did you love getting those compliments? You know, that's the message I'm going to leave you with. We love getting compliments, but we adults sometimes lack giving compliments. So let's go out in the world, give more compliments to our team, to people we work with, to our customers. This would be a great place. Thank you so much. That's my time. Thanks a lot. Over to you, Angela.
Thank you so much, Alok, for energizing everybody. Please give it up for Alok here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for our next session. It's a beautiful one. We're going to get real people with real stories, and they will inspire us. It is our key Eema members who are going to come on stage and tell us stories of how they scaled their business to the next level. So please give it up as we welcome on stage Mr. Daryl Sheldon, Director 77. Come on! I like that. Yay! Yeah, you gotta give me some of that. You gotta give me some of that swag. Oh yeah, oh yeah. All right. Please give it up for Debanshu Das Gupta, Director, Straight Line Solutions. Make some noise. welcoming Amanveer Singh, Managing Director at 10 Events. We have Mr. Himanshu Anand, Director at Brandwidth Events. Make some noise. Hello. And to moderate this session and bring these stories alive on stage, we have our very own Ankur Kalra, founder and CEO at Wipgear Group. Give it up for him. With that, over to my panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoyed this session. There are a lot of takeaways. Ankur, over to you.
Thank you so much, Angela, for that lovely introduction. And guys, thank you for being here. It's a post-lunch session, and post-lunch sessions are always tough to get attendance to. So thank you all for being here and listening to us. So I've got a lovely panel of people with me, and I hope to spend the next half an hour trying to unravel some of the stories of success that these gentlemen have had. All of these gentlemen are people from within us who've really been able to scale their businesses and been able to achieve great milestones while keeping it real, while sharing their success stories with everybody. So what I will do is I will request each one of them to first spend 2 minutes giving you an introduction about themselves and their organizations, and then we'll get into the next step of the journey. So, Daryl, may I start with you? It's okay. You're the biggest in the room.
Oldest.
No, biggest I said.
Biggest. Okay. Very good afternoon. Like Ankur said, it's great to have a turnout.
Sorry, guys, a round of applause for Daryl Shelton, please.
Thank you. So my name is Daryl Shelton. I'm one of the co-founders of the 77 Entertainment Group. It's a group, integrated marketing solution group, which is encompassing of events, travel, experiences, studios, and a lot of other services over there. We'll talk about it a little more on the way forward.
No, Daryl, you have 2 to 3 minutes. Talk about a little bit about your organization. How many partners are you? What kind of work do you do? Give a little bit of a glimpse into those who don't know you. I'm sure most of the people in the room do, but
Sure.
those who don't, just give a glimpse, please.
Sure. So we founded the company with 3 business partners. 2 other partners, Aditya Mehra and Manoj Goplani, which we floated the company in 2002. And we kind of grew the business from different verticals to actually try to be where we are today. So we acquired a wedding company. We went into travel in 2008. We further went into the merchandising business in 2010. Further went into creating a studio which creates content and animation and various other businesses out there. We are based out of Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore. We have an office in Dubai, and I recently started the business in Sydney. So I've moved to Sydney 2 years ago to kind of expand the business for us in that geographic location. So that's predominantly what we've been doing for the last 22 odd years.
Fabulous. And I will ask you why your company is 77 later.
Okay.
Himanshu, can we move to you, please? Please introduce yourselves to the entire house.
Hi, I'm Himanshu. I run Brandwidth Events, and we have a vertical called TaylorMade, which does weddings. We started the company in about 2009. We've had an interesting journey. It started off with 2 individuals as the primary partners, and then we moved on to me joining in 2012, and then we have another 2, so we're totally about 5 now, in 2014. And over the last 14 years, of course, what we've shifted to is from just being an activation company to introducing events, building a solid events vertical, to delving into a little bit of the government side and festivals, and finally the weddings. So that's pretty much what we do in terms of work. We're present in Delhi and Bombay. Yeah, I mean, that's been our journey pretty much.
Thank you, Himanshu. Aman, over to you.
Thank you, Ankur.
So I'm Amanveer Singh. We come with a brand called 10 Events and Entertainment. We initiated our company in 2008. We started from a regular event management company for corporate business. Got into some governmental business, tried our hands there, and virtually now ended up to be specializing in weddings and social business, which has become morely 60% of our business presently. Remaining 40 gets split over the government and a little bit of corporate, whichever comes through tendering processes. And we parallelly operate an infrastructure company, which we grew into, which is related to events, and also are into medium-sized banqueting businesses. Like we have about 5 banquets of our own, which are operating in economical scale, majorly in Delhi and Haryana region, which is closer to us.
Thanks, Aman. And Didi, please introduce yourself.
Hi everyone. Debangshu.
Fondly
I run a
known as
company
Didi.
called. First of all, thank you so much for listening. This is my first Imagine. So this is the first time I came to Imagine. Thank you so much for and I'm little tensed because so many stalwarts are sitting in front of me. Actually, those you all are my dream, in fact. So thank you so much. I ran a company called Straight Line. I'm out and out a media guy in my profession. In 1999, I started my career with a company called Statesman newspaper. Those days, Then I joined with the Times of India. I was there for some time. Then I joined ABP as a, I used to look after the brands and in a sales division. But I had a dream that, the day I do not feel like going to office anymore, I will quit. And I told that to my boss also, that if I do not feel like coming to office tomorrow morning, so I will not come to office. So that's how I started my journey. One fine morning, I called my boss, that's it, period. I'm not coming to office anymore because I want to start my own. So that's how, we started. Initially, it was a huge, huge challenge, no doubt about it. But one thing I always, try to do it because, whatever I see or plan, we wanted to achieve that with a very, mathematical way or with some certain principles. So that's why we have been doing good job, and consistently we are working. That's the good part of it. But mostly it's all because of my team, and my beautiful wife is also sitting here. She was with also, Times of India. She joined me.
Can we give it up for his wife, please?
Yeah. So one Kasturi joined my business, actually doubled. This is a message to all of you. If you want to take your wife into your business gonna be double for sure. So that's about me.
Thank you, Didi. And before we move further, a little bit about me. I run a company called Vibgyor in Delhi, Bombay, and Bangalore. I started my career with Wizcraft in 1996, joined Star TV, and started my company Vibgyor in 2002. And we are into corporate events, activations, exhibitions, etc., the entire all-round. That's my story. I work as treasurer in the National Executive Council of Eema. So guys, I want this session to be a little more interactive. I want it to be casual. I don't want it to be a Gyan session. And that's what I briefed my co-panelists. The idea of this session is to understand their journey, to understand their hits and misses, and for them to give 3 key takeaways to people who want to scale up their companies, their businesses from small to medium. We have a lot of sessions at Imagine where a lot of stalwarts are there, people who we aspire to be, but we know that we will never be them. This session is about real people and how they have scaled up their businesses. What are the things that they did in their journey that helped them? And what are the kind of points they can give to all of you to be able to grow your businesses as well. So now that each one of you has introduced yourself, I want to start with some hits and misses along your journey, things which shaped the destiny of your businesses and things which really pivoted you in the direction that has made you successful. So who would start? Himanshu. You have 2 minutes, and let's keep it casual. Let's be interactive, and let's give them insights which they wouldn't have known about you before this?
Thanks, Ankur. So I think when you talk about hits and misses, there have been pretty much, if I can count in the last 14 years, 3 pivotal points for us. As a small company, when we started out in 2009, first was when I came in, we delved into the events business. But at that point in time, as a team of 8 people, we were able to pull off a 290 city project. The only thing...
290?
Yeah, it was an activation over 90 days.
Wow.
But I think that
Which year was this?
This was 2013. But I think the key was, one of the key things that we've always kept in our business is collaboration. 8 people could have never done that, right? So that is something that was pivotal for us, because when we, as a small agency, were able to pick that business up, but collaborated with 9 other partners in different geographies, right? It was a complete transparent transaction where we were able to pull that off in 90 days. So that was one pivotal point for us, where we had the confidence saying that if we are collaborating right with people across our industry in different geographies, I don't have to be bothered about that I'm only 9 people. So that gave us the confidence, and that's where our journey of picking up bigger businesses came in. The second part of it came in when, a lot of times as business founders, we're trying to hold the entire organization to yourself. We went from 2 partners to 3 to 5. But we were never scared of, what's going to happen. In that period, in 2014, when 2 other partners joined in, Ranjit at that point was the CEO at Encompass, and Shantanu was heading GPJ out of Delhi. When they came in, we looked at it from a point of view that this is going to give me acceleration, because as a small company, what happens is I can't afford senior management, right? And the capability or the expansion becomes that much slower. But we took it in the manner that, hey, this is going to give me acceleration. And immediately, 2015, we were in Bombay. 17, we were in Bangalore. That was a critical point, because it gave us what would have taken us probably 5 years to do, trying to build the P&L, trying to have the money to hire senior resources, but giving away that equity, forming that group of individuals who were like-minded.
So you had 1 partner each in each of these cities heading the is this how it worked? Or
no, funnily, I've been the one who's been going and opening branches. They pick me up and say, okay, go to Bombay, go to Bangalore. So I've done 3 cities, but it so happened that that's the question, that's the next part of it. So in 2018 is when, now in that journey of 6 years from when I came to Brandwidth, we were now from 2 to 5, we realized that each of us can run a P&L. Now what, right? We can't be focused on one aspect. That's when we started deciding, saying that, okay, PSU government, because that's scale. Second was weddings, and how do we kind of bring in more revenue? That's when the 5 of us independently started focusing on one line of work. So we don't step on each other's toes, which is why a lot of people are asking me, saying, hey, 5 partners, how does it work?
Yeah, that's a really important point.
Yeah.
So each of you decided that this is your core competence and you will stick to it.
Absolutely. So in our current situation, for example, I've been focusing on a lot of the IPs and the festivals in the government. Shantanu sits out of Delhi, invariably is going to overlook the entire corporate piece. Shashank is one of the partners who is purely looking at the weddings. None of us even have a say in it beyond a point. Of course, we help each other, but that's it, right? And one of them is operations all across. And then leaves the 5th partner, who is now focusing on a lot of content and writing. And now is the next step, are we looking at what next, right? So to be able to, these were 3 pivotal points where acceleration to first realizing the power of collaboration within the industry really gave us the confidence as a small agency, saying that we don't have to shy back from doing things. And now, of course, running 3 revenue streams is something that we've been able to work around really easily.
Fantastic. Thank you, Manshu. Guys, please chip in wherever you need to. This is an interactive discussion. It's not a moderated session. And I'll get the audience in afterwards. Didi, you go next. Please tell us about your key milestones and what shaped your journey.
Okay. It's very important in my business, what I have seen over the 8 years. I think I'm the youngest here. So just 8 years of business, a long way to go.
Does everybody agree he's the youngest here?
Yeah.
No. Talking about in age.
Yeah, right. So, in terms of milestone, I would say, I remember when we started the company, initially, leaving a good job where I was taking a lot of shots for the executing big events, international events and all. But when we started my company, and I was all alone, and I started only, and I'm the founder director. My Didi is there with me. It's like a sleeping partner, but it's totally with us.
You've championed the business on your own without any actual partners on ground?
No, never. There was no partner. In fact, even today we are a 100% debt-free company. No
Sorry,
loans.
what is your team size at the moment, approximately?
Right now in Calcutta, we are about 60 people.
Okay.
So nationally would be around 70, 75. So that's the size.
If you were 77, you would have been Daryl.
Yeah. That's why I was just trying to sit beside Daryl. He's a rock star. He has recently helped me massively one of my Melbourne event. So thank you, Daryl. So anyway, coming to my milestone. I remember when we were doing business, small businesses. Somehow, from the day one, I used to tell my team that we are the number one. मेरे पीछे सब हंसते थे that are you a mad we used to say that even client के पास जाके बोलता था that we are the largest company in East. So client used to laugh, but I always believe in power of spoken word. And today I think we are doing pretty well. We are almost triple size of a lot of radio stations there like Mirchi and all.
Guys, I think that deserves a round of applause for Didi.
Milestone, I will tell the first thing which actually build the confidence of doing this business or continuing this business with my team is that we got a project for 45 days to execute, which was the Dalmia Bharat Cement launch in East. I think that in that pitch, almost 20 agency pitched with lot of biggies from Bombay also. And almost total 13 launches were supposed to be done. So I remember in the morning that the client called me that you have a presentation at 12 o'clock. Please come up with an innovative idea. बहुत idea सबने दे दिया, but we did not like, but we need an innovative idea. I don't know how, मैंने सोचा चलो एक ना प्लानिटोरियम बनाते हैं, उसके ऊपर 360 degree projection करके launch करना है. And that time it was a rainy season. Somehow I got some time, do some research, made a presentation, went to the client, give the presentation. Client, wow, can you do this? Say yes. Actually, eventually that got the best award. In fact, if Shailesh Gopalan is here, so Shailesh actually helped me, doing that. Actually, we created back-to-back 6 events with a huge, a dome we created. And we did first, German hangar we bought, then German engineer came. The entire content was produced by a Hollywood animator. It was a kick-ass event. But the thing what I wanted to tell you is that that event actually built a huge confidence on us. And after that, we have done multiple lot of events in terms of milestone. Bringing film fare from Bombay, Black Lady from Bombay to Assam. I remember I was having a tea in a Kullad shop, roadside tea shop. I got a call from a very senior person from Times of India. That Didi क्या कर रहे हैं? मैं तो आसाम गुवाहाटी में बैठा हूँ, चाय पी रहा हूँ दुकान में. I have a meeting, we are trying to do some business. बोले चलो कुछ बड़ा करते हैं ना. हाँ चलो करते हैं. So can you fix a meeting with the ministers? ना हाँ आ जाओ कल meet करते हैं. So रात को बोला are you serious? I said yes I'm serious. You come. So रात को मेरे को फोन किया दीदी क्या दिखाना क्या है? Meeting fix हो गया ना? हाँ meeting fix हो गया. तो दिखाना क्या है ना? आप film fair लेके आ जाओ. बोला are you mad? Oh, it will never happen. Bombay से नहीं जाएगा ना. सर आप लेके तो आप कितना पैसे चाहिए? वो बोला minimum 25 crores है ना. ठीक है आप आ जाओ लेके. The next day he came in the early morning flight. We went. I give the entire presentation. I remember to the ministers, and they were very excited. So he said, "ये हो सकता है? Yeah. Why not? It can be done." So that event happened. The execution was done. Fountainhead, I think that time, or maybe Hyperlink. But we did the entire marketing part of it. That was a fantastic selling. I think we have done. But that event, because other agencies have been doing that event, so we did not get the opportunity to execute. But last year we did the same thing with Manipur government.
Key milestones.
So that is another milestone, key milestone, which is the Manipur government, which we have done. The Femina Miss India, again we have taken from Bombay. We did the Femina Miss India. This time we did a large part of execution also. So that is another thing. And there are a lot of other, big events. Recently, we have done entire projections on Burj Khalifa. Those are also, I think, you can call a milestone for thing. But for me, in terms of milestone, Ankur, if you are asking, is that the people we meet, through this journey, and I believe that somehow you got to connect with some people. Maybe mostly for me, it is good that most of the time it was client. So we got to, we got a fantastic connect and we created. So our strength is absolutely innovations and, we think differently. So that's what I think, the milestones you can say.
Thank you, Didi. Aman.
I wanted to have a question with Didi.
Please.
Like when you just said
Sure.
all these milestones that you've achieved, how much is the ratio of your creative pitch and how much was the ratio of your personal relationship in bagging these businesses?
I'll
that you've
tell
done
you,
differently?
see.
And how do you rate them?
I'll tell you, this is a very interesting question, in fact. I believe, yes, relationship can bring you closer to the client or open the door, okay? But if in your presentation, if you do not have the right kind of a material and you know what to sell and how to sell, that is very important because everybody knows, you're meeting a top level CM or a tourism minister, they will not give you more than 10, 15, 13 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes maximum. I remember that Filmfare presentation actually happened for 15 minutes. उसके बाद रात को बुलाया था, whole night we discussed. So it is the question which you are asking, content part is extremely, extremely crucial. But being for Filmfare, so they had a presentation ready actually. But how to pitch that presentation to them, it is very important because you need to relate with because they have a lot of doubts in their mind. Are ye to manage, we have seen from our childhood, ye idhar kaise aa sakta hai. So you need to understand beforehand that what are the objections it's happening in their mind. And you talk about those instead of just showing the presentation. I think that's the key part.
Why I asked you this question is because I think my business I have run and I have lived largely on relationships than the pitches. Yes, you have to pitch, you have to give content, you have to deliver what you've committed. So I personally, when we started in 2008, we were just about 5 people in my team, including me. And we did projects for telecom companies. We were doing back-to-back.
Aman, you started with Rashi, right?
Yeah. So before 2008, I was with Rajiv, Mr. Rajiv Jain. He's like my elder brother. He's still around. I don't know. I don't see him. We started Rashi Films with him as I had, my mother used to make a lot of content for Doordarshan. So I wanted to carry forward that as a production house and we made Rashi Films in partnership and we were not so well accepted in terms of doing corporate films and all of that. So with the relations again, as I'm saying, the relationships led us into corporate events and we started doing corporate events in Rashi. And we kept doing that for a couple of years. And
How and when did weddings come about? And why?
Yeah, so as 2008 when we started, we got into the number game. We wanted to do so many events. We wanted to do 150 events or 180 events in a year and activations. So we got into the number game and over the period we realized that we have about 5 clients who were working with us on retainership. After that retainership business, we realized that we were clocking numbers, but the profitability that was coming in the end of the year as a retainer was hitting us down. We went from 15% commissions to 8% in retainership, being paid in about 90 days to 120 days. And that's when we realized we need to move. So we moved to a bit of a government business. That time, the election campaigning and all of that became a big game. And about 7 years back, we got into the wedding. It was a very big drift for us from getting pitches, making decks, presentations, pitching against each other, to a CEO, to a sir, to emails, to suddenly going into the bhaiya game and uncle game, Bauji and Flan Tamkan.
You come from an army background, right?
Yeah, I come from
you, that would be a cultural
family. It was a cultural shock for me to never get into, spree like that. I followed protocols. I used to like all the white collar stuff. And suddenly from that, you move into this. And, it took us time to absorb that attitude of the client. And again, I understood. And we are a total, wedding business is total word of mouth. It is totally a relationship game. It purely works on trust, faith. They know that you are going to make money from them, but you are the safest guy who's going to play that game for you. So we moved in that spree, and over that we did some hits. We tried electronics, some kind of a company during pandemic also, and previously we tried ticketing. It didn't work. Then we finally got into picking up venues of the government, which have been laid off. Like we have Delhi Heart in Pitampura. It's been shut. It's a 11-acre land in the heart of the city, which has been shut for like about 10 years. We've taken that on a lease for 30 years with us from the Delhi
Is that
government.
still with you?
Yes.
Wow.
We started it last November after COVID, and we've broken that place down, and we made a big banquet and a restaurant over there. And so it is run at a cap of like about 2,500 to 3,000 rupees. They don't need to see the owner. They don't want to meet. We're in a wedding business.
That's a self-run business. That's an auto.
Yeah, it's an auto-run business. We have one. We've taken Suraj Kund, just opposite Taj. We have one in Hisar. We have one in Yamuna Nagar. We have one in Karnal.
I didn't know that about you. I've known you for many years.
Yeah, so because, see, with the clients that I work with, none of them are going to go and do a business there. But the gentry around that is operating regular business. So we are doing approximately 60,000 to about 80,000 plates is what is the calculation for a year in that area.
Wow, that's a huge number.
Yeah. So, and we have a food partner who's operating the food for us. And we are just managing the show. So we have a manager, he'll do the booking and operate that. And simultaneously, over this course of time, we also got into some infrastructural work because we made 2 hospitals for Haryana government and for ITC during the COVID, and we ran that for 1 year completely.
Guys, that deserves a round of applause.
Yeah, so... and
Making hospitals during the COVID time,
yeah,
I'm sure it's a great thing to do and a profitable thing.
It was a profitable. That just brought us out of the sink for during the COVID, the financial debt that we built. And we ran one 500-bedded hospital in Hisar, and we ran one 300-bedded hospital in Bhopal, both for the government, and we supplied everything besides the doctor and the medicine. So it was, a crazy nightmare job that we could turn around.
I'm sure most people in this room would never imagine that 10 Events, which does weddings, also runs hospitals.
Yeah, so we did that. Then through that, we started getting construction-related infrastructure jobs from the government, because they think you have infra, and hence we partnered. We have a team which is a partner team with us, that they are about 25-30% stake with us, and we are doing some construction jobs for Coal India in Bhilai, somewhere, different regions. So on tenders, that is one division that has come up for us and is doing well. And I think parallelly, whatever has been attached to our business is the core. We tried launching some sanitizer company, we lost it. We tried an online business company, we lost a lot of money there. So over the period, we learned that whatever is your core, you go out of it, you get a hit. Stay to your core. So we have people running those businesses, and my focus is back on 10 only, and we remain there.
Fantastic, inspirational. And now my favorite person on the panel, Daryl Sheldon. Daryl, tell us your story. Tell us the different businesses that you do, and tell us how is it that you're able to compartmentalize each one of them. Please.
0 to 99. 0 to 99.
Come on, guys, give it up for Daryl.
Okay, so we'll start with the name.
I purposely left him for the end because he's got the most interesting story. No offense, guys.
So we start with the name. So basically, everyone asks us why 77, and honestly, there's no logic and there's no creativity to it over there. It has nothing to do with numerology or anything. When we started the company in 2002, we were supposed to go for registration, and we were the 3 of us, Manoj, Aditya, and myself, and we had one creative person, and the name of the company was called Hoot Spa. But when the name came in the visiting
If you
card,
pronounce it or spell it, it's not something very nice that you'd like to represent yourself by.
So basically, when the card came and we read the name, we said, yes, it's entertainment, but we might get calls for the wrong reason. So at 3 o'clock in the morning, we formed, somebody was playing on the computer and formed a name called 77. We fell asleep, we got up in the morning and went and registered the name. So that's what happened in 2002. And the funny part was we were down the same road of where Viscraft was based. Viscraft was based in Veera Desai, and Aditya's dad gave us some space in his office, and we were next door. So we shared the same sandwich counter, and we were 3 of us, and they were over 100 people.
And all the hot women from Wizcraft used to meet you at the sandwich counter?
VCare is listening to this, so we have no comments. Okay, so basically, we basically used to go there and we seen, and it was a very aspiring story. In 2002, there were over 100 odd people and all, and I know there was a day that me, Aditya and Manoj were at a sandwich shop and we said, you know, when will we be 100 plus people and when will be a 100 crore company? And, you know, we said we have to start working
When
towards...
did you achieve that milestone of, would you like to?
2012.
Fabulous. Fabulous, guys, round of applause.
So, but we said we started in 2002 and at 2005, and we said we should do this in 10 years' time. But in 2005, we seen that, you know, growth was maybe about 20-25%, and we were maybe at a 5 crore turnover, and we said we're never going to reach anywhere close to what numbers we want. And then we just believed that, you know, vertical growth, parallel growth is something that we need to do. So we ventured out and we started off a wedding management business called Varvadu. Obviously, we didn't know too much of the wedding business at that point of time. And we got in somebody from the industry to come in as a partner to form that division with us. And that's where the growth started over there. That started taking its own path. And we were event partners with the travel agency world, to the Cox and Kings and the Thomas Cooks of the world, and they used to do travel, we used to do events for them. But they got smarter, they started building in-house event team, and we started losing out. And then there was
you got smarter.
And then we got smarter, and there was a travel agency, a big company, which was shutting down, so we acquired the company, and we started a travel business called 99 Travels. We got in a CEO again, and every business that we run is a separate P&L and a separate business head to it. And the journey went on, so we got into merchandising business, and then we went into the artist management business called 22nd Avenue. And it's only by these type of multiple sources of business is where we could achieve our dream. And the whole idea, like what Himanshu also said, is unless you have that collaboration and willing to let go of equity and growth, it's only when you can grow together. Also, a very important part is having SOPs and having systems and processes in place. So we further grew till 2012. Like we said, we hit our milestone, and then we said, where next? And then we said we have to change and grow further to make it more sustainable. And that's where we actually spend the next 3 to 4 years more on our processes, from industry people. We got consultants on board who helped us look at the business from outside. Sometimes what happens is inside the business, it's like your own little cocoon, so you feel that everything is all right, but then you need somebody to look at it from an external point of view. Obviously, like we said, we had failures on the way. Totally out of, we started 9 businesses, 2 businesses failed, but those failures actually taught us a lot of things over there. When we started the merchandising business, we bought over a printing press, we bought over a tailoring unit, we got into licensing products of like Peppa Pig and MTV and everything else over there, and we thought it's a great merchandising business to have. But China, and we have all other reasons that we failed as well. But those failures also taught us a lot on the way. And we just realized one thing is that, you know, you have to hire somebody smarter than you. You can't do it alone. You need somebody smarter, and you need somebody to have skin in the game. And that's where we actually built the whole thing. In 2012, when we wanted to become more self-sustaining, we got a consulting firm on board to look at it, like I was mentioning. And they actually made one statement. They said, you will only grow if the company can run for 30 days without the management being involved on a day-to-day. And the day you achieve it is where you know that you are actually moving from entrepreneur to enterprise. And
fabulous.
so
I think that's something really amazing. And I'd like you to repeat that for the audience. It's something that is a takeaway point.
Yeah, so it's, you know, that's what they said. And the only way it can happen is when you have robust systems in place. We started developing our own CRM system in-house. We've developed an ERP system, an HRMS system, everything that is, which actually...
Did you buy any of these, or was it built ground up by you?
Ground up. We went to the Sohos of the world, we went to the Salesforces of the world, seen what they had to offer, but there's nothing that was tailor-made to our industry. Our business is so unique. So we actually had to build something out there. So we have like a CIO, somebody who just does MIS, and somebody who gives us visibility over there. So he helped us build this whole thing internally as well. So every business runs completely on its own, but we collaborate whenever it is required, but everyone has their own sales targets, everyone has their own business model, and everyone works differently. And that's how we've been able to grow. We moved geographic locations also. We tried Dubai in 2008. We went there for a couple of years. We failed there also. We're happy to say we failed there, but it gave us a lot of learnings when we went to newer destinations. We realized that without one of us going, the culture and the ethos of the brand was not going there. So wherever else we moved further, like now we started Australia, I've moved there to kind of develop that market completely. So these are the kind of things that has helped us in this journey of 22 years.
So, no, I want you to summarize how many businesses do you currently run successfully as part of 77? How many of them are shared and how many of them are individual businesses by the partners of 77? Please, if you don't mind sharing this information.
So there are 7 businesses that 3 of us run together.
Please tell the audience.
Which is 77, which is events. We have 99, which is a travel business, 22nd Avenue, which is an artist management company. We have a company called One Race, which is into marathons. And we have a company called X Tickets, which is into experiential travel. And we have a company called WWE Stories, which is into content development.
And all of you are partners in all these businesses?
All of these businesses are there.
And then there are individual businesses by each of the partners?
Yeah, so besides that, since we feel that the business is more sustained and more run by the people, it's given us a little more time to also venture out into things that we most like. So Manoj also explores opportunity in hospitality. He's built a resort in Lonavala called Seven Sands. He's building an ITC in Shimla. So, and he has some other businesses into AI and technology as well. My passion has been AI and stuff like that. So I've got into renewable energy and other stuff like that. Aditya has got into real estate and other bits of that. So besides what we do as core, each of us also have other interests that we are pursuing.
And there are non-conflict kind of business?
Non-conflict to the main core business.
And Daryl, you operate out of Australia?
Yes.
You operate these businesses of experiential business in India out of Australia?
No, he's
or you're
one of
operating
the
in
partners. He has moved to Australia. All the others are here.
Yeah. So we just expanded 77 to new shores as well.
Fantastic. Guys, a round of applause for Daryl Sheldon. Himanshu. So there was a time when one of your partners, Ranjit, was CEO of Encompass while being a partner at Brandwidth. And things worked smoothly. How did you manage that? Can you please tell us for the love of God?
Okay,
Yes. So one of the partners of Brandwidth is with their biggest competitor, running it as a CEO and continuing in both boats. Successfully managed.
Okay, so I think one of the keys there was trust and transparency between, Roshan and us, number one. Obviously, we had all worked at Encompass at some point in time. Second thing, what was absolutely easy was, of course, there was a non-conflict, understanding. But funnily enough, in spite of us being ex-Encompass, between Encompass and us, there was no conflicting clientele. We pitched head-to-head against each other. And the fact that we were completely faithful to that thought process of saying that, hey, if Ranjit is over there, there was zero business talk except for the end of the year on a number game. That's it. So I think that was about it. It wasn't really difficult. I mean, a lot of people ask me this, but it was just one of those things that he was there and we were here and he was a partner and on paper and he was a director, but...
But in letter and in spirit, there was never a situation of conflict.
No.
It's very simple. Even if you don't have common clients, our business is very small. The pitches are limited. You can't foresee that there will not be a conflict in the future. Let's be honest about it.
When I think of it right now, maybe because 2 years, actually, the minute Ranjit moved, poor guy had to face the lockdown and But no, but going back to what I was saying, I think it was very clear saying that he is over there, we are here. And when it came to, there was a point in time I found out from the client that Encompass is pitching while Ranjit was the CEO there, right? I didn't know about it otherwise. And this was a large pitch and we were all pitching against each other. But it was just maneuvered like that. I mean, we didn't see any complication, to be fair. Like,
Okay, while I'm asking all of you, let me also share my 2 or 3 milestones which I believe changed the course of our destiny. The first was when we started off, everybody was a generalist event agency. And in 2002 or 2003, we consciously decided that we will be known as an activation agency. And I believe, in the hindsight, that was a great thought at that time because that set us apart from the others. And we were able to open doors like Hindustan Lever and Dabur and L'Oreal and blah, blah, blah. Clients which have continued with us till date. While today 70% of our revenue comes from events, we are still known as an activation agency and it works out just fine. The other one was when we developed our own project management system. Again, I took about 6 months off from my business, and that's something that has served us beautifully till date. 70-80% of our business is on autopilot because of that. Each team has their own login, the entire HR, the entire client retention piece, the entire profitability piece, all approvals, everything is online. So that's the other thing which changed the course of our company. And the third was when I bought my office building in 2010. So we've got 6 floors out of which we use 2 and 4 are on rent, and that gave us a stable income and ability to invest in interiors, invest in people, and not worry about, unfortunately when the pandemic happened, the other business wasn't working, but the rents were coming in. So these are the 3 things that I believe changed my journey and helped me come. So you spoke about your misses, about things. So any key learnings from your missings, any 2 or 3 short points which are summarized points about learnings from things which didn't go well?
So, I think this master of all, jack of none is a very true statement. You can't try to master everything. You can't try to do everything. You need the right expertise. You need people who are better than you, who know that industry. We failed the first time because we tried doing it ourselves. And then we realized that you need that. So, that's very important. Having systems, processes, it's investment into system processes, trainings. As much as we wonder that, should we invest in people, it's imperative that if we don't, we're going to lose them. And also by giving out ESOP is not going to make you smaller. Trust me, it's going to just make you look better.
So I want to double click on that. ESOPs or equity?
It's ESOPs for internal employees, and there's equity when we have partners who come on board. So it's different models for different businesses over there. Yeah, and I think the most important thing is staying humble. No matter where you are, stay humble, and I think everything will take you where you are.
Fabulous. Didi, misses and learnings from the misses. Not MRS, MISSES.
I know. In the briefing session when you told me about Mises, I could not, I won't say that we have plenty of misses, but unfortunately the way I develop myself, I do not.
You were telling me about losing money in the beginning when you worked with some.
Yeah, but I don't want to, say it because I'll tell you why. Because I don't want to keep that in my mind. That's the different thing.
No, maybe from a point of view of learning of the audience.
Yeah. In terms of misses, I would say like I was talking about that, the cement company we launched. That was one point of time was a big client for us, one of the biggest client. And in 2 years, we lost that account. Okay, so that is, you can call it a miss. But, in our business, we always believe that, client does not run my business, I run my business. So I never depended on my client, to be very honest, never ever. Because I always go out in the event today, every day I go out in the market and meet clients. That's a very important thing. First, I do it. And this is also, those who are also, doing, business in a smaller town and all, it is even challenging for us. Every day we go out in the market for, calls. So, misses in the sense, I don't, remember much of it. Because every year we set our target and we have achieved, double of them. So it's not that I kept, I have those fond memories. So I won't say fond anyway. But milestones, I will say, see, we did some changes. In fact, Daryl was talking about digital thing and all. One thing we do from very beginning, which actually helped us massively, which I would, I want to share with you, is that there is a brand called, in our company, is called Friday Institute. So in Calcutta, in any smaller market, getting a very good quality manpower is a difficult task. Very, very difficult task, trust me. So now you cannot creep. I see a lot of people are saying, "Arey yaar, hum log ka udhar to we don't get good manpower, business nahi hai, dhanda nahi hai." I never believed in that. So what we started in our company, every Friday we have a training. And every Friday, at least 5 people need to prepare for a week and need to talk on a topic given to them, which actually really helped us like anything. It could be anything. And I personally still decide that, which are the topics needs to be given. And sometimes we bring some outside, speakers as well. This is a huge thing which actually helped us. Very small thing, because I believe in our business, small things are, more, I call it that God of small thing. So that's very important thing. Second thing I would say, digitization. Like we have an internal app. So today, any business happening, everything is there in that app. All the invoices, all the advances, everything. So any given point of time in the morning, I can see my business. Kahan kya ho raha hai, kitna profit ho raha hai, where are the problems. So it is very important because that actually helped massively. And today everybody can build an app in-house only. So in that app, we have made it very intelligently so that, we see the, synopsis, we see everything what Daryl was talking about. And we have done it in, just last year only, but it is immensely helping us. Third thing I would say for my side, which you are talking about the key learnings of mine is that, see, I believe for me, first 2 hours in the morning actually define me or our company. I don't know how you spend your first 2 hours in the morning. For me, this 2 hours, koi nahi le sakta. I do not talk to anybody. I do not take any phone calls. And mostly I'm in the bathroom that time. But that 2 hour actually shaped my business. I decide, I strategize, I plan with that 2 hours with my long-term goal that what we have set for. Whether otherwise kya hota hai na, the client runs our business. They control our business. We do not control our business. I never wanted to be a victim of that. That, they decide that, mere ko kab khana hai, kahan jana hai, if I want to take a vacation, I cannot take because there is an event. I don't want to live a life like that. So that's why my morning, 2 hours, I'm telling you, this is a ritual, I always do it. This 2 hours actually shaped my life.
Thanks, Judy. That's a great tip. Aman, any learnings from misses? Very quickly. We have to move quickly. Learnings from mistakes. Any mistakes that you did in the past as far as business is concerned, and any key learnings which helped you grow?
I think what I have gathered over a period of time is that what is taking us forward is transparency. Transparency across the belt. There is a transparency in your employees. There is a transparency with your client. There is a transparency with your vendor partners. So I think over the mistakes that we have done and shied out from a lot of things from sharing, transparency is one thing which is my focus throughout, and togetherness in the team. We as the principal owner build the trust, but the team has to build the faith in the client. So that is very important. The client should have faith in your team. And largely after shifting from corporate to the wedding social side, what I've learned is we need to build our companies as a brand, not as Aman ki company se kaam kara lo. Jo
Is that possible in the wedding business?
It is possible, and it is what we all are working.
How are you doing that? Please tell me.
We has already started.
How will 10 events be bigger than Aman? For me, the biggest doubt was that in the wedding business, the person is much bigger than the agency. And I'm sure a lot of people in the audience would agree with me.
I think even
the person
in
is the superstar and not the agency.
In a lot of corporate event management companies also, there is an identity crisis between a company brand as a event company or you're a wedding planning company. The problem today is that we are all in wedding business. We are all dependent on our personal relation. They will know Aman, they will call. They will never pass your contact as a wedding planning company. Now is the time when the digital side has really picked up. We are getting calls from new clients who are taking our numbers from Instagram or some magazine or some hotel or somewhere
So
they
is
saw
there
some
a
event.
way to do business development other than relationship
Yes,
in the wedding business?
There is 100%. And that range is increasing because the decision making is gradually shifting from the parents, the money holders, to the money spenders, which is the generation which is getting into the marriage. So the couple is becoming the deciding thing. And in coming times, that is going to happen another 2 years, 3 years. You will see a couple calling the shot. So out of the few weddings that we are doing right now, the couple is doing everything. The parents are sitting back because they are holding the spending and the spending power both. So that's the shift which we can control. And they get affected by visual and noise that they see digitally or however. So marketing now is important. Word of mouth is going to go out very soon in the wedding business.
Himanshu, is there anything that you talk about, the don'ts, any don't do's from your journey, anything that you've learned, which are the don't do's?
Sorry, before that, I'm just going to add to what Aman was saying. For us, when we started TaylorMade, the wedding team, right, we're a completely non-wedding people. None of us had ever experienced it. The first mistake we made is we thought we can do it, right? And I tried one and I said, no, this is not happening.
I tried and failed, and we stopped our wedding
initially,
division.
it's taken us 3.5 years to really now say that yes, that business is on its own, right? But what Aman was saying, since we are not known by the individual running that. Yes, comes step 2, the relationship, how you back that wedding and how your word of mouth goes, saying that, okay, so-and-so will say, okay, Himanshu will do our wedding. But primarily, I think our outreach has been digital. Some of the magazines, the PR articles, whether it's on sustainability, whether it's, one of the articles was in the Vistara thing. So all our outreach has been that side. And partners recommending us somewhere. None of us are known for weddings, to be honest. So that's something which has changed drastically. I don't think the 10-year-old principle of saying the individual is known exists anymore. You can break that barrier. It's changing.
It's changing very fast. Yeah.
Awesome. Now, I'd like to very quickly ask each one of you the secret sauce of your business, which you feel is unique to your business or unique to you, and because of which your identity exists. Every company believes there is some secret sauce which is the driving force behind their success. So, anybody, Himanshu, you can start.
So honestly, I don't think there's a secret sauce per se. It's
but maybe the secret sauce is managing 5 partners together. Maybe it's managing 20 businesses together. Maybe it's 10 cities. Maybe it's employee ESOPs or whatever it is. What do you think is your secret sauce?
So I think what really worked for us is to be able to accelerate things because we were multiple partners, right? With a core focus. That was one. Secondly, a single line of revenue does not work. If you see across on the table right now, or on the stage right now, everybody has different revenue lines, which we're not trying to say that, hey, I'm the master of everything. What Daryl also said. You've got to get people who are better than you. Leave that fear of that I need to own it, be the management. So I think that has slowly, and we learned that over a period of time, has worked for us. The last thing, I think what really has worked, what Aman also touched upon, is the trust and the collaborative workspace. Like I said, I think a lot of us are talking about collaboration. I believe there is a session today as well on that, right? But when we did our first project, the confidence of this industry and reaching out to people to take help. Last year, we've done a project for 140 days, 350 people on ground for the Bharat Jodo Yatra. We didn't know how it's to be done, right? It was between different partners, to talking to P&I, to talking to somebody else. But the industry helped us pull that off together. Because the knowledge sits here, we need to be talking to each other.
Secret sauce, define it in one line.
Collaborative workspace, whether it's within your employees, whether your clients, think for them. Integration, the one thing that I really hope all of us can also do is, we integrate our clients also with each other. So if I'm doing a particular event for a particular client, a liquor guy can be there as a bar, right? So collaboration in every sense. That's something that I think really, whether it's my team, whether it's the partners, the knowledge sits around. So it's just collaborate to work together.
Fabulous. Didi, very quickly, secret
I think
sauce.
I have already told, like that Friday Institute I said. One more thing I want to add is that, of course, a fantastic team. I think our team is really outstanding, each one of everybody, mostly the creative, the sales, the CAs and ops and all. So that is a huge strength for us, which actually help us to grow in the business. And rest I think I have told already that that Friday Institute, then the morning rituals. I think that's about
Thank
it.
you, Didi. Aman, secret sauce.
Build towards making your company a brand that makes money for you, and through transparency and faith. I think that's the key.
Fabulous. Daryl.
Well, I think to sum it up, it's what our business is all about. It's people, right? So I think our greatest strength is our people. But learn to empower, learn to let go, learn to create entrepreneurship so that they can align with your vision. You can't do it alone. You need people to share your same vision to drive it. Focus on SOPs, focus on systems and processes over there, and concentrate on ROE rather than ROI, return on experiences. That's what we all do. So I think that's, if we focus on these things, I think nobody can hold us back.
You had used a great line in the morning at breakfast, mentorpreneurship to
From
entrepreneurship.
entrepreneurship to enterprise. So moving from a business owner, Lala business, to a more system-run business.
Fabulous. And right at the end, 3 top pieces of advice you have for people who are looking at growing their business from a small business to a medium business, say from a 5-7 crore company to a 15-17 crore company over the next 1 year, 2 years. Quick 3 points, what should they do to ensure that they can make their business grow at a 3x pace in the next year or two? Himanshu.
Okay, wow, I wish there was
What is your advice?
No, so I think first point would be keep looking for what's next. Have multiple revenue streams. Do not bank on one line of revenue. That's really important. We were also stuck at that phase at one point in time, 5 to 10, 10 to 20, and then it gets even more difficult. The next jump is much slower. So I think from the fact that it was activations to events to weddings, and the large jump came in from the government and the festivals. So I think keep trying to see what's next and how you get that separate revenue in. Don't leave your core. What you know is what you can do best. So I think stick to that.
Before I go to the others, what is next for Brandwidth? What's next?
Okay, so we're trying. So like I said, since we are 5 people, one of us is currently purely focused on trying to find what's our next best thing to do. Content is something we're delving on because that's something we understand. And Ranjit, with his background, is something that we're trying to look at. Also, since we understand, so there was a point in time ago, actually, when Ranjit had started, it was supposed to be a pure consultancy strategy firm. So that's something we're again rethinking, saying that why are we still not doing that? Because we see a lot of opportunity. Even if I look at the IP business, a lot of integration is missing, which we did successfully for 3 years for Supersonic at one point in time. But so we're looking at that strategy piece once again as from a BTL perspective.
Okay. Quickly, 3 pieces of advice, and then we have to wrap up the session.
I don't think I'm in a position to give you an advice, but only one thing I would like to tell you is just a number. See, if you look at the global event industry, it's about $1,200 billion US dollar. And India is just $5 billion US dollar. But the good part is, you know what? Southeast Asia is the fastest growing in the world right now. So just imagine the opportunity we have. So I would say just focus on that opportunity. We can build castles of money. So that's about it, yeah.
Yeah, so Harshal is signaling that time is over. Any
summed
piece
it
of
up
advice
largely,
do you have?
just don't lose your focus. Stay to your core. Make money. Enjoy the game. It's
Darren.
hard to work.
The world is our stage, so go for it.
Fabulous. So guys, thank you very much. If there are any questions, we'll take it offline. Thank you guys for sharing insights. You've been a great panel. And thank you audience for listening to us. Hope you enjoyed and hope there were some points that you'll take back from this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that wonderful session. Requesting all of you to please stay back on stage. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, please give it up for them. A louder one. Requesting you to please stay back. I'd request Charlene Kapoor and Deepak Kapoor from Eema members from Chandigarh and Raki Kankaria, Eema member from Hyderabad, to please join us on stage to present a memento. Ladies and gentlemen, that indeed was a wonderful session. I think we heard their humble stories, humble beginnings, the hits and misses, collaboration, how important that is. And of course, you know, when Sir said, make sure you make your wife your partner in your business, I mean, that was interesting too. Your business will become double. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we move to our next session, and it's a very interesting session. It's about the games we play, but actually it's about the games we don't play. But before we get to that session, I'd like to invite on stage Harshal Kothari and Ravi Mehta, coming from the West, Eema members, to please join us on the stage. Please give it up for them. Harshal, join me on stage. And Ravi. Over to you guys.
Check. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Imagine 2023. And thank you very much, everybody over here who have attended to Mumbai. And as West committee members, we want to really cheer up for everyone who has helped us, supported us. I request, I'll just take your 10 pure minutes, as there are a lot of partners who have supported us for making this happen in Mumbai. So I would just excuse myself for 10 minutes so that we felicitate all our partners. I would request everyone to even cheer up whenever they come up. So I can expect that thing from you guys, right? Thank you very much.
The first partner we'd like to call on stage, Westing Booth, the Jatin Rajput, for helping us with more than 50 students to help us on ground.
And I would request Nehal Shah, our committee member, along with our platinum partner Santosh Jacob and Rahul Soni, to come on the stage to felicitate them. Please, can I have Santosh, Rahul, Nehal on the stage, please?
Thank you. We need to keep the applause. It's
Santosh,
really loud.
run and
Come on,
come.
everybody, for our partners.
Rahul, please come on the stage, please. Next, I would like to call upon usually the show run partner, because of which the stage is fantastic and the flow is super good. So can I request Amrita Puri to be on the stage, please? Thank you very much.
Cheers,
Here she comes. Thank you,
guys.
Amrita.
Give it up for Amrita in the house, everybody.
Next up is Swa Food. Riddhi Gala, can we have you on stage?
She's our food partner and she has always supported us for the hampers for our partners and making us the gourmet food. Some music for them also. Thank you very much. So next our partner is Craft Vision. Technical partner, he's provided the LED, Sri Ram Guru Ram. So we have Sri Ram, I suppose he is not around.
Vinayak.
Vinayak, are you around? Oh yeah, there they are. Next partner is Zelio. They are our food partners, so I would request Mega Full to be on the stage, please. Thank you. Mega, is she around from Zelio? I think Sonal is around there. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sonal, for coming.
Once again, give it up for her, ladies and gentlemen. A big thank you to our partners.
Next up, Dreamcast. Siddharth, can we have you?
Siddharth has been fantastic with our registration processes and he's being a technical partner for us on board.
Next up, Taxi Design Studio for set designing.
Vikram, please can you have
Vikram
him
on
say
stage?
Taxi Design Studio. He is the one who has completely designed the whole feel of the Imagine 2023. And Emax also, all the events have been designed by Vikram. Vikram, come on, you have to run faster.
we have Jatin back on stage? Zero Reality for motion sensor partner.
Jatin, please. Jatin Rajput.
We're missing the applauses. Come on, everybody.
The next we can have VS Studio, Shrishti. She is the photography and the videography partner. So please can I have Shrishti and a partner on stage, please.
Next up, the creative branding partner, Creative Visual Solutions. Can we have Chetan Suchak on stage, please?
So Srishti has a setup for the profile pictures for all the event managers outside. She feels that we don't have a good profile picture, so she has requested everyone to click outside in the booth area. Chetan, thank you very much. Please come, sir.
Next up, Nutty Crackers, our food partner. Can we have Sahana Rohara on stage, please?
Sahana for Nutty Crackers. She has a brand called Nutty Crackers, so I would request them to come on the stage, please. Sorry, it's Nutty Creations. My bad, Tana. So we have a medical partner, ProDoc. So I would request Mr. Gaurav Chandra to come on the stage, please. Gaurav, please. So he's our medical partner for the complete 3-day session.
Can we have Deepak Sakpal on stage from Cyber International? He's a sanitation partner. He's given us chemical loose.
Thank you very much. Can I have Prospero? They are our robot partner, Ritesh Shwed. Please can I have Ritesh on the stage, please? Thank you very much. I'll just take 5-4 minutes. Thank you very much for the patience, guys. We have our food partner, Mr. Coconut, who has given us the coconuts for next 2 days. Shivam Agarwal. Can I have Shivam on the stage, please?
Shivam Agarwal.
Shivam is not around. The next partner I would like to call Hamporio. Ashish has been very kind enough to support us for the gifting. Can I have Ashish on the stage, please? From Hamporio. Thank you, Ashish. So actually, should I make you wait over here so that we... So Ashwini from Thank You Logistics have been of great support to us for complete hospitality and the desk management and registration and security and A to Z of the event. So I would request Ashwini, please, can we felicitate Ashwini, please? For Ashwini. The next I would like to call upon Trupti Caterers. So they are the one who has treated us with the chart today. So can I have Mithun and Santosh on the stage, please? So next I would like to call upon Rentastic, the furniture company. They are the one who has helped us with all the fantastic furniture for the complete event. So can I have Priyank on the stage, please? Priyank Limbachia. Priyank, are you around? I think Priyank is not around. So next I would like to go with the Flick Studio. So can I have some from the Flick Studio? The Flick Studio, please. Radhika, please, can we have on the stage, please? Thank you. Please, can we have some music for her also?
Now inviting Rahul Nair from P-Cube. He's the one who's helped with complete infra. Can you see here?
So the place where we are sitting, the chilling ACs, to the hangar, to the experience by Rahul Nair. So please, Rahul, thank you very much for all the help and support. So that's it. That's all from our end. And thanks a lot for all my partners and thanks for the patience to all the guests. So I think, Angela, over to you. Guys, 1 minute. One of our partners here, Shivam. Shivam from Mr. Coconut, I think he is there. So can we have him on the stage? Shivam. Yes, please, over to you. So we have more partners, but we are not taking it right now. I want. So we won't be taking right now, and thank you very much for Thank You Logistics. I forgot to mention the name of the company of Ashwin Arya. So I think over to you, Angela. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, one more time, can we have a very big round of applause for all our partners who've made Imagine extraordinary affair. And can we also give a big round of applause for each one of you present here? Come on, let's raise the energy bar over here. Let's go. Applause, 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 applause. Come on. Thank you. All right, we're ready for our next session. As I introduced the session before, it's about the games we play, but it's also about the games that we don't play. The opportunities that lie in the sporting industry. And to moderate this session, it is my very honor to please give a big round of applause for our very own Sabaz Joseph. Come on, everybody, make some noise! Co-founder and our director of Viscraft International Entertainment. Please join me, sir. I mean, he's giving me that nod that Angela, I told you, not allowed round of applause, right? Thank you. Hi. And I'd like to invite my panelists on stage as well. Give it up. All right, we have another mic. Okay, give it up for our panelists. We have Tenzing Niyogi, CEO Ultimate Coco. Please join us on stage. A big round of applause, please. Okay, not fair, huh? Your applauses have gone down. Can we make more noise? Also inviting on stage Tuhin Mishra, MD and co-founder at Baseline Ventures Volleyball. Please join us on stage. And please give it up for Basant Dhawan, CMO Capri Global Capital. Over to you, Sabas.
Can we cut the music, please? How many of us in this room are involved in the business of sports? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And Jindi's in the sports, but he doesn't do any business with it. 7, 8. We're a room of about 200 of us, and there are only 8 of us in the business of sport. Okay? Think of the opportunity that Samit spoke about. He said, in our 3.5 lakh crore business, 60,000 crores is the sporting industry. In an event economy of 3.5 lakh crores, you've got 60,000 crores, that is just sports. 85% to 90% of that is just cricket. Forget it, that's the BCCI's business. We can let them enjoy that. as much as we can share of that, great. But there's 15% of that, which is another 10,000 crores, which is the same size as the corporate events business in India. Think of how large this business is that all of us in this room are missing out on. And it is that we have the opportunity to discuss here today. I have with me three of the finest exponents of that business opportunity. We have with us Tuhin Mishra. I've known Tuhin from his early days in Total Sports and IMG, and he now runs a company called Baseline Ventures, which you'll see a lot about. We have with us Basant Dhawan. Basant was a client of mine at SL, and he's since gone on to be head of Star Sports, looked at 21st century sports, doing a lot of the sportainment in cricket and other sports, and now leads investments and the marketing of Capri Global, which is investing heavily in sports. And finally, Shekhar Niyogi, who I had the pleasure of meeting today for the first time, but we've known of each other for a long time. Shekhar, besides everything else that he does, has invented and runs and owns Ultimate Kho-Kho, a traditional folk sport which he has converted into a completely different business. So you've got Ultimate Kho-Kho, you've got Prime Volleyball, and you've got Capri Global right out here. So I'm not going to get into too much of introduction of each of them, but you'll discover what they're doing and you'll discover opportunity. You'll see the challenges that they've faced and how they've circumvented that, how they've innovated, how they've changed the game. They aren't playing the game. They're changing the game all the time, and you'll see that today. Thank you. I'm going to start with Shekhar first. Shekhar, tell us more about, Tenzing.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
And before I really give Tenzing the opportunity to really speak about what he's doing in Ultimate Kho-Kho, allow me to play a video that introduces Ultimate Kho-Kho, the way it has transformed and the way they've transformed the game. It'll give you a sense. I think seeing is believing.
ये खेल है हमारी मिट्टी की पहचान का, ये खेल है हिंदुस्तान का,
ये खेल है हम सबके बचपन का, स्कूल के गेम्स पीरियड का,
ये खेल है हुनरबाज खिलाड़ियों का, उनके जज्बे का, ये खेल है वजीर का,
ये खेल है ऊंची उड़ानों का,
और ये खेल अब एक नए और धमाकेदार अंदाज में आपकी टीवी स्क्रीन्स तक पहुंच गया है। ये खेल है अल्टीमेट खो-खो का।
Some exhilarating action in the very first game, in the very first season of Ultimate Kho-Kho.
काफी मजा आता है टू बी ऑनेस्ट लाइव देखा जाए तो
Chennai quick gun on the toss and twice defense.
अब इंडिया मारेगा छलांग। अल्टीमेट खो-खो में हमने पहले कभी नहीं देखा। ताबड़तोड़ मुकाबला आज की रात
खतरनाक, बहुत ही तेज गेम चल रहा है।
is the first man to hit the 100. भाई एक तो आपका नाम सचिन है और आपका जर्सी नंबर भी 10 है। इससे पता चलता है कि आप कमाल के खिलाड़ी हैं। Odisha Juggernaut are the world champions of Ultimate Kho-Kho. These are the moments that you'll cherish for a long, long time.
Get our hands together. Thank you, Tenzing, for sharing that. Where did the inspiration come from? And how was the first show experience?
Well, firstly, thank you for having me here. Samit, thank you. As a fun fact, Samit was part of when we were sort of changing the format of the sport. So he's been instrumental as well. This journey began in 2018 while I was with EY and sort of conceptualized the next sports league. And, you know, when you look at the roster in the Indian Olympic Association, there are not too many sports left. So that's where Kho-Kho came in. And to be fair, I saw one match in a place called Ichal Karanji near Nashik. It's fairly maddening to witness about 1.5, 2 lakh people surrounding a clay court and maybe a Hero Honda Splendor or something of that sort being in a man of the match. But the craze was amazing. It was a fast sport. And for me, what was important was to, the logic of creating this into a television product because it was already very, very fast paced. So while we went through this whole journey and I got into my investor who is Mr. Amit Burman of Dabur, who backed this idea up. And of course, we've always seen that corporate influx is very, very critical for the growth of any sport in India. He immediately sort of pledged his funds. And from there, of course, the role of the federation also came into the picture. And we went step by step and we sort of took the first steps of reformatting Kho-Kho because earlier it was, as you know, it's a regular sport of 4 innings. It's like a test match. And with 9 minute, we were looking at a 36-minute format. So we reduced it and we got it into a 7-minute an inning. So what immediately struck was that we needed to make this as a appointment viewing sport, right? The logic was if India wants to watch this on television, then essentially we'll be wanting the audiences to see this in its real avatar and sort of consume it within 1 hour. And that is where the 28-minute plus the other, the other minutes that we gained went on to making people fall in love with the sport and essentially giving them multiple sort of touch points from a technical standpoint, which all of you saw here. Getting it more sticky on the television so that once you create the fundamentals right of a sport like this, essentially what you're doing is you're paving way for the future. And for us, I think I'm fortunate enough to have 2 stakeholders here right now. One is Basant with Capri and the second one is Odisha government, who showed the faith in us, apart from GMR and Adani and all of them. Sort of putting their numbers, their commitment to grow the sport in their particular catchment area. And yes, season 1 we did well. We conducted in Pune and gave birth to an indigenous sport and gave it a great format to sort of join the Indian sporting ecosystem going forward. So with 6 franchisees and Sony on board, it's been a great journey for us.
Thank you for sharing so honestly about, we'll come to the challenges that you would have faced, and I can imagine how many those were. But I'm going to jump from Tenzing to my friend Tuhin. Tuhin runs Baseline Ventures, And Baseline does a whole load of stuff. More than just running Prime Volleyball. There's an entire business that they run across endorsements, sponsorships, and I think there's a lot that Tuhin can actually share with us about opportunities where each of us in this room can collaborate with Baseline Ventures. Over to you, Tuhin.
Thank you so much, Sabas. As a company, Baseline, we are a sports marketing company and brand licensing. So what we do for a living is that we have 4 or 5 verticals. So one is sponsorship. So we work with most of the leagues in the country and even big sporting events around the world, be it ATP, MotoGP, or the IPL or the Kabaddi League or our own Prime Volleyball League where we get sponsors for them. Then we have another vertical which is called the athlete representation. At the last count, we manage around 52 athletes, the top athletes of India across badminton, the whole cream of Indian badminton, be it Satvik Chirag, Lakshya, now the upcoming ones, which is Gayatri and Tresha, the whole lot of cricketers. PV Sindhu, we were managing her for the last 8-9 years. So that is one part of our business. Then obviously a Prime Volleyball League, which is something which is very close to our hearts. That is something that we started 2 years back. We just finished with 2 seasons of Prime Volleyball League in a short period of time. What we managed to do with the sport of volleyball, because it's a global sport, unlike a lot of other sports which get played in the country, which are domestic and which are also very good and doing well, what we saw was when we were thinking about Prime Volleyball, we thought that which is the next big global sport which has not kind of, in a way, taken off in a league format, and there's an opportunity. And we realized that there are 2-3 aspects that one has to look at as a marketer, as when you're creating something, that does that sport have any legacy? Is it a TV-friendly sport? Does that allow replays to happen when a sport is taking place? Like cricket, for example. It's a beautiful game, right? But live action of cricket, you can hardly see the ball. What we all enjoy is the cover drive of Virat or a pull of Rohit. When you actually see it in replay, in live action, you will actually miss it. So volleyball was giving us that advantage where we could do replays in between points. Plus, we had a huge legacy of volleyball being played at a very high level in India for years now. Unfortunately, we could only see volleyball on live sport in India, which was during Olympics or Asian Games. And with all the research and data that we got from the broadcaster in India, which was Sony, that in spite of an Indian team not playing at the Olympics, the sport of volleyball, as a sport, volleyball had probably the maximum audience of TV viewers watching the sport. So that gave us a lot of heart to actually conceptualize Prime Volleyball League. And that's how it started.
I'm going to request for a video so you see what Prime Volleyball League looks like, which is what Tuhin and Baseline Ventures created. Can we have the video, please?
DJs, we beat the realest team on the list. Watch out, I kill it, watch out, I spit it on the mic, feel it. Y'all can't do what I do, just admit it. I'm about to get it, money, get it. Drop it to the floor, shake my big fitties, bopping like Diddy. My face look pretty, y'all ain't doing shit new, I done did it. Cause I'm marvelous, fantabulous, a bad chick. The flow sick like oh shit, you know this, I'm too fit to ever quit. Knocking these fools, I like fool sticks. I do this, I move this, I prove this. Bars me hard like a pound of bricks. And go up, jump to boogie to the bang bang high. This the kind of beat to go rat-ta-ta. This the kind of beat to go rat-ta-ta, rat-ta-ta, rat-ta-ta. This the kind of beat to go rat-ta-ta, rat-ta-ta, rat-ta-ta.
Vem, Magalhães, rojão, traz a lenha pro fogão, vem fazer a maçã. Hoje é dia de sol, alegria de coió, é curtir o verão. Yeah, 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 yeah. Hey, 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 hey.
if you saw in what Tuin spoke about and you saw in it transform into the video, there's a playbook there for the creation of a league. Close-up television, which Tenzing spoke about, which you've seen against both in the volleyball league as well as the Kho Kho league. You're looking at it at a sport which is easy to play, not expensive, accessible. It is part of your tradition, part of your culture. It's already there, but it hasn't had a big platform. And they're primed up with television, with fan base, great production, great values, etc. You put it out there for people to watch it in appointment viewing on a mass television scale, on streaming platforms, etc. And hey, voila, you got a league that matters. A league that is an opportunity possibly that someone can invest in. Talking about these leagues is enough. It's time to move to the guy who has the money. Where is that money being put? Where is that money being put? How is it being spent? Why is it being spent? And how are these investments really coming to bear fruit? I'm going to throw it straight to Basant to give us a sense of the sporting business, why Capri Global is in this business, and how are they investing their money and building a portfolio around sports. Over to you, Basant.
Good evening, everyone, and thanks, Amit, for having me here. So, when you look at Capri Global, now we're an entity which is into financial services. So we're an NBFC. So in the financial services category, there's hardly any product differentiation. So we, as a business, decided that we will create our brand differentiation using sports as a platform. So that's where the entire thought came into being. And as a lending company, we firmly believed that capital is what creates opportunities, because at the end of the day, we're in loans business. So capital has to be equal for both genders, whether it is men or women of today. So with this thought of equity for all, we decided to invest in the Women's Premier League as owners of the UP Warriors team. So there was a very clear direction that we wanted to get into. Coming to the other sports where we have ownership in Pro Kabaddi League through Bengal Warriors, and Kho Kho League, we have Rajasthan Warriors as our team. Now, since we talk to the underserved of the country, we speak to tier 3, tier 2 audiences, that's where we felt that these two sports, which are sport of the soil, sport of our hinterland, will be great associations for us to connect with our target consumers. So that's the reason we went into Kabaddi and Kho Kho. We also have a team in the ILT20, which is run in Dubai, and there we own the Sharjah Warriors. Again, we're aware that cricket cuts across all segments, all masses. So we decided that we will get into a product which has great talent, because the league allows 9 international players to play in every team, unlike any other league. B, it has great prime-time viewing in India, being broadcast at 8 p.m. 3, it has Dubai, and as a destination is close to the Indians, and it has a large Indian diaspora. So we thought that this league is something which will be of great appeal to viewers in India. And lastly, with the might of the broadcaster, which is broadcasting in 10, 11 languages. So as a whole, we felt that this is also a great product, great cricket product that we should associate with. So that's the reason that we've invested into sports very clearly to drive brand differentiation for ourselves. And while Tenzing spoke to us about the success of Kho Kho League as well, I think some credit here also goes to when we launched Pro Kabaddi League way back, 9 years back when I was at Star Sports. And that's where I think the entire landscape of sports ecosystem and domestic leagues changed in the country. IPL is a no-brainer because we, as a community, as a nation, have lived with cricket as a sport. So right from, the first thing that any child does is get a bat in his hand. But for a league like Kabaddi or Kho-Kho or volleyball, which have now gained traction in the last few years, to have created a space for themselves is something that's really commendable. Yeah.
Thank you, Basant. Capri Global has invested and owns the UP Warriors, a team in the Women's League. And I'd like to play a small video on the UP Warriors. Console, can we have the video, please?
बल्ला मारे धाम धाम उत्तर प्रदेश का हर वॉरियर बल्ले से बॉल उड़ जब ऊपर करे ग्रेविटी को बाय वॉरियर बोले भैया जाओ लेके आओ चाहे जाओ लेके आओ चाहे बॉल से दौड़े स्टंप की गर्दन तोड़े और बैटर को ये हक्का बक्का छोड़े हवा का मोड़ भी अब परमिशन लेगा के उत्तर प्रदेश का हर वॉरियर
Every sport has its own journey. Prior to the beginning of the ISL, football in India, the business was somewhere around 15 to 20 crores. That was the value. Today, with the ISL and the I-League, football in India, the turnover on that is around 300 crores a year, maybe 350 crores. You look at Kabaddi. Before the Kabaddi League began, and Basant can share this in detail, Kabaddi's value was in single-digit crores. And most of it was unaccounted. It wasn't even in the organized sector. Pro Kabaddi League grew. The success meant that they had to do 2 seasons in every year. That's how much Star Sports began to depend on the content coming out of the Kabaddi League. It wasn't that Kabaddi needed 2 seasons, Star Sports needed that content for 2 seasons. And that's how dependent it was and how important it became. The business of Kabaddi today is around 350 crores a year. And these are sports of the soil. You've seen it. I can only see the story of Kho-Kho, Prime Volleyball, and each of these sports growing from strength to strength over the next few years. Tenzing, over to you. You've had your EY journey too. How have you seen all these sports of the soil and innovation in sport, endorsements, the entire story of sports unfolding across the length and breadth and the parameters that you're looking at?
Oh, that's a very interesting question. I'll tell you why. Because the way India is sort of benchmarked against cricket, it's pretty much the religion. But if you were to look at the good old days of SGFI, the School Games Federation of India, which has now become Khelo India, the apex of the pyramid was always there because the first person at the helm of affairs for any sporting discipline would get that grant and go ahead and then practice the discipline further. But what about the second, third, and so on and so forth? Because if it started with 16 disciplines and eventually landed up with 18 and 22 disciplines of sports, Kho-Kho, Kabaddi, all included, what it showed us was the fact that the bottom of the pyramid for non-cricketing sports in India was very heavy, right? The other side of the story is that team sports in India, and I keep saying this, that one day I should be corrected on this, But team sports in India is preferred more than individual sports. So if you were to look at any racket sport for that matter, we might watch all the slams, all the grand slams, but we might not look into the ATP season, right? So I believe that the bigger difference to individual sport to team sport is the fact that the closeness of the camera angles and fans following their state-owned franchisees. That is the biggest thing. So when you have the bottom of the pyramid very strong, what you've done is you've checkmarked the first prerequisite is a existing stagnant fan base for multiple sporting discipline. What any sport needed after that was a process which is driven by governance, transparency, great execution, great idea, lovely business model at the apex of the pyramid, which becomes the pro league. In our case, for example, Kho-Kho, there are close to about 20 lakh odd players in India. Fun fact, more women play Kho-Kho than men in India, right? So you can go to any tier 2, tier 3 sounds of, say, a Jabalpur, Satna, Rewa. Every housewife in India, 85% of them, have actually played the sport. Imagine the sampling of this sport has happened 50 years ago. That is humongous. That basically gives birth to a newer audience on television, right? But similar is the case with, as Basan mentioned, any team sport which has close-knit action had that potential to grow and become and sort of coexist in the Indian sporting ecosystem. The faster the product, I believe, the better it is for consuming because I don't know if you guys mentioned, rather saw this, but we said that India Maar Chalang was our caption for season 1. That was because of the fact that we are a fast-moving nation, as in a nation which is definitely the youngest in the world, looking at QR codes, looking at 7-second Insta Reels. All of that put together, we didn't have time. And in that, if you can create a spectacle moment, and that is where I genuinely strongly believe that any budding sports entrepreneur or a sports league rights holder, if they can create that spectacle on television, because you never know when the consumer is going to come into your channel. But whenever he or she does, sort of surfing through the remote, it should be sticky enough for that particular person to stay for at least 4 to 5 minutes. And that is where I believe the bottom of the pyramid has helped India grow, become a multi-sport nation. I believe that we are definitely on the way. A lot of support which comes in from corporates, like-minded people, from franchise owners, and I'm talking purely non-cricket here, but who show the faith and then start spreading the word around. I think then we're looking at multiple other indigenous sport to grow in the future. And there are lots of them, by the way, in the Northeast. If you were to just Google that, there's some fantastic sport in Northeast of India. But we just sort of scraping the tip of the iceberg right now.
Thank you. Let me just give you a listing of the top 10 sports in India. Of course, I'm ignoring cricket. Kabaddi, football, hockey, badminton, tennis, chess, athletics, wrestling, table tennis, and basketball. If you see across those sports, invariably every one of them has a hero in it. They've got heroes who are medal winners or teams that are winners on the global stage. Heroes come out of the sport. Heroes help the game grow even bigger. I'm going to throw this to Tuhin to give us the sense of those 52 athletes that Baseline manages. How can we in our events incorporate these sports persons to tell stories that inspire generations, inspire our audiences? How can we use your talent or incorporate your talent into our events to inspire our audiences and our clients as a whole?
Yeah. So actually,
some of the talent that he manages are all the top guns in badminton. Yashasvi Jaiswal, Ruturaj Gaikwad, a whole bunch of them. I mean, all the emerging talent seems to be sitting in his basket.
No, so it's an interesting part. And again, the audience which is sitting here, I was part of the last session. And I was also thinking at that point in time that what's the connect between the work that we do versus the majority of the people who are present from that industry, which is the events and activation per se. So when we manage athletes, so for case in point, say Smriti Mandana or a Nikhat Zareen, amazing story. I mean, if you look at the story of Nikhat, what she has endured from the time that she took up the sport of boxing. She comes from a background which is always not most supportive of taking up such a, I would say, a difficult sport per se for a girl. And she's mastered everything. She had to encounter a lot of hurdles in her life. So for brands, they are great stories. For public at large, they are great stories because they've come from the smallest of the places, the most difficult of the situations. Or someone like a Yashashi Jaiswal whom we manage. Again, an amazing story, and I think it has been highlighted a lot in the media as well. And we all feel that, and even the sport of volleyball, in terms of the league that we do, to give you a case in point, you know, there is a position in volleyball which is called libero. Basically, it's normally a shorter guy who wears a different color dress, and the most important job of his is to receive the serve. So he has probably the best defense. The number one libero of our country for the longest time, for the last, I'd say 8-9 years, is a guy who earns a salary of 10,000 rupees. And he's one who's been representing our country. There's the captain of our Indian volleyball team is a postman delivery who works at the Karnataka Postal Office from Bangalore. So the point is that there are enough stories, and what we need to do is highlight them and make heroes out of them, because at the end of the day, any sport, it requires heroes, and that's when people see a lot of them. Even for someone like, say, we manage a lot of the cricketers as well who come from very humble backgrounds, and they have now made it so big. Dhoni is a classic example, right? Because a lot of people identify with those cricketers or those sports people because, and I tell my kids also, probably our kids might not be are going to be the biggest sports people in this country because probably they've had a lot more privileged life. We see a lot of the guys who are coming from class tier 2 or tier 3 cities who are taking up sport and making a name for themselves.
That inspire. We've got 3 stories here, 3 business stories that inspire us and should inspire all of us in this room. But I'm going to go to each of them to get a playbook. And your playbook coming from each of you is going to be different. To Tenzing, I'm going to ask him, and I'm giving you 2 minutes to think about it. Give us a playbook on the creation of sporting leagues. Okay? Basant, the playbook I want from you is a playbook where to invest, how to invest, and why to invest in creating opportunities around sports. Give us a playbook there. And from you, Tuhin, a playbook on endorsements and building budding talent, stories that inspire. Good enough time? We'll start with Tenzing. A playbook on how to create sporting leagues. Guys, make notes because these are things that can inspire you to create a new business. And maybe you'll remember this day for the day when you took a decision to go down the sporting game and play a totally new business game. Over to you, Tenzing.
No, this is a great question, Subhas. Thank you. I basically call them the critical success factors for any sports league, so to say. Largely Indian subcontinent oriented because it doesn't work with the Western business model. First and foremost, I genuinely believe that if you're looking at a sport which is widely spread and has any amount of cultural domination in the communities that we live in, is always you're ahead of the curve. For example, you look at soccer in LATAM, look at cricket in India, you look all the other sports which are played by community and has a cultural, logical sort of footprint across cities. For example, the city of Mumbai has close to about 70, 80 Kho clubs. Just throwing a number here. But what I'm trying to say is that the bottom of the pyramid again is very, very strong. So what that does is that you're ensured for your sports league that there's constant talent churning which is coming up. So under 12 gets to 14, gets to 16, gets to under 18 senior nationals. And the pyramid is always flowing. That is very important because end of the day, any sports league it's nothing without the talent that is playing, the athletes themselves. That is number one. Number two, I believe, first and foremost, broadcaster, mega important. 250 million households in India which have television. About 60% of it is rural. 19% is FTA out of that. You're essentially looking at, if you're looking at larger reach, because that is how revenues are driven from an audience perspective, you need to get the business model right. And it's amazing that all top five sports leagues in India, IPL, PKL, ISL, Tuhin himself here, PVL, Ultimate Kho, all have different business models. Chalk and cheese. Absolutely chalk and cheese. So we definitely stayed away from the logic of giving any equity to the broadcaster. Very, very critical. Because if you were to look at the global sports financial model, media rights is the biggest revenue driver for that. And who better than IPL to show us that, right? But IPL here is the BCCI, which is the federation de facto, which owns the rights. Here we are the private league rights owner. So we've kept the rights with us, and we know that which makes me come to my third point is that the format of the sport has to be catchy enough on television, which I already said in the past, but it's very, very critical because all your numbers are going to be driven via television. The bums on the seat, as I call it, are just 4,000 to 5,000 per stadium. By the way, there's a massive opportunity, business opportunity for all of you here. There are not too many stadiums which have the capacity of 15,000 to 30,000. There's a massive gap in between that. What I mean to say is that indoor stadiums in India typically cap their audiences at 3,500. Go around India, and I think you guys will know it better than us, but that's the fact. So that is ticketing revenue not coming in, extra opportunity there to build that. But filling the 3,500 is not the important thing. Reaching out to 150 million plus people is more important. For that, your product has to be really, really sticky, has to have the spectacle, as I call it, and you need to catch the audience in the inception years, because I genuinely believe the fourth point where I'm going to come into that is that any league rights holder takes its first 4 years, and I call that as establishment years. And that is where this whole first 3 points comes into the logic. The broadcaster helps you distribute your product in a model which is friendly to the leagues and the broadcaster. Largely, typically a revenue share without equity. Whatever money comes in gets split. Lion's share ideally should be with the league's rights holder. And then eventually you as league's right holder try and put as much money in terms of getting great stakeholders. Because a healthy franchisee is equal to a healthy league. It's as simple as that. So what we did in our first few years was that we consumed some cost of the franchisees, and we did not go the PKL way, which in this case, what I'm trying to say is that we did not go the caravan route, because that is a cost to the franchisee, which essentially hits their P&L. So we did a one venue, and it had nothing to do with COVID. I took this decision in 2019, and we take 40% of that cost. We absorb it as a league, and the rest 60% is shared between all the franchisees. What that does is, they would typically hit green sooner than later. Number one. Number two, as far as growing the sport in that particular catchment area, they get more funds to dedicate that into their respective states. And then last but not the least is the role of the federation in this case. For us, they've worked wonderfully well. They've got two roles. One, and this is again for India perspective, to churn out players and keep them running from all the stages that an athlete evolves, and then eventually put the conversation forward with the government to then put it across into Asian Games and Olympics and so on and so forth. But also to grow the sport in your nearby countries. So today, Kho is being played by 15 to 17 odd countries. When I first got to know that Korea plays Kho, I thought Indians in Korea, but no, that's not the case. It's Koreans who play Kho, it's Iranians who are playing Kho. So the point is that even if it spreads, coming back, that when you're showing it on television, you don't need a plethora of overseas players. You just need 5 great faces who do not look Indian. Because this is the quintessential Mati ka khel. Suddenly when a boy, 10-year-old, very easy sport to understand, watching on television, looks at a different face, falls in love with the sport, saying that, "Main to khelta hi tha, ye bhi khelne lag gaya." And that essentially starts transpolating. So the logic, these are the critical success factors in my mind. I've already spoken about the bottom of the pyramid. But yeah, indigenous sport, easy gameplay, fast action, pretty much 85% of your battle is won there.
Thank you, Tenzing. Lessons are very simple. Choose your sport. Build your audience through television, through streaming, through whatever. Grow that audience. Build your ecosystem. Choose your stakeholders and work with them to build a business model. If the business model works, you work.
Exactly.
If the business model doesn't, all of you lose.
A sustainable business model is the key
the
there.
sustainable business model is not one man wins. Everyone must win at all stages. And most successes come by the entire ecosystem growing. As you grow that sport and you grow that ecosystem, build heroes, build hero teams, build hero performers, and each of the stakeholders must have their own heroes, because hero worship brings you bigger audiences. Clear-cut stuff, and build longevity into your system, because if the system works, you have worked. So from Tenzing, we got a very clear-cut playbook. I'm going to go from Tenzing straight to Basant. Money, money, money. Where does it go? What is I won't call you a playbook, but what is your rule book?
Yeah, so that's a very, it's a very interesting question for me to answer, because, for most part of my career in sports, I've been on the broadcast and the rights holder side. While in my current avatar here, I'm an investor in 4 teams. So my response will straddle between being a creator of a league to currently an investor in sports.
Basant literally has the most rounded experience. Other than saying that I've also played the game, he's done everything else. Continue.
Thank you for that. So, and I think we've spoken enough about it, that what are the ingredients for a sport to be successful? 1, it has to have inherent watchability. 2, it needs to have participative value with the fans. 3, it needs to have institutional support. And 4th, it needs to have a good broadcast so that you can reach out to a large audience. So when we launched Pro Kabaddi League, we were looking at our league against these 4 parameters. And of course, we felt that it scored well on all the 4 parameters, because Kabaddi is a fabric. It is in the fabric of the nation as a sport. We were the broadcasters as Star Sports, so we knew our own might. It has federations all across the country, which are the state federations. And it has enough participation. So, however, in year 1, we were struggling to get a sponsor. Believe me, we had a commercial offer from a telecom operator, I won't name it, and they were offering us 1 crore. That's the number. 1 crore for a Pro Kabaddi League title sponsorship in the first year of its birth. So we decided that we will not, go with any sponsorship. And we had our Star Sports itself, sponsoring the entire event. Then we went back to the drawing board to understand that what is it that we need to do to have a connect with A, the viewer, and B, of course, the brands so that they get interested in this new initiative. So, brands have been, and I think here are some points which impact all of us in the business of entertainment and creating opportunities for brands. So we went back to the drawing board. We discovered that till now brands were used to buying only ground assets or on-air assets because that is how cricket exists in India. You can't get a multiple a touch point proposition. So we decided to create a proposition for the advertisers where we gave them ground inventory, we gave them on-air inventory, and we actually defined that how the power of sports got unfolded at that moment. That how can brands leverage the sports platform by having a holistic sponsorship solution on ground, on air, and through content which we were able to offer with the players. So it became a much more meaningful proposition for the brands to associate with. Post that, within the third year, so from a 1 crore number, I'm just sharing, we were somewhere in the late 70s. That's the kind of title sponsorship we were able to drive at. So 70 times value got unfolded with our repackaging of the product. Second, we also create, now I'll just give an example on the Indian Super League. Now, Premier League existed in India, was being broadcast. That's the best quality of sport that any viewer can watch across the globe. So why will somebody watch an Indian Super League? So that was the question we were trying to solve for. Again, what we did there was we brought in regional localized language delivery for the sport. So we launched it in about 10 languages. So that created a great connect. For the advertisers as well, we came up with opportunities which were AR-led, where a brand like Amazon launched its Prime sale on ISL and on the live match. So just before kickoff, through AR graphics, we launched, we announced the sale of Amazon platform on broadcast. Third, we created fan parks, and we again took a leap from Premier League, where we created fan parks across different cities. We created fan engagement opportunities. We tied up with the pubs, created hangars where people could come and watch the sport. So these are all additional business opportunities that we were able to create and offer to brands to leverage the reach of the sport. So, and these are the prime reasons as well that we as an investor, when we've gone in and evaluated any kind of investment, we see whether that sport is delivering on these 3-4 parameters. Does it have the strength to A, reach out to the large audience, B, deliver for brands, and C, certainly create some kind of a unique content differentiation for the stakeholders. So that's the large mantra, I would say. Yeah.
Thank you, Basant. I'm going to give it to Tuhin to just add to whatever Tenzing and Basant have really said. Before we come back to each of you, I want you to highlight 3 opportunities for our audience, for our friends out here, 3 opportunities that they can possibly pursue. Without any of the challenges, don't bother with the challenges, that we know what India is like. We know what working with bureaucracy and associations is like. I want us to focus on the challenges for the benefit of everybody. Over to you, Tuhin, in the interim.
Sure. I'll add to what Tenzing and Basant have very nicely kind of spoken about. One important thing that I've felt, that if you want to operate in the business of sports in India, and pardon my language, but you need to have the balls of steel. Because if you don't have that, there'll be enough people to crush you, enough people to dissuade you that, things cannot work. And I'll quickly share with our example of when we did our volleyball league. We actually started way back in 2019 when it was coined as Pro Volleyball League. We were working very closely with the federation, and after the first successful year of its operations, where we got very good numbers, we had actually, what Basant was mentioning, when they started with Kabaddi, they didn't get the right sponsors. We actually had 5 or 6 sponsors on board at very good values. And we had done a decent job. Unfortunately, the federation at that point in time, they lost their head. They went berserk and they started asking for weird things, which we as a professional company weren't okay to do those. And our contracts got terminated. This all in public domain. We actually took them to court, and it's a landmark judgment that a private company won a case against the federation. But what it actually gave us, the impetus to realize that in India, why do we always have to rely on federation? Why do we always have to rely on government when we talk about sports? Because in US, the most successful sporting nation in the world, you know, they don't even have a sports minister. But in India, everything has the buck has to stop at the federation. And then we saw globally, you know, in the audience sitting here, if I ask, do you know which is the global body of basketball? NBA, right? Very true, but that's the wrong answer. It's called FIBA. It's FIBA. But the fact of the matter is, NBA is actually a private body. It's a private company worth billions of dollars. You know, EPL, which Basant was mentioning about Premier League football. EPL is also a private body, consists of 20 clubs. It's privately owned, privately managed. Now, if these two biggest sporting bodies, or I would say organizations, can run privately, then why can't sports leagues can be run in a private manner? Yes, there have been times that people have tried that in India earlier, and for whatever reason, I won't get into the details, and I'm sure all of us know, that couldn't take off. But that did not deter us from trying this Prime Volleyball League, which is India's only privately professional run league, sporting league in the country. We've run it for 2 years. Our league was valued at $90 million, which is close to whatever, 750 odd crores in second year of our operations. So if you have the guts, if you have the vision, and yes, if you have chosen the sport that you believe can go a long way, you know, UN has 191 member countries. FIFA has 212 member countries. FIVB, which is the global body of volleyball, with whom Prime Volleyball League works very closely with, has 222 member countries. So the fact of the matter is, choose your sport, choose the vision that you have, and believe in that vision, because sooner or later, the success will come. Yes, you need to have the bells and whistles working well for that sport, and there are so many other factors as well. But yes, to answer your question, the second one, which you wanted all of us to answer, I would say decide. There are enough opportunities. The way that we are growing, sports is the sunshine industry. There are so many things that can be done. You need to work with the right people, and obviously pray to God that you are lucky as well.
Thank you, Tuhin. Basant, to you. 2 opportunities that we in this room can possibly pursue.
Okay, so you know, I'll just give a reference point here. The sports ecosystem and the revenue reported by one of the large media houses is about 14,000 crores in 2022. It's grown by about 49% over the last year, which is 2021. But has that growth in revenue actually transformed into creating, which is experiential or engagement driven? No. It has been largely attributed to rise in media rights, rise in sponsorship, you know, talent fee, and all of that. So there is a definite opportunity to grab a good share from the growth in the sports revenue, which the industry is seeing for this team. And you know, 2-3 things that come to my mind quickly is, as a team owner, as a franchise owner, what is my core objective? Well, my core objective, I call it, is DBC. So it's not the death by chocolate, which we've all, at least I have grown up with eating at Nirula's. DBC is Drive Brand Connect. So for a franchise to be successful, we are looking at driving brand connect with our audience. And tactics like whichever those tactics are which help us drive this agenda, this objective is what we're looking for. So one, there has been a shift in how sports is being consumed. We know people are always on the second screen. So are there opportunities to create second screen engagement for our audience? When a fan is watching my Bengal Warriors team play, or when a fan is watching women's IPL and watching my team play, can I, as a franchise, engage with him on the second screen? So that's something that that's a big opportunity that we need to solve for. And second is even the fan experiences. You won't believe in, there are sports where there are no women dressing rooms in the stadiums. So that's something which, of course, the league owners, the federations have to solve. But that's a similar experience that we feel even a regular fan who's come to watch the game for. And as stakeholders here who must be getting associated with different leagues or sporting formats, I think that's something that we owe the fan to. And third is creating those unique fan experiences. I think when you get inspiration from, again, I'll take it from Premier League, how how a game is consumed outside the live stadium. You have, close to 1,000 people watching the game in different hangars because of the experience that they get. I think we've not been able to deliver that. So the fan experience outside the live stadium as well is a huge opportunity. And and I think as a sporting nation, we've not really solved for that. So that's the number 3 for me.
Tenzing, over to you.
This is, I'm actually going to take a leaf out of what Basant said, but I see 2 opportunities largely. One, I'm a big believer of feeder system. I played cricket at a professional level, but I purposely chose never to sell it. So always been in non-cricketing sports. But I know that I did my SGF, I played my under 16, under 19. And I know that there was a logic behind me going up to, I was DDC affiliated, I knew my college was affiliated and so on and so forth. But that misses out the point with every other sport in India. And that is a very, very big opportunity for all of us sitting here, is the fact that the feeder system for any sport can be converted into grassroots leagues. That's a mega, mega opportunity. For example, every franchisee, and of course, we are dealing with what, 6, 7, 8 odd leagues currently, approximately, and more coming in, right? All of them are franchisee based, pretty much the corners of our country. Grassroots league is essentially a feeder system for the franchisee to make a revenue model with the league's rights owners, which can then further amplify mega opportunities for all the event management companies, creating that process across multi-city in a state. And this into the number of franchisees that you have in league, into the number of leagues that you have in this country. So that's a sitting duck right there. Of course, as I said, all business models are different. Everybody's chalk and cheese. Some people have the rights, some people don't have the rights. But what I'm saying is that end of the day, with the way India is growing, with the way sports tech is growing, the more people who get consumed, the lesser the cost becomes. You know what I'm saying? So anything consumed more, the cost of that product will definitely come less. And you guys are at the inception of it. So there is a possibility to start this process that eventually today the cost of doing a grassroots league might sound very expensive, maybe for a franchisee, maybe for a league's rights owner. But the idea is to begin with that. And 4 years hence, when the media rights cycle comes in, kicking for every league's rights owner, the numbers of audiences have crossed 250, 300 million. The sponsorship revenue has crossed a superb number, a great absolute value. Suddenly what you've done is you've created your next rung of fans who have sampled the damn sport. That is very important, because as and Tuhin actually took the words out of my mouth. But you do need balls of steel to survive in this industry. But you need to innovate. And for me, what is important is the fact that if you can create another parallel revenue line item, which can then sort of take care of a lot of other jobs associated, then what you've done is taking a leaf out of what Tuhin said, that you're not depending on anyone. It's a privately run scenario where you're doing different disciplines. That is number one. And number two, with that actually germinates the thought which Basan just mentioned. Because if you go to the American side of the story, you go to an NFL game and an NBA game, those guys are bonkers. They're waiting outside the stadium for 5, 6 days in their trucks, in their, and they're frying sausages and enjoying their beer. But that is structurally done. It's a process where fan merchandise is being sold and so on and so forth. I think that side of the story is also interesting because fan parks are typically getting into areas where the league is not going. While you can keep doing that, but you can also enhance the overall fan experience in the cities where the league is going, rather than going into other cities. Because there you're anyways getting the television viewership, but I think you need to sort of expedite that and create more bums on the seat, because it's the classic economic model that if your stadium was, say, 5,000 and your seats were not being filled, you cut down that stadium by 2,000, 3,000, and then 2,000 people are just lining up outside and you look like you've created a demand out of nothing, right? But there are smarter ways of doing that now, I guess.
Thank you, Tenzing. As you can see, there are multiple opportunities across the ecosystem. Look at the ecosystem, the sporting ecosystem, and seek your opportunity. Create experiences at the sporting event itself. Create fan experiences. Create sporting activations. Look at sport entertainment. Decorate the place branding. Create brand experiences within that large experience. There's multiple opportunities, sponsorships, endorsements, using talent from that sport. It's really find your opportunity and become part of that ecosystem. Whilst doing that, look ahead, believe in what you may see as your opportunity. Listen to that opportunity, find that opportunity, and as Tuhin says, believe in it, dream it, and pursue it with everything you've got. Just make sure you've got enough in the tank to last out, enough of your journey to be able to get proper results. So before we leave from here, I've got one small presentation for you, which gives you a sense of the madness that's happening in sports. You can think of sport as what you know. We had no league less than 15 years ago. Now we have more than 20 sporting leagues. We have leagues around sports that we thought was the community space to play, like Kho-Kho, like volleyball, like Kabaddi. These have become large sporting events and sporting leagues worth a few $1 million. I'm just going to share with you 10 of the fastest growing sports in the world. 10 of the fastest growing sports in the world. And many of these sports, you'd say, are not even sports. Stand-up paddle boarding. This is the sport. Pickleball. Pickleball is a combination of using almost table tennis rackets across a badminton court. And you're using a ball, not a shuttlecock. It's a ball, plastic ball. Adventure racing, simple racing across adventure trails. And who said we can't do it anywhere in India? Everywhere, every tourism board will jump at the opportunity of doing adventure racing, discover our trails. Incredible India's trails of India. Drone racing, we keep talking about drone shows. What about drone racing? This is a fast growing sport in the world. It's number 7. Number 6, you've heard of golf. Here's foot golf. And these are tournaments that are actually happening. We in our Dubai office a few months ago did a pickleball championship. And it did extremely well. Here you've got number 6 in the world is foot golf. Who's heard of it before? Mixed martial arts. It's not jiu-jitsu. It's not wrestling. It's not boxing. It's not karate. It's a combination of it all. There's no association. There's nothing that stops you from creating MMA. Today, MMA is $1 billion opportunity globally. It's as big as a boxing match. Many countries are running their tourism business on MMA events. Rugby, fast growing. We'd say, oh, America plays it. It's the 4th fastest growing sport in the world. Kabaddi, Kabaddi. Basandavan, the Kabaddi that you launched. It is the 3rd fastest growing sport in the world. Javelin. You heard of Neeraj Chopra? One man won a gold and our entire country wanted to throw things around. We're still throwing things around, hoping that we'll get another gold in the next Olympics. Javelin, the 2nd fastest growing sport in the world. Finally, esports. How many of you in this place play esports? I'd expect almost all hands up. Everyone can play esports. Everyone has got a mobile or a device in their hands or wherever. You can sit and you can play. You don't even have to run around or walk. That's esports. So sports is no longer just the sports that you see in the Olympics. Forget that. A sporting game and a sporting idea can be something that you've created. It has no rules. Change the rules. The rules are what you want, what you define, and what the ecosystem and the media partners or the broadcasters accept and the audiences come to. So, be your own master, play your own game, create your own rules. The sky is the limit. Thank you, gentlemen. Please give them a really huge round of applause because they shared a hell of a lot of what they've got. I think they require more than just an applause. Give them an ovation, guys. Come on. It takes a lot to come out here just for this one session. They have nothing to offer us other than their advice and a bunch of opportunities for all of us to go and pitch them for. So, thank you very much. You've been awesome, and I do share that you've been very honest in all your deliberations and all your sharing. Thank you very much.
Requesting you to please stay back. You know, we have been enriched with so much knowledge in the sporting industry, and thank you so much to my thought leaders, experts for doing so. I'd request for a felicitation on stage. Harish Babu, Eema member from Kerala, please join us on stage. Raju, Eema member from Kerala, and Abdul Mohit, Eema member from Tamil Nadu, to please join us on stage. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for this amazing session. Can we give it up for them one more time? Sabas, before you go, I want to ask you something. Sabas, you have such in-depth knowledge and passion for the sporting industry. Are we looking at an IP being launched by you very soon?
Whiscraft was involved. I was there when the IPL logo was launched. I was in that room when the chiefs of the cricketing boards arrived in India because BCCI summoned them. And we launched the IPL logo in Delhi. And I remember Kunal Dasgupta telling me, boss, this is a $1 billion opportunity. You have to buy one team, buy one team. I said, Doc, where will we have the money for this? And he said, no, go buy one team. If you don't have money, I'll give you. I refused to listen to him and I made a mistake. But that was one. The second, we were involved with the Mumbai T20. I don't know how many of you know that. We're co-owners of the Mumbai T20. Mumbai T20 gave India 4 of its brightest cricketers. Prithvi Shaw, Shreyas Iyer, Shivam Dubey, and today's #1 T20 batsman, Suryakumar Yadav. None of them featured in the IPL before they featured in Mumbai T20. Mumbai T20 became their platform. They were discovered in the IPL. One of them made it to the under-19 in India, and the others made it to the India team. So, life is like that.
Life is like that, and there lies the opportunity. Thank you so much, Abbas. Please give it up for him. Come on, everybody. Thank you.
Put your hands together for Angela. She's been outstanding right through the day. Guys.
Hearing from an industry luminaire is such an honor. Thank you so much, Abbas. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am Angela Ribello, and thank you for being a lovely audience. It has truly been special hosting Imagine. With this, I'm going to give the baton to my very favorite Gitika Ganju to host the next session. Please give it up for her.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, ladies and gentlemen, the moment that all of you have been waiting for is here. I'd like to see more people in the seats. If all of you out there can hear me, join us here in this hall. The much-awaited session is now going to be staged. We all have senses. For the next 1 hour, give away your senses to this stage. This next session is called Integrated Alchemy. Now, simply speaking, it is a case study discussion of how technology can be applied to create experiences of global acclaim. But realistically speaking, it's the mother of all sessions. It's probably one of the best sessions ever staged on Imagine Stage. It is the alchemy, the integration, the coming together, the enchantment, magic, sorcery of some of the foremost creative minds of this world. So, who's on stage? Well, nobody. Just the very best. Just the very best. Just the very, very best. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to welcome on stage Massimiliano Siccardi, a master creator, a world-renowned digital artist. He's the man who introduced to the world the Van Gogh Immersive. He's created several masterful video scenographies for some of the world's leading digital galas and festivals. He's the visual force behind several Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have on stage Carla Marquis, COO Reimagine AI. I'd like to share with you all that Reimagine AI, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the world's foremost artificial intelligence creative studios, and they specialize in creating fully interactive virtual beings. Carla has an ace up her sleeve this evening, and what she has for you is going to blow your mind and enrapture your senses. Over to you. Have fun.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I hope everyone still has a lot of energy for us. Hey, everyone, please clap. Thank you. Thank you for having us, and first and foremost, thank you, Samit, for inviting us, me all the way from Canada, and our guests all the way from Italy. So today, it's about integrated alchemy. So I'm just going to start by telling you who is this beautiful little artist piece next to us. So I am just going to go like this. I apologize for the clicker. Okay. So where does the clicker not go? Oh, there you go. Okay. So I'm Carla Marcus, CEO of Reimagine AI. And very quickly, I'm not here to talk about our company, but we are an artificial intelligence company from Montreal, Canada. You know, it's an important artificial intelligence ecosystem. And we are all about building the interface between artificial intelligence and human experience. And why this is so important is today we have guests, international guests coming mainly from Italy. And even though some of them do understand and speak a little bit of English, we wanted to make sure that the experience was fully integrated with artificial intelligence. So we created, specifically for this conference, an artificial intelligence being which will be translating in real time the storytelling that our guests will be saying. This is the first time a conference has ever done this before, so please bear with me if there are any technical issues. So I'm just putting that out there because we are risking as a studio. Sometimes we never know what happens. So Massimiliano, not Luca, Luca will be doing his session in English, but Massimiliano and Christian will be speaking in their iPhones, and it will be connected directly to our artificial intelligence piece, who will be translating. So, that being said, the alchemy of tradition and innovation, it's all about bringing together human experience. A lot of people tell us, you know, artificial intelligence, is it going to replace human artistry? Is it going to replace how we write movies or scripts or actually create, you know, immersive experiences? Our answer is no. We are not in the business, most companies in artificial intelligence are not in the business of replacing artists or artisans. We're in the business of creating memorable experience and enhancing the customer journey, whether it's at a gallery or an opera theater. It's all about enhancing the journey. So today, it's really talking about how, when you take emotions and you intertwine it with technology, it really changes traditional art forms. So from a beautiful, you know, paintbrushes from the past, masterpieces that are century old, how do we take that and create an immersive experience that puts forward not just the story of the artist, but also its artistry? Or an opera that was always on stage, very traditional. How do we take an opera and make it immersive, make it special, make it that it's so memorable, it actually goes on the screens of global audience? So, that being said, our first guest is Christian Taraborelli. He is a wonderful creator, creative director, stage designer, stage director, costume designer from Italy, Christian Taraborelli. Ciao Christian.
Mandiamo prima il video, no?
Thank you.
C'è la musica
Excuse me. I'm so sorry, technical issues. Can we just close the music from the AI, please? Thank you. Our apologies. Thank you. Ciao Christian, come stai?
Bene.
Bene. So Christian, tell us about how did you start your career in theater from traditional theater to experiential theater?
Ho avuto la fortuna di poter cominciare il mio percorso creativo collaborando con uno dei massimi esponenti del teatro italiano sperimentale, Giorgio Barbelio Gozzetti.
So let's see how it's going to be translated. We apologize for the time. It's Wi-Fi, so hai iniziato, hai visto la cosa. So it starts very well. Hold on a second. Okay, so our first technical. Yes. Lancia. Va bene.
Allora, prima di tutto vorrei ringraziare per l'invito l'organizzazione di Event 2023 e in particolare il presidente Samit. È una grande occasione per me per raccontare il mio lavoro fuori dal mio paese.
Okay, so for some reason there's a little bit of a problem with the AI.
Provare col tuo?
So hold on a second. I'm so sorry. You know, this is always happens when you're actually on stage. So what Christian was saying is that it's
So first of all, I would like to thank for inviting the organization of MG in 2013 and 2023, and especially the President's Summit is a great opportunity for me to tell my work outside my country.
Okay, it worked. It's just a little bit of a slow, okay. No, sta funzionando. Allora faccio io, non c'è problema.
Vabbè, proviamo un'altra volta.
Ha funzionato?
Sì, try another time.
Yes, we're going to try it. So, listen, it's not improvised. We decided not to script it because we wanted to have the AI actually translate our session. But in the meantime, I can do it myself as well, being fluent in Italian. So yes, Christian.
Provo un'altra volta.
Sì, no, l'ha fatto, è perfetto.
Un'occasione anche per incontrare due artisti che conoscevo di nome in Italia e di fama, ma ho avuto l'occasione di piacere di incontrare di persona qui.
Yes. So it's really
Internet connection.
So for him, I think the AI will pick it up. Sorry.
An opportunity also to meet two artists I knew in Italy by name and fame, but had the pleasure of meeting in person here.
Ok.
Wonderful, so it's working.
Andiamo avanti così.
Andiamo avanti così io faccio la traduzione.
Ok, Massimiliano Siccardi e Luca Longobardi. Mi sento di dire che con loro è nata un'amicizia che avrà un futuro sia in progetti futuri che in collaborazioni.
So for Christian, it's all about not only meeting wonderful people in India, but namely also Massimiliano Siccardi and Luca Longobardi, and of course they're going to be forging new friendships, but also creating new projects together.
È la mia prima volta in India.
It's his first time in India.
E in questi pochi giorni ho vissuto delle grandi emozioni indelebili.
And in the last few days, he really has, lived incredible emotions and an experience that he will never forget.
Che mi accompagneranno per il resto della vita e secondo me diventeranno parte di futuri lavori e di questo ne sono certo.
Absolutely. And he also said that India not only will become a partner in other projects, and he hopefully will forge many opportunities in this wonderful country. As we saw this morning in the presentation that Samit did, there's a lot of opportunity here in India.
Ok, per ritornare al mio inizio,
Sì.
il teatro sperimentale, ho iniziato come scenografo e costumista in teatro.
So Christian started in scenography in theater.
Ho avuto la possibilità di sperimentare in teatro nuove tecnologie. Già negli anni 90 utilizzavamo monitor in scena. Erano i primi spettacoli in cui si usavano delle telecamere in diretta.
So in the 90s, Christian started using technology in traditional theater to start really focusing on experimental theater options. And in the 90s, they started using screens, literally multiple screens, to create this experimental approach.
Nel 2002 abbiamo utilizzato la videoproiezione in teatro usando il primo 10.000 anzi lumen, il primo 10K. Sarebbe.
So the first 10K was actually used in 2002. You know, I had the privilege of working with Christian on many projects, and he's at the forefront of this type of technology. So in 2002, not only was he using projections already, but also the first time that anyone has ever used 10K for pixelization.
Ma nel mio lavoro la videoproiezione è sempre stata, l'ho considerata come un personaggio, un qualcosa che faceva parte e dialogava con gli attori.
So technology has always been part of his work, and it became more of an artist himself. So technology is not just part of something that you add to an event, it actually became itself a person, something that was part of the entire experience.
Quello che tutti oggi chiamano videomapping, nel 2001 lo facciamo in teatro, non si chiamava videomapping, avevamo la capacità e la tecnica per poter proiettare su porzioni di scena.
So in 2001, what we call today video mapping, traditional video mapping, was actually used differently. It was about actually projecting literally directly onto the screen. And it's, you know, this was the first form, and you know, Italy is at the forefront of so many different things, and Christian actually started this in 2001.
Usavamo delle macchine teatrali particolari, qui in questo caso è il progetto di Kafka, del processo di Kafka che ha vinto un premio Ubu in Italia, ed era una scrivania che aveva la possibilità a un certo punto di andare in verticale e quindi si muoveva su dei binari.
So this project won multiple prizes, and one of the most important one in Italy. And the way that it was built is that the desk to have some movement, which actually on this type of mechanical system to go up and down to create this very interesting scenography.
Così.
And as you can see, this was when it was high on the opponent. And when was this made? What year?
2003.
Okay, 2003. That's fantastic.
Qui ho usato per la prima volta il magnetismo in scena.
This is the first time that he used scenography, magnetic scenography.
Questo era una scritta fatta con la polvere di ferro. C'erano due attori con una pala che gettavano la polvere di ferro sul muro e appariva magicamente la scritta.
Wow, so this was done with metal dust. There were two artists that actually were throwing the metal dust onto the frame, and the magnetic product would actually start writing where Christian had done the scenography.
E per questa ed altri effetti speciali abbiamo vinto il premio come migliore scenografia in Francia.
And this was, at the time, this is a way that Christian really started visual effects. And today, we were calling it visual effects, but it really is about incorporating immersiveness in different shows. And this actually won the best project in France at the time. And we're talking about 20 years ago.
Ho usato molte volte scenografie con prospettive deformate, quindi mi sono ispirato alla stanza di Amé per avere differente di...
And a lot of scenographies initially, because we're going to show you how Christian went from what seemed to be very basic, techniques to make something incredible, and how he went from something that seemed basic and it's all about perspective to creating one of the most immersive operas ever made in Italy.
E grandi specchi per fare gli effetti olografici sulla scena.
So
come questo.
Enormous mirrors that would give not only depth into the scene, but also create multiple layers to the creative aspects of this specific theater piece.
E tutta questa tecnica, tutta questa possibilità di utilizzare questi strumenti mi hanno permesso di creare un linguaggio articolato.
So he created an articulate language of theater by using so many techniques that, you know, again, like I said before, seems to be very basic, but really created incredible scenographies that nobody has ever done before, and that is his signature of creativity.
E nel 2000 c'è stato il mio incontro con l'opera lirica, e quindi da quel momento sono passato dal teatro all'opera lirica e al lavoro con la musica e i cantanti.
So in 2000, that's when he started going from typical theater to lyrical theater to creating musicals and musical theater. So this is amazing.
E quello che è successo è che quello che mi ha chiesto l'opera lirica è di portare la mia esperienza nel mondo della lirica.
Esatto.
E non si conosceva il nome del videoartista, non esisteva, non stava nella nomenclatura dei teatri.
Sì. So in 2000, the word, you know, the creator of a video
Videomaker.
Yes, a video maker,
Like video maker.
was more about movies. It was not about theater.
Yeah.
So the integration of movie making in theater was really not something that was known, but Christian brought that to theaters.
E nella mia regia ho sempre portato nuove tecniche e tecnologie.
New techniques.
Come in questo spettacolo ho utilizzato un drone che riprendeva in diretta l'attore in scena.
So this was one of the first times that in theater a drone was used to basically take the artist.
Yeah.
Wow. Take the
In
artist
the
in the air. So
Yeah.
the drone actually took the artist in the air to create this wonderful effects of scenography.
Usavo la rielaborazione delle immagini prese
Yes.
dei cantanti in diretta, ma rielaborati digitalmente.
Wow. E questo, this is basically taking live images. Again, we're talking about, you know, older, early 2000s, many years ago. And this was a way of using the artist's face using multiple camera. Qual è la tecnica specifica di questo?
No, era rielaborazione in diretta e post-prodotta.
So
in
it
diretta.
was making pictures in direct and then adding post-production to the show.
Ho costruito un fondale per la Iura, che è uno spettacolo opera, era un fondale di elastici tesi e lungo 10 km.
Wow, so this was 10 kilometers of elastics to create this motion in theater and create basically a wall of elastics 10 kilometers long.
E questa è diventata poi un'installazione che è diventata stabile all'Acquario di Genova.
All'Acquario di Genova.
Sì.
Dov'è l'Acquario di Genova?
Appena entri a destra.
Ah, perfetto. And now it is a permanent installation at the Acquario di Genoa, one of the most popular aquariums in Europe. That's fantastic. Wow, so it's permanently there. Wonderful, Christian.
E nel 2019 ho avuto questo incontro con Rai Cultura,
Yes.
che è la Rai del...
Che conosciamo oggi. And so in 2019, that is when he started this great project with Rai Mundo, which is it's Rai, ma qual è si chiama Rai?
Rai 5.
Rai 5, scusa.
Rai 5.
Yes, so Rai 5 is the most important broadcaster in Italy, and in 2019, right before the epidemic, that's when Christian started creating this wonderful project, which is completely unique, which is the opera Pagliaccio, which is what we're going to be presenting next.
E mi hanno chiesto di trovare una nuova maniera di raccontare televisivamente un'opera lirica.
So the ask for Christian was really to the broadcasters asked for how can we produce and tell the story of the Pagliaccio, which is one of the most important operas in Italy, and broadcast it on television to get not only a new audience, but also really have this incredible new way of doing storytelling. And that's when Christian started working with them.
Ispirandomi a un lavoro del 2014, che sempre è la pietra del paragone, ho proposto di fare uno spettacolo con la realtà aumentata.
Ok. Nel 2014 ha fatto realtà
Questo,
aumentata.
questo non era realtà aumentata,
certo.
questa era fatta con dei modellini, c'erano dei modellini che erano ripresi in diretta e poi c'erano delle telecamere che riprendevano gli attori e venivano poi tutte e due mixati.
Incredibile. So this is not augmented reality. This was really a play on cameras which is the first time that he did this to bring him to the next project, which is the
Ed è
Pagliaccio.
nata l'idea di fare la versione 2.0 di quest'opera.
This is 2.0. Yeah, this is 2.0.
2.0. e cioè sostituire i modellini che vedete
Sì.
lì in basso a sinistra, che sono fisici, no?
Ma quello è una camera fisica.
Quello è un modellino, è una maquette.
Ah, so on the bottom right you see a small maquette, a mock-up of the theater.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Perché c'erano delle telecamere che riprendevano il modellino
Sì.
e poi gli attori. Il risultato era la cucina che tu vedi là, la
Esatto.
somma dei due.
Incredible. So on the bottom right, you see a small model of the theater, and basically the camera was taking a picture or actually filming the theater on a small scale model with the artist on the left, and it was literally making this image, which was one of the first ways, basically, the first ways they were doing augmented reality without doing augmented reality. That's really
E
fantastic.
questo perché passare alla realtà aumentata e al digitale? Per superare i limiti
Yes.
che i modellini imponevano, soprattutto di prospettiva. Se ti muovevi dal punto di vista giusto,
Esatto.
diventavi o troppo grande o troppo
Esatto.
piccolo.
So going from this type of technique, obviously, to augmented reality, it was really one of the main reasons is to remove the limitations, obviously, of using small scale models and make it more digitalized and more immersive in a way as well.
Quindi diciamo che è nato questo incontro in cui dove la tradizione incontra la tecnologia
Esatto.
e l'opera lirica incontra la realtà aumentata.
And now it's basically what he's saying is where this is one of the Stendhal's most beautiful sentences, and obviously it's
Questa è una frase che ho trovato studiando le varie opere. È una frase di Stendhal, che è uno scrittore francese che amò l'Italia e passò molto tempo in Italia, e grazie a lui abbiamo racconti del vissuto degli spettatori dell'opera.
Yes, so Stendhal is an artist from France, and is a French artist in the 1700s, and he was really at the forefront of what we know now to be art. And so, ma non so se traduco questa cosa.
Cosa?
No, non so se traduco questa cosa adesso.
È difficile? Proviamo la realtà.
So to translate this, I'm going to use the AI because I'm a little bit, rusty.
Qual sia lo stato di perfezione che abbiamo raggiunto nelle arti, bisognerà pur sempre aspettarsi che la posterità avrà l'impertinenza di inventare qualche novità.
Let's see. Now it's going to take a bit of time for it to capture. Usually we put this on Ethernet, and now we're using Wi-Fi, so it's going to take just a little bit of time for the AI.
Whatever state of perfection we have reached in the arts, we must still expect that posterity will have Inter becoming something new.
Perfetto. Yes, thank you.
E quello che volevo dire è che, visto una parola che lui utilizza, è impertinente.
Yes, one of the most important words that Stendhal says is impertinence.
Io mi considero un impertinente.
No,
Sì.
he considers himself impertinent. Ma in che senso ti senti impertinente?
Impertinente vuol dire qualcuno che osa anche.
Sì, chi è?
Qualcuno che osa.
Chi osa? Ah,
Sì.
in quel senso.
Sì.
Ah, che bello. So impertinent in the sense of somebody who tries and who dares to do something.
Vado col video.
Vado.
Vado ancora?
La gente paga e ride vuole si arricchì chi fa la colombina ridi pagliaccio e ognuno
So as you can see, it's like the entire theater was actually on green screen, while on top was the augmented reality. So you're going to talk
Sì.
about the technical aspects of it.
Diciamo che in questo spettacolo il pubblico poteva assistere in contemporanea a due tipi di spettacoli, due livelli.
So what was really interesting about this opera and the way he built it was that the audience can watch two aspects of the opera at the same time simultaneously. So you can see what's happening on the bottom, obviously on green screen, and all the action with augmented reality on real time, which has never been done before.
Sì, abbiamo la possibilità di vedere i cantanti che recitano la realtà nel vivo, ovvero sulla scena fisica, e poi anche virtualmente, grazie a questo schermo superiore che restituisce il mix tra l'immagine reale e il virtuale.
And what was very interesting about this project is obviously you had live music because it is a traditional opera, but at the same time, in real time, you can create this beautiful environment. I mean, when usually you use many immersive experiences, you use real time or augmented reality, but in this case, in an opera, it had never been done before. So you can really assist you can really assist technical aspects that have never been done in Italy or anywhere else, actually, as a matter of fact.
Apre quasi la possibilità ad avere un multiverso, una multidimensione, perché ci siamo fermati al primo,
Sì.
potremmo andare all'infinito, quindi
Esatto.
avere anche possibili scenari dietro che sono diversi,
Yes.
più livelli.
Esatto. And one of the aspects of traditional theater is the lack of dimension. It's very, it's right in front of you, and this is really adding multi-dimensional aspects to traditional theaters.
E tutte le immagini erano in tempo reale,
And all images were created in real time as well. So
erano
that is a very,
processate da due computer gaming con Unreal, con il programma Unreal.
c'era Unreal e quell'altro?
Due programmi,
due programmi.
Erano due computer sui quali andava Unreal.
Perfetto. So there was two computers creating with Unreal in real time,
E
with the
c'erano
Unreal engine.
7 telecamere,
And 7
telecamere,
cameras,
3 in audience,
3 in the audience.
3 on the stage e 1 on the top.
So 1 on top, 3 on the stage, and 3 with the audience. So 7 cameras working
Yeah.
contemporary.
E il sistema di tracking
Yes.
era fatto, abbiamo utilizzato il plugin della Stipe.
Come si
Stipe.
Stipe. So the
Stipe
tracking
plugin.
So the tracking
For tracking,
for
yeah.
the tracking, okay.
E le camere erano delle PTZ della Panasonic remotate.
Regolare.
Remotate.
No, scusa.
Senza operatore.
So the cameras were without operators, so they were from Samsung and not operated by any humans. Again, wow, this is
E tutto veniva miscelato e messo in onda da Watch Out.
so everything was mixed and put directly broadcasted direct,
Yeah,
correct?
in
And everything
direct.
was broadcasted direct. Wonderful.
E io devo dire che ho fatto due regie, una che era la regia con gli attori e i cantanti
Sì.
e una più televisiva cinematografica.
Esatto.
E qui si vede.
Exactly. So Christian, being a stage director, he's used to working directly with the artists and being present. And this time he was really but it's not backstage. You were actually with the
È stato
technical.
il primo
It's the first
spettacolo
time.
che non ho mai visto.
Oh, no.
Sì.
And it's the first show that he didn't even see. He was always with the technical team and with
Sì,
our
perché oltre a mandare le telecamere bisognava mandare le scene di ogni telecamera e poi ogni scena relativa della realtà aumentata.
Wow. So every scene has to be augmented. How does it work?
Perché c'erano diverse scene
So many scenes?
Sì,
Okay, so every time.
e anche ogni telecamera aveva una
So
sua
every
posizione.
camera had to do this proper work. Okay, fantastic.
Una cosa che mi piace citare è un critico che ha scritto un testo su di me, che è Bruno Di Marino, che è uno
Di
storico
Marino.
dell'immagine in movimento.
So one of your favorite projects is Bruno Di Marino?
No, Bruno Di Marino,
Bruno Di Marino.
volevo citare.
Vai a recitare Bruno Di Marino. You want to say a phrase from Bruno Di Marino?
Sì,
Yes.
Bruno Di Marino che ha detto una cosa sullo spettacolo, per
Bravo.
finire.
So
ok?
to end his part, he wants to say a line from Bruno Di Marino.
E lui dice: i pagliacci di Taraborelli vivono sdoppiati su questo crinale, a rincrocio tra una lunga e gloriosa tradizione della lirica. Riesci a tradurre?
No, perché
va
perché non
bene.
utilizza le AI per fare questa roba?
Ok,
Sono
AI,
stanca.
this is more difficult.
So to finish, he will say a line from Bruno Di Marini, that what he said about Pagliaccio.
I pagliacci di Taraborelli vivono sdoppiati su questo crinale, all'incrocio tra la lunga e gloriosa tradizione della lirica.
Oh, he's back, he's back. It's gonna take a bit of time.
Too much.
Wi-Fi.
No.
Okay, he doesn't want to talk. It's okay.
Ok. Non so se vuoi tradurre tu, comunque una prospettiva futura verso un nuovo modo di fare teatro aperto più verso il futuro e alle nuove tecnologie.
So it's a new way of doing immersive theater, and it's definitely an opening to the world. And Christian definitely brought this not only to Italy, but internationally as well. So thank you so much, Christian. Thank you.
Thank you. Rimango qua.
So now let's talk about one of the most amazing projects I had the pleasure of seeing live. It's about the Van Gogh Immersive, created by two amazing creators, Massimiliano Sicardi and Luca Longobardi. So let's start by watching a little video.
Sì. Quando arriva
So this was a reel from a lot of their different projects created by Massimiliano and Luca. Luca Longobardi, composer and incredible multimedia artist, and also accompanying us, I'm sorry, I have my little clicker, yes, and also accompanying us, Massimiliano Sicardi, wonderful director and immersive artist of Vengo Immersive. Please come, Massimiliano. There you are. Perfect.
Ce l'abbiamo fatta.
Iniziamo, dai.
Sì, 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 sì.
Ciao Massimiliano, ciao Luca.
Nice to meet you. I invite me
So,
here.
so you're very happy to be here, wonderful. And Luca will also be assisting me with Massimiliano in adapting or translating Italian to English.
I will help you out with that.
Yes, you
Don't
help me
worry.
out. I will do the
Hello,
translation.
everyone. Thank you for the invitation. And I'm talking for me, for Massimiliano. We are very happy to be here. It's my first time here. I just felt like I'm within my family. So
Yes.
it was really a pleasure, to do what we did. And very happy to be here. Yeah. He moved a bit the chair. Just
Yes, of course. I'm just going to do a little bit of real estate.
Di abbassare le luci.
Can we
Di
please-
togliere le luci.
Yes, make a little bit of an ambiance. We want to be
Cut the
here.
lights.
Yes, just a little bit the lights down, please.
2 minutes.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
It's much better. There's an ambiance going on here. Allora, Massimiliano, che racconta di questo progetto? What can you tell us about how it started? Come è iniziato? Tutta questa creatività.
Intanto grazie di avermi invitato, grazie a Samit, grazie a tutti voi per la bellissima ospitalità.
Thank you, Samit. Thank you, everyone, for inviting him to India. It's a great opportunity. It's a pleasure for Massimiliano to be here.
Sì.
Sente.
Vi faccio vedere questo grande panorama che passa in continuazione, che dall'inizio alla fine sarà la storia della mia vita. Voi non dovete vederla tutta, non è un problema.
So this panorama of images is literally the story of Massimiliano's life and creative life. And the whole time that he will be speaking with Massimiliano and Luca, this beautiful imagery will be showcasing his projects, but also his life.
E questa storia della mia vita comincia veramente con Van Gogh, perché quando avevo 6 anni mia madre ha comprato una monografia di Van Gogh, io ho aperto e ho visto i girasoli, e questo è stato boom!
Wow, so the beautiful story of Van Gogh started 6 years ago when Massimiliano's mom purchased a book of Van Gogh, and when he opened it, it just became an inspiration for this wonderful project. It was a biography of Van Gogh.
Infatti nella piccola estratto che abbiamo messo qui c'è questa scena che è tutto buio dentro la testa di Van Gogh e i suoi fantasmi, e a un certo punto boom, c'è il giallo che lui mangia.
È un'immagine che questa cosa, è
C'è
un'immagine
nella
che ha
scena.
visto. Ah, è così. So, mi ricordo. So there's an image that starts actually in the show, which is something very dark, and then all of a sudden you have an explosion of color. So it's basically one of the images that he had seen that really sparked the idea and also inspiration to start the Van Gogh Immersive.
E un'altra cosa che riguarda la mia infanzia è l'India, perché io ho letto tutti i libri di Emilio Salgari che raccontavano di questo immaginario mondo che lui non aveva mai visto.
Che Van Gogh non aveva mai visto.
Emilio Salgari, che è un autore italiano,
Sì.
ha scritto dei romanzi sull'India.
Ah, che bello, è vero, sull'India.
E lui non è mai stato in India.
Incredibile.
E io li ho letti tutti.
Tutti i libri
Sì.
di questo autore. So he was, if you can help me with the name of the author.
Emilio Salgari. Like what Massimiliano is saying is another strong memory he has from his childhood is like him reading all the books from Emilio Salgari, who is an Italian writer. He used to write a lot about India, but he never been here. So the thing is like he just described this imaginary world, and he grew up with this idea, you know.
E 10 anni fa ho fatto un lungo viaggio in India, dal sud, da Chennai a Siliguri in moto, poi tutto il Nepal, poi verso Delhi, e come diceva Christian, la cosa più bella che mi resta nella testa sono gli occhi delle persone, il sorriso, la luce e il colore. E questo è Van Gogh.
E quanto tempo Massimiliano ha preso per fare l'India?
Un mese e mezzo più o meno.
So for a month and a half, Massimiliano went across India, and one of the beautiful in his motorcycle, and one of the most beautiful things he's ever seen in India is the eyes of the people and the smiles and the beautiful emotion that everyone here in India actually has given him on his trip, and actually even today, anche oggi, anche adesso, sempre l'India.
Questo mondo che vedete qui è un posto incredibile, il primo posto nel mondo dove è stato fatto uno spettacolo che non si chiamava immersivo, però era uno spettacolo di immagini nello spazio con la musica.
This is the first time that this space is one of the most beautiful spaces, which is l'Atelier Lumière in Paris, right?
It's not in Paris.
In Provence, yes, è vero.
Esattamente.
L'Atelier de Lumière, and it's one of the most iconic areas or places, actually venues in the world to create this type of immersive experience, because it's 12 meters, the height.
It arrives, sometimes it's 16 meters
wow,
tall.
16 meters tall. And it's all in rocks and petre, no?
It's bauxite,
it's a stone actually.
It's stone,
yeah.
yes.
È una cava di pietra calcarea di 4.500 metri quadri.
Questo non te lo posso tradurre. A quarry, la cava.
La cosa...
La cava?
La cava.
A cave.
A cave.
It's a beautiful cave.
Okay, it's a cave.
Un carriera.
Sì, it's a cave.
Cave.
Of course, it's an ancient cave that some areas are 12 meters high, some areas are 16 meters high, and what's amazing, it's all rock and stone. So it's an incredible texture.
E la cosa molto importante di questo posto, che non c'è più adesso, questo è ancora un altro, è che un signore fine anni 80, si chiamava Albert Plessis, ha inventato la possibilità di proiettare sui muri con le diapositive.
Scusa? Perché non
Ce
ti
l'hai
sento?
presente la macchina fotografica?
Quella cosa...
Che fotografava delle piccoline con i carousel che proiettavano. Era tutto la cava era tutta ricoperta di questi proiettori di diapositive, e si facevano per lo spettacolo 3.000 diapositive.
Mamma mia, there was an artist, again, non ho capito il nome, devi
mettevamo 2
aiutarmi
anni
col
per farlo.
nome perché non sento.
Com'è che si chiama
Il carousel. Albert Plessis.
Ah, Albert
Ma non è
Plessis.
importante.
Sì, adesso lo capisco. So there was an artist, a French artist, his name is Albert Plessis, and he's one of the first artists to use the space with thousands and thousands, 3,000 little diapositives. How do you say that? Little, yeah, little photographs, and he filled the entire space, creating this beautiful mosaic, and it was a type of projection, but using little. How do you say that, diapositive? I can't even find the English
I don't
word.
know come si-
We're so mixed up with so many languages right now, my goodness. But anyway, that was a wonderful project from Plessis.
Soltanto nel 2000.
And that was in
roundabout,
2000,
sono
yes.
stati messi i primi videoproiettori.
And so in 2000 was the first time that they were using video projectors at the Atelier Lumière in Provence.
E io nel 2012 ho chiesto al mio amico musicista, il mio fratello musicista Luca Longobardi,
In 2012, he asked Luca Longobardi
di venire con me a aprire questo grande posto di spettacolo immersivo in Provenza con una nuova società che ha investito 4 milioni di euro per fare di nuovo tutta la carriera di immagini.
So in 2012, he asked Luca, his brother, his co-creator, to go into the Atelier Lumière to create this immersive experience with new funds. It was $4 million that would put in as an investment from a new management company that took over the space. And that's how they created in 2012 this beautiful project.
Abbiamo lavorato 9 anni per questa società francese, abbiamo fatto Dalì, Picasso, Van Gogh, Chagall, tantissime opere.
So it took 9 years to create it. In 9 years, they created multiple projects from Picasso, my goodness, Van Gogh,
Chagall.
So they really started a new form of immersive experiences using the stories and the art of these different painters.
Ma quello che abbiamo fatto veramente è costruire la possibilità che l'installazione immersiva diventasse un media.
And he said it's important for him to create projects that really are a mirror to his personality and who he is.
Un new media che consentisse di raccontare un'emozione attraverso le immagini e la musica.
And it's about conveying emotions, human emotions, through images and sound.
Un new media che può raccontare qualsiasi cosa, tanto che adesso, dopo 12 anni, c'è un nostro spettacolo a Chicago che parla di Mozart, quindi non è uno spettacolo che prende le immagini dagli autori, ma le immagini le abbiamo inventate noi, abbiamo usato la colonna sonora di Luca su Mozart per fare uno spettacolo immersivo. Abbiamo dimostrato al mondo che è possibile usare l'arte immersiva per raccontare qualsiasi cosa.
Exactly. So it's about using immersive experiences and immersive technologies to be able to tell any story about anyone and everything. And so one of the projects that they were working on, obviously, is Mozart and other projects coming their way. But do you want to add anything to that, Luca, when you talk about incorporating music and images to your work together?
Yeah, the thing is like, probably the thing that make our shows special is the fact that music and story and images, the choices of the images, everything just starts together. Like we just sit down and we start to have this brainstorming and we start to think about what it could be. And first of all, we are not just describing the art of the painter or of a composer. We are telling people what we think about that painter of that composer. And that's an important thing because it's not just an exhibition.
Exactly.
It's a way to tell you what really get into our hearts, you know, like what we got from looking at the painting, studying his, her, them, their lives, you know, their story. And at a certain point, we start to talk about our feeling. And this is like a very important thing. And when we do that, from day one, music is together with the story, is together with the images. It's not that we have like stages in making it. It's
Correct.
just one whole work that's been born together.
Exactly, and it's
Yeah.
about collaboration, è collaborativo, non è una cosa fatta da...
Assolutamente. Il nostro processo creativo è esattamente quello di relazione. Come tutti i processi creativi si alimenta delle interazioni con l'altro.
Esatto.
E questo è molto interessante. E quando lavori su un soggetto
Sì.
tipo Van Gogh, tu puoi farlo in 10.000 modi diversi. Infatti in questo momento nel mondo ci stanno 20 opere di Van Gogh.
Oh, so it's all about collaborative work, and he said, you know, it could be, the project can go from one part to the next. It could go anywhere, and it's about collaborating and putting ideas together. And you guys always collaborate since the beginning.
Yeah. It's been like 13 years now.
13 years now.
We made together something like 24 different titles.
24 different titles.
Noi abbiamo, quando siamo passati dalla produzione francese alla produzione canadese, e abbiamo iniziato il percorso che poi ha portato questo Van Gogh a essere visto da 5 milioni di persone,
Sì.
abbiamo cominciato a ragionare non tanto più sulle opere ma sull'autore.
Sull'autore, scusa.
L'autore, l'uomo.
Traducilo tu,
L'uomo
Luca.
più delle opere.
Traducilo tu.
Sì. So they started the project, which, you know, it's all about, it's not
Vamos,
necessarily just about the art piece, it's basically about the author and the person and the artist putting forward. And, you know, this exhibition went from Europe, from France, to North America, and with more than 5 million visitors. And I think 5 million visitors is only in France, if I'm not mistaken. Plus,
Actually, we're 4 million. No, it was 3 million visitors in France.
France, yes.
And it was more than 7 million in the States.
exactly,
in North America.
7 million North America. So a great success and one of the most successful immersive experience of all time. Congratulations.
Yeah, there was kind of like really a very big data because it's like that happened during the pandemic.
It happened in the pandemic.
Exactly.
And another thing that was incredible is how you both were able to create a new format. Actually, you were the first ones to create a distancing experience during pandemic. And that was incredible. And in Toronto, they actually used a car drive.
car.
We were inside a car experiencing inside that space in Toronto. It was an incredible initiative.
We had to deal with it, and we found a way. And the important thing Massimiliano also was saying is like right now you have at least 20 different kind of immersive shows about Van Gogh. Probably the reason why ours was so participated by people is because we usually take our personal lives and we put them into our works. Exactly what he was saying. Like he remembers, he was saying that when he was a kid, he just opened this
biography,
book about Van Gogh. He was struck by the power of the yellow of the sunflowers. At the show, the immersive Van Gogh exhibit, it starts like that. You have this like black canvas. It's actually Van Gogh's mind.
Yes, mind.
At a certain point after this preparation, what you got totally shocked by the power of the yellow of the sunflowers. And also here, the sneak peek, you can see in the little, in the room, actually it has the same exact beginning, so you can totally experience what we're talking about.
And there's so many, c'è tanta esperienza.
Sì, quello che hai detto prima.
Sì? Ha qualcosa da dire? Scusa.
Sorry, I was translating from English to Italian.
Yes, of course. Stiamo parlando delle esperienze e quanto...
No, ma ho capito.
Hai capito tutto, perfetto. So one thing that was shocking is, like you said, Luca, more than 20 different versions, more than that. I mean, we had so many versions, Me Too's and copies, using actually the same visuals in the communication. And they were using and inspired by...
Frida.
Yes.
Questo che cos'è? What is this?
Ma questo...
What's that?
Ma questo o questo?
Frida Kahlo.
Questa è Frida, ma questo? Questo è Van Gogh.
Questo è Frida e questo è Van Gogh.
Certo.
Quando abbiamo fatto il lavoro su Frida Kahlo per farvi capire perché parliamo degli esseri umani,
Sì.
la nipote e la pronipote di Frida Kahlo hanno pianto.
Ah, che bello. So when he was talking about how important it is to put the artist, the person, the woman or the man at the forefront, at the center of all creation, and not necessarily only the art pieces, when they created Frida, you know, Frida's family actually cried because it was not just about the artwork, it was about the human and what she represented as a woman and as an artist.
E durante questi 2 anni di lavoro su Van Gogh in 25 città americane, poi adesso in Cina, in giro un po' per il mondo, molte persone ci hanno scritto che hanno pianto perché sono entrate nella testa di quest'uomo che stava soffrendo e però era meravigliato della natura e del mondo.
So, you know, now Van Gogh is moving to China, and that's what we're talking about the future. And one of the things is they were approached by so many people that said that it evoked so many emotions, not just as a consumer journey where you're just exploring a space, but also it was so emotional to see how this man, who was Van Gogh, suffered so much, and you can feel and sense his suffering in this immersive experience. And that was an incredible, you know, outcome for something like that. Anything you wanted to add to that? And
No,
nothing.
You're perfect. You're perfect and he's perfect. So I'm just here.
Solo un'ultima cosa, quello che mi piacerebbe qua ora è che voi ci faceste delle domande a tutti e tre sul nostro lavoro, perché sì, siamo artisti, sì, siamo arrivati al successo, tutto, ma noi tutti quanti veniamo dal pulire il palcoscenico.
Esatto.
Io ho cominciato a 4 anni a andare in teatro perché mio zio era il custode del teatro e quindi aiutavo a spostare le cose, a pulire per terra e a montare i proiettori. Quindi siamo persone che sanno il lavoro che cosa significa fino ad arrivare qua.
Certo, certo. So
E quindi chiedeteci se avete voglia.
So now he really wants to hear from you about any questions you have about their work, because one of the most important things that Massimiliano said is that they, all of them, started by doing things that, you know, they weren't creative directors, they were not necessarily the artists they are today, by understanding the basics of creating art, from cleaning like even the set, from creating things that were probably, you know, setting up staircases, reaching out for things that they never even knew how to do. So every aspect of creativity started from doing things that today you're not necessarily going to do. But, you know, anything else you wanted to add, Luca? Is it all good? Yes? Anything else you want to add to that story?
Perfect.
Yes. So I would love to hear if you have any questions directed to any of our 3 guests to understand their creative process and to get more information about what you want to hear from them.
Carla, possiamo fare accendo anche la luce in sala un po', tornare come eravamo prima.
Yes, and can we please return, because I would like to see the people, please, to a lighting that is a little bit more. Yes, there's a question. Do I go with the mic? Yes. Thank you.
It's an intense process to curate such experiences. I think the most basic, what everyone would love to know is the amount of time that it takes to curate this one experience, and what is the level of detailing that goes into this, whatever time that they take. So 2 questions in one. One is the amount of time, and what kind of detailing it takes to achieve what in the final form.
Hai capito la domanda? Sì, perché arriviamo molto male. Allora la domanda è molto complesso di fare questo tipo di progetti, quindi è 2 domande. Allora la prima è quanto tempo prendere a fare questo progetto, e l'altra domanda è tutto il tipo di creatività che è necessaria per creare questo tipo di progetto, le tempistiche di un progetto così complicato.
Allora, il tempo di lavoro, in realtà noi per fare il lavoro non ci mettiamo tanto tempo, 6 mesi, però ci mettiamo tanto tempo per studiare.
It's more so it's more about studying the subject. So it took 6 months to create the immersive experience itself, but it's more about understanding and studying the personnage, understanding the artist, who is Van Gogh. So there was more time in research. E quanto tempo in ricerca versus Quanto tempo, diciamo, la ricerca versus fare il progetto?
Almeno altri 6 mesi di lavoro, ma normalmente noi con Luca lavoriamo, diciamo ok, vogliamo fare Frida Kahlo, poi la facciamo dopo 2 anni. Perché? Perché nel frattempo facciamo altre cose, ma nella nostra testa cresce e vive e comincia a parlarci e quindi poi la creiamo.
Esatto. And when it comes to creating, for them, they said we started talking about Frida Kahlo, and it took us 2 years to create it because in the meantime there was so many other projects coming in together. So it's more, they took 6 months of research on the Van Gogh artist and his story and how he lived, how he suffered, all of that, and then 6 months to actually create the immersive experience. And is there anything else that you had? Did I answer your question?
This is a separate question.
Yes.
First, thank you, Massimiliano, Luca, Christian, all of you for sharing your experience. Thank you from all of us here.
Thank you.
It's been a privilege to sit in this audience and listen to your experience. It's really inspiring.
Grande.
Grazie per essere qua.
Sì.
I wanted to ask you a question was, how difficult was it to get the idea to find the money to make it real? That was one. And the second is, how have you succeeded in making this fixed installation or exhibition or art piece into a traveling museum and a traveling experience? What has been that journey too? If you could just share that with us.
Allora, la prima è sulle quanto tempo per i soldi e la seconda è come ha fatto per far che questo progetto è iniziato in permanenza e è diventato un touring. Cioè come...
Allora,
Perché per loro non è stato permanente, però è iniziato a un posto che era Atelier Lumière e di là come è iniziato questo touring.
Il problema dei soldi, il problema del denaro non è un nostro problema. Io sono un artista, cioè una produzione che dice io voglio fare questa opera e io dico sì, ok, facciamola e la produzione trova il denaro.
So the question of money, you want to answer that?
The thing is, even though it sounds weird, but we never had problem with money because it's like we have been called by someone who wanted us to do things. So they said, we want to do this thing, no matter how much you need, we want you to do it. Yes. So we never happened that we had to ask for money. It's producer and investors who called us to make the shows and they find everything we needed. So we were lucky. Well, I know, but we were lucky. The other thing...
Si sente? Vabbè.
Il suono.
La seconda domanda è quando creiamo un'opera immersiva la creiamo per uno spazio, quindi è site specific. Ma tutte le volte che cambiamo spazio la ridisegniamo nello spazio, quindi è possibile, siccome è un'opera immateriale, che possa essere fatta anche qua dentro. Come avete visto abbiamo fatto un piccolo estratto per voi. Noi pensiamo sempre che l'opera vada in uno spazio e questo spazio cambia anche un po' la drammaturgia.
About the touring or when we start to make the work it's thought to be in a certain specific place, so it is site specific. And sometimes it happens that someone else or the same investor, the same producer says, we are gonna find a new location for you. What happens actually is that we redesign the same work for the new location. So people is touring, it's not the opera touring. The opera is staying in the site in a specific way, and people is going to see the same work, but in a different location because it tastes different, you know? Because the location is really important. The location, it has to be important.
Sono molto... come si dice quando... sono molto invidioso di Christian perché tutta la vita avrei voluto lavorare nell'opera e nessuno mi ha mai offerto di fare un'opera.
So he's extremely jealous of Christian because he says he's the lucky one with a stage, everything is centered, everything is perfect. So he always does, so you're jealous of that.
Perché l'installazione immersiva è bellissima, soprattutto per i businessmen è fantastica perché ovviamente
Sì,
quando fai 300 milioni di dollari tutti sono felici.
And from a business perspective,
Ma io sarei...
facciamo la festa.
Microfono. Io sarei molto più felice se Christian mi dicesse mi aiuti a costruire un mondo possibile, allora per tornare al teatro dove era la mia origine.
Exactly. So he says that immersive experiences are definitely the way
scherzo.
to. It's about creating, but also the incredible business model. Because I mean, they generated multi-million-dollar profits. And he says he would love to work on projects with Christian and as Christian because it is a more centered, more refined in a specific space, which is a stage. Anything you wanted to add, Luca?
No, I think there's another question over there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Check. Hi, first of all, thank you for this presentation. It really opened up our minds. So thank you for showing us and sharing your brilliant work. My question is, you spoke about it being a multi-million-dollar business. How do you share the copyright? You are actually using images of a great artist in all these cases. The copyright of the images, of course, rests with somebody else, and while you're using it in your business to create another experience. So is there, of your experience, is the copyright shared? Do the revenues also go back to the original foundation or whoever owns that copyright? Or is it yours? How does that work?
Okay, we have to make there are two cases. For instance, Van Gogh right now it's public domain. You don't have to pay for the copyright of his images, you know? So the thing is, like, if you want to use like the Van Gogh images, you just to find the high resolution scan of the works, you know, 4K, 8K. You pay for that because people. There's some societies that have actually the libraries, you know, with the kind of high resolution images. For other things, like it was for Frida, or it was for the Vatican show, or it was for the Dali show, you have to get in touch with the foundation. And actually what you do is like, you talk to the trust and you make an agreement. You say,
serie televisiva.
Oh, he would like to do it.
What he says, we can make
A show.
a sitcom in
Definitely.
which we tell
But-
people about this process.
Luca, one of the things you told me earlier is the fact that you do everything. It's not like a lot of projects, it's like a Lego, right? A company one, company two, everybody gets together and it builds something. The difference between their creative process is literally they do everything from the composition to the images to the programming. So it's a seamless transition when you're a creative process.
And the thing is, like, now that we have, fortunately, a lot of work to do, like, we have other people working with us, but we know what they're doing because before we were doing all, like I was writing the music, writing the score, recording the story, making the mixer, making the master. Now I have someone who helps me in writing the score of what I wrote and making the mixer, but at the same time, I know what they're doing. I can tell yes or no. Same with him. The first shows have been made with Massimiliano doing the animation, not only the creation and the direction, But little by little, because we had a lot of work to do, we had to bring people in this family. It's a family right now. And but we really work as a team, We know our timing and how to work, how to communicate. This is the secret, probably.
I have a question for you. Just for this morning, we were talking about how India is would love to be at the forefront of immersive experiences, and obviously they have this great campaign with the I Do, the weddings, and all this beautiful stuff. How do you suggest to Indian companies or even the Indian market, how can they become, other than hiring you to do the work, how can India become at the forefront of immersive experience? How can they start this type of projects in India?
Io volevo dire, la domanda che ho chiesto è, l'India sta facendo tante belle cose negli eventi, vogliono cambiare un po' tutto quello che stanno facendo. La domanda è, altre che prendere voi per fare tutto il lavoro qui, come con l'India puoi iniziare questi progetti immersivi? È un progetto particolare indiano o è un business model che devono implementare in questo paese? Come lo vedi tu? Come possono iniziare l'India con questa...
Penso comunque che esiste un business model, esiste tutto quello che abbiamo già fatto, quindi basta analizzarlo. La questione è, secondo me, trovare dei temi che possano davvero fare innamorare le persone, perché poi Van Gogh è Van Gogh, probabilmente tutti lo conoscono, non credo che tutti gli indiani perché sono tanti, ma la cosa che a me piacerebbe di pensare è anche forse di aiutare qualcuno che vuole fare qui l'arte immersiva a costruire dei progetti intorno alla loro cultura.
Indiano,
esattamente,
cultura.
questo è per non fare una cosa che è...
Esatto. Sì. And so he said, for India, the most important thing, obviously the business model exists already. It's not necessarily a copy and paste. Van Gogh is Van Gogh, and other creative projects could be done in India. But he says that India can be very successful because of the richness of your culture, of everything this country has to offer, the stories, the multiple stories the country has to tell. And he says if India would find, or any Indian company would find that specific theme, that beautiful story to tell, using the business model, using obviously this team here, can create something that will be very, very lucrative, not only financially, but also for the history and the heritage that India wants to leave for generations to come when it comes to immersive experiences.
And I'm adding something to what Massimiliano said and Carla translated. Right now, the interest about immersive art is huge in the whole world. So probably this is also a good chance to export in a very good way a country's culture. Yes. It means what I mean is like, if you really find a theme that is close and sincere for you, the show probably is going to be a very, very successful here, but at the same time you have the chance to export this success in the world, because it's like now, thanks to what we did, and we didn't do it because like we improvised it, it's been something we worked on for especially him, for more than 30 years. Immersive art now is becoming a media. That means you can, if you know how to do it, you can use that media to tell anything you want. This is the most
Absolutely.
important thing
And
right
you're
now.
right, Indian production here could be very successful locally,
Yeah.
but have the appeal to be internationally
Of
renowned
course.
as well.
Yeah.
So that's wonderful. Any other questions for our beautiful guests? No? Well, grazie, thank you, merci.
Thank you.
I think the applause can be louder than that. Ladies and gentlemen, if Van Gogh, please stay with us on stage. If Van Gogh were to describe this session, he'd say it's a starry night. Thank you.
No.
Stay with us on stage, please. We'd
I
like
want to add something here. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you, Massimiliano. Thank you, Luca. Thank you, Christian, and thank you, Carla. Please come here. So just one more minute of your time, if you can have lights here. This was a very, very bold experiment that was collectively put together by all of these heroes who don't come from one place. She's coming from Canada. She was bold enough to put together an AI mechanism in place without having the surety that there is going to be a land connection here. Okay? These gentlemen, the two of them, are not conversant with English really very well. They were bold enough to come on this stage and talk in their language, thinking that there is going to be a live AI interpreting whatever they're saying to all of you here. And this gentleman was bold enough to come on stage and play live music to something that he created. And I think this is a big one for you. And anybody who really wants to do something which is great in life, that's the courage, that's the dare that is required. And I applaud all of you for doing this for us. Thank you so very much for being at Imagine 2023. And we hope that you have the next few days of an enjoyable stay here. Thank you.
Thank you indeed. May I please have on stage Ankur Kalra, Treasurer Eema, Vipul Pandey, Vice President North, and Harshil Kothari, Joint Secretary West, to say thank you to all of you and present you with mementos, tokens truly of our affection and appreciation. Please come together for a group photograph. May I please request President Eema to join us on stage for this photograph, please. Ladies and gentlemen, come on. Once again, put your hands together in appreciation of this fantastic session at Imagine 23 Integrated Alchemy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so 8:30 is when we all meet again for masala of the Mumbai kind. Mumbai masala is what the evening is called. And all I'll say to you all, ki aaj ki raat hona hai kya, bana hai kya, khona hai kya. This was day one convention at Imagine 2023. We'll see you at Mumbai Masala, and then we'll see you tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. sharp for the day two convention. Thank you very much.